Testing, 1, 2. Good morning, everybody. We're going to start the welcome in just a couple minutes. If we can just gather in the main hall over here, and we'll get started right at 11 o'clock. We're going to do general announcements, and then we're going to just kick over to some other live stream stuff. But if you want to just hit go, and then we'll take it from there. Let me know when you're ready. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for coming to Adirondacon today. My name is Anthony Krolikowski. If you are an avid News 10 watcher, you might see me on there. I've done a couple of stories out here in the area. So today we are doing a pitch car tournament right now. So this is last call. If anybody does want to come and get started, we're all ready for you. So we'll give you a couple minutes to make your way over here. And then we're going to be going around the convention doing some live streaming of some of the games being played and talking to some of the developers and fans. So we'd love to get you involved in that process and get some attention going on the main screen. So we're going to come over and say hi, and hopefully you'd like to do that with us.
So and then we also have quite a packed schedule throughout 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. And right now, like I said, we are doing the pitch car tournament. And then a little down the list at 1 o'clock, we have the live COC RPG here on the main stage. If you want to come down and check that out too, that'll be a 2-hour event. And then we got a few more coming down the list. So we got a packed schedule, so please come down and we'll keep it all running for it. Like I said, pitch car is going to start, so we're going to send a couple people down here to get it going, and we'll get it all set up for you. Thank you.
Test.
I'll do some tests for you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Good to go? All right, ready? All right. Thanks for joining us here at Adirondacon. I'm Anthony Krolikowski of Deuce 10 ABC. Now I'm with Brian of Blue Kabuto Games. Now, we're showcasing one of your games today, Cookie Food. Tell me about what made you make a game like this. What's it about?
So I've been a gamer all of my life, and a long time ago, I figured, well, I could make that. I could make a game, you know? And so I came up with an idea that combines two things Americans like: Chinese takeout and bad kung fu movies. All right. So the game I'm most known for is Cookie Fu here. The game originally was done as a dice game, released in 2010. And it comes packaged in a Chinese takeout container. It comes with dice, enough for 2 players, and fortune cookies. Now, the game itself, it does have flavored fortune cookies here, and inside each one of the fortune cookies is a special kung fu or cookie fu move that the kids can use against their opponents. Okay.
So let me see that package real quick with the. Okay, so you got the little handle and everything too. What did it come to when you're making a package like this and getting, you know, distributor and manufacturer? What was it like getting something like this set up?
Okay, sure. So when I originally put out the game, I did work with Wizards of the Coast. It was available in Wizards of the Coast retail shops, 2010 or so, and they kind of helped me a little bit in terms of the logistics. But the dice are manufactured in China, and all of the other materials are produced locally. So I did get fortune cookies. The fortune cookies are available online, but all of the packaging materials are available locally.
Now bring the fortune cookies back over.
Sure.
See those again.
Yeah.
So if I were to open these up, can I eat the fortune cookie?
Absolutely.
Really? Okay. Okay. And you said,
go ahead.
What's okay? Let's do that real quick.
Yep.
Now tell me what's inside again.
So inside each fortune cookie here is going to be a special move that the kids will use in the game against their opponent. Okay. Once you eat the cookie, you still can use the move. Okay. So that's why. Now the cookies are flavored. They come in vanilla, chocolate, fruit punch, and green apple. Okay. We do have other flavors, but for this con, we've only limited to those. Okay. So these were baked last week, so they are nice and tasty.
So explain to me how the game works, because I'm worried when I eat all these cookies, I'm just going to have the moves, and that's about it. So tell me about this.
So the game itself here, the rules are laid out to kind of mimic a Chinese takeout menu, okay? So it's very kitschy, pop culture orientated. And in addition to the rules here, you will get dice that come with the game, okay? And the dice themselves will have certain icons on them, like kick and grab and block and so forth. So very kung fu orientated, okay? You'll also get what's called a clam fortune dice. And this die is kind of like a rock, paper, scissors, but I use whole cookie, fortune, and crushed. So if you can play rock, paper, scissors, you can play this game, okay?
So as I open this up, tell me about how the game works. It seems like there's a combat system involved. Explain that process with me. It seems like two-player action. Tell me how that goes together.
Yep. So when you play Cookie Fu, and all of the games for Blue Kabuto, they are designed to be played while playing something else, while waiting to play something else. Okay. So the game does have strategy. It's not like Magic, but it does have strategy. So when you play the game, each player will roll their dice and they'll hide the results. Okay, because you don't want your opponent knowing what you have. Okay, and during the process of the game, you will use the various results of the dice to attack or defend. All right, and you can use the dice, as many dice as you want, but you can only use each dice once. Okay, once you've used all your dice, the round is over, and then you go on to the next round. Okay, each fighter. Okay, each fighter, or Fu fighter, as we like to call them, has a certain amount of hit points. Okay, once you reach 0, you're knocked out and the game is done. Okay, but in the basic game, you start at 10 points. But as you go up, you can increase your fighter's hit points. You can increase the types of dice that you use, so you can truly customize that Fu fighter to be as aggressive, defensive, or whatever, however you like. Okay, so the replayability is great. Okay, now, we do have the dice game. We also have a card game, which is used as a either a play aid for the dice game or a standalone game. Okay, so there's lots of versatility with it. Okay,
I'm gonna open this up right now. Let's see what one I get. Okay.
Sure, go ahead.
All right, the big reveal. Ready? I might have made a mess on the floor of the convention center. We won't talk about that. But okay, so it says Killer Kakagori, so it says VHRR 2 Chi. So that's a 2 grab, 2 throw combo. Explain that to me while I eat this fortune cookie.
Sure. Okay.
It'll be an ASMR segment in a little bit.
So basically, what that means is, in order to use that game, that move in the game, you need to have two. You need to have 2 chi points, which you'll pay to use it. It's a VR, which is VH, which is the vanilla hair. This character here. Okay, and when you spend the chi, you will do the effect, which is. Okay. Yep. Yep. Here. So, which is the 2 grab, 2 throw combo. Okay. So that means that you'll do a very strong grab and a very strong throw against your opponent. Okay. So you could do a possibility of 4 points of damage against your opponent with 1 shot by using this move. So it's mid-level, but it's pretty good.
Now, bring a game like this to a convention space like this. What are some of the things that you've heard from people about positives, things that you maybe have changed and wanted to change based on player feedback? How has that been?
So I've been, Blue Kudo has been around for a long time. We've had international distribution, so it's been worldwide, and I've seen my game in places from England to Tokyo. We have a good fan base overseas. We have one of the largest group of Fu fighters in the Philippines. So there's a group of over 100 of them that play this game on a regular basis. So in terms of what have I seen, what have I decided to change, I always make sure that when I'm at a convention, I demo the game for everybody who's interested. And I've made the game available online so folks can do like PDF versions and stuff like that. And I always take into account feedback from the players. The rules themselves have gone through several iterations since 2010. This is the most current version, okay? And every once in a while, I kind of tweak it for playability to make sure that it's fun and easy to play, Okay.
Now, if I can hold that one of those things real quick. So where can people find Cookie Food if they do want to pick it up for themselves?
You can go to cookiefood.com. You can go to bluecabuto.com. You can get it, or you can get it right here at the show. We will have it, and we're running actual special con prices. We've got a bunch of different things. So if you want to get it today, come to the con.
Perfect. You heard it here. If you do want to check out Cookie Food, you can pick it up right here today or go on cookiefood.com. So in the meantime, I'm going to finish up the second half of my fortune cookie and pick it up off the floor because I may have made a little bit of a mess. But we're going to go check out another booth in a little bit. And thanks for joining us.
Adirondacon, a big thing is a huge library of board games that anybody can play by stopping in. And there's also demos and teaching experiences to figure out these games and play with a group if you didn't come with a group yourself. I'm here with Salvatore, who is showcasing a game today. What is that game that we're showcasing?
So the game that we're showcasing today is called The Ancient World 2nd Edition. It's a game by Ryan Lockett. He's one of the most famous board game designers in the world. He's done, for what most people know, the trilogy Above and Below, Near and Far, and Sleeping Gods. His early games were self-contained kind of one-shot games. And this is kind of the pinnacle of that. This is called The Ancient World. The first edition basically was a little bit more watered down and a little bit more muted. And what he did was he changed a couple of the rules for the second edition to make it much more engaging and more in your face, for lack of a better way to put it. The reason why I really like teaching this game at a convention is that it has a little bit of everything. It has tableau building, it has worker placement, it has combat, it has engine building. So for not necessarily gateway players, but for people who are already inside that gate and want to explore different mechanisms, as we call them in the board gaming community, it is a fantastic game. And honestly, I think it's one of his best, and it stood the test of time. It originally came out in 2014, and then like circa 2017, 2018, they came out with the second edition. There's kind of a little inside baseball on editions in the board gaming community. Kickstarter will not let you kickstart a reprint of your game. So you have to make it a second edition to actually do another Kickstarter campaign. So in a lot of cases, what they'll do is make some type of minor or trivial change just to call it a second or third edition to get another Kickstarter going. But this one, it's very substantive. Honestly, since the second edition came out, unless you're a legacy owner of the first edition, there's really no reason not to get the second edition. And most people who are fans of the first edition have already upgraded to the second edition.
Walk me through real quick, what is everybody doing right now? So we're flipping cards over.
Yes.
You have a whole bunch of different symbols. Explain this kind of process of the game that they're in right now.
Sure, absolutely. So this is one of those fantastic games that you basically have three actions you can do. You have a worker placement action, you have an attacking the Titans action where you attack these Titans that are always threatening your civilizations, okay? And when you defeat it, so this is a Titan right here, okay? He has two banners, which means he rolls 2 dice when he defends himself, okay? And when he rolls those dice, each particular die, the die have basically 3 different outcomes. If you see a Titan on that die, it means that one of your Empire cards has to be turned over. It's damage. So basically at that point, you no longer get the bonus until you repair that actual Empire card, okay? The other one is a special damage icon, which is that circle, which means that on the lower right-hand corner, there's a special damage loss condition. So in this particular case, it's lose to Ambrosia. Ambrosia are kind of like a general use currency. So normally things cost coins and they cost scrolls, which represent knowledge. So when you're buying new cards, they may cost X amount of coins or X amount of scrolls or a combination of the two. And then Ambrosia is something that you accumulate either from your Empire cards or your district cards, or at the end of every round, any worker placement spot that didn't have anyone put at least one of their worker placement on there, you get an Ambrosia added. So it's incentivizing you to go to these other worker placement spots by getting these additional Ambrosia coins, okay? Now, the Ambrosia, everyone on their tableau, their starting civilization, have a matrix for how much different actions Ambrosia costs. So you can use Ambrosia to feed your civilization, because sometimes if you have your Empire cards get damaged and you lose the ability to feed your people, you want to feed your people, because if you don't, your workers get taken out of action for the next round. So Ambrosia is very important. And basically you can use it when you're in a tight spot, when either money's tight or food is tight, or anything else. It's kind of like a general use currency.
So at the other game that we showcased, we could actually eat some of the parts of the game, and it was a fortune cookie. Inside was the whole little rule of the game. I can't eat this ambrosia, I'm guessing.
You cannot.
It's a little too plasticky.
Yes,
okay.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Now, what would you compare this game to compared to just some other similar games? Is it like Catan? Is it like other city builders or strategy games? What would you say to maybe someone who's more casual, who doesn't know as much about board games?
So this is kind of unique because it uses so many different mechanisms inside it. And that's why I think it's unique. I can't think of another game that uses as many different mechanisms as this one. But when you talk about, tableau building, you can look at something like Seven Wonders. When you look at attacking titans, you can look at any number of games where you have any type of antagonist that needs to be defeated for points, for abilities, and then lastly is probably the what you would call the market or the river of cards. You have a river of armies you can buy. You have a river of empire cards you can buy. And, that would probably be similar to like deck builders. A lot of deck builders will have a river of cards that you can possibly purchase. And one of the great things about this is when you talk about the victory endgame conditions, you see these banners that are at the top of these, this particular Titan card. You also get banners for building certain things within your tableau and your civilization. At the end of the game, just say you have one gold banner, it's worth 1 point, but 2 might be worth 3. 3 might be worth 6. So the more you accumulate of a particular banner, the more multiplied victory points you're going to have at the end of the game. And something like that would be in Seven Wonders, the technology cards that you get, those multiply victory points at the end of the game too. So that'd be a good analogy as well.
So where can somebody pick up a game like this if they do want to get it for themselves for home?
Gotcha. So this is still sporadically in print. Whenever they say a game is in or out of print in the board gaming world, it's a little confusing because board game companies don't I'm going to produce 80 of these games a day. They do them in batches. Usually the smallest batch for a board game that's not kind of like an indie game will be 1,000. But usually companies will start to turn profit on the 2,000 or more. So basically what will happen is the board game company has kind of an idea of what they have in stock in their warehouse and what's generally available from wholesalers and third parties. When they realize there's a demand, they'll put their game back in print, okay? So this game was just recently put back in a small print within the last year. So if you were going to get this, I know that there's a number of online stores that will have it sporadically in stock. But honestly, if you wanted this, you may have to go to the open market, whether it be eBay or BGG, Board Game Geek, which I'm sure if you're watching this, you're probably familiar with. They have their geek market and their geek lists where you would buy it from another member of the community. So it's not unobtainium, it's not really hard to find, but at the same time, you may be hard pressed to walk into your friendly local game store and grab it off the shelf.
Now, of course, if you do want to play this game and not go through the hassle of eBay or one of those other secondhand sellers, you always come around right here to Adirondacon and play with Salvatore and everybody else. We're going to go check out a couple other booths coming up, so stay with us, and we'll have a couple more games and people playing them to check out.
All right, wonderful speaking with you.
All right, we're back showing off another game here. I'm with Brian with Academy Games. He's made Freedom, the Underground Railroad. He's working on an expansion. So tell me first about this game and then why you wanted to make an expansion for this.
Oh, excellent. So Freedom, the Underground Railroad is a cooperative game. It's out from Academy Games. It's been out for about 12 or 13 years now. And so the game's about the abolitionist movement and the Underground Railroad. Your players are working together to try and raise the strength of the abolitionist movement over the course of the game, as well as to try to help freedom seekers as they're making their way northward to Canada. So I've been trying to play around for a while now in regards to like how to bring more stories and more narrative and more voice to the freedom seekers, because when the game first was developed, it was really focused around the abolitionist movement. You've got people and events that were a part of that, but I wanted to figure out a way to put a spotlight on some of their stories as well too, the actual freedom seeker stories. So the main part of the expansion that I'm working on right now is there are 7 story capsules. Each story capsule is actually the story of someone from the past that was captured by William Stills in his journals. And so over the course of the game, in addition to sort of playing through the game, they're going to get to see one person's story sort of play out. They have to protect and nurture and ensure that that story plays out over the course of the game. And it brings fascinating sort of insight into not only sort of the broader scale of things that happen, but giving voice and agency to those freedom seekers and shining a spotlight on the bravery, the courage, and the amazing things that happen.
So with this expansion, is it adding more tokens, more cards, more pieces? Tell me about that.
Yeah, no, so there's a few different things. There are a couple of roles that are being introduced to sort of different ways that players can interact with the game. So there are waylay tokens that pause the movement of the slave catchers. There are safe houses that you can put on the board that freedom seekers can sort of tuck away into. But then there are also, as I mentioned, these story capsules. So each one is going to have like a little bit of a teaser narrative. And then inside of the actual capsule itself, there might be board overlays that change the game state. And there will be these narrative cards that sort of get revealed era by era, that has that story unfold of that person while you're playing the game.
Now, with a game like this, is this cooperative and multiple people can play? Is there a DM that has to be involved? Tell me how it works when.
Oh yeah, no, that's an excellent question. No, it's a cooperative game. So all the players are working together. No one's sort of taking on the role of working against, you know, the abolitionist movement or trying to hinder that. The game itself sort of presents that in really 2 ways. One, there are some opposition events. So these are historical events or people that really were sort of opposed to some of the work that was being done at that time. So those will come out and prevent barriers or hindrances to what the players are trying to do in the game. And the other one are, again, you have these slave catcher tokens that are on the board that really move in reaction and create this tension of the freedom seekers are down here trying to make their way northward to Canada. And as they're traveling, they may land on these colored paths that are sort of keyed to the different catcher tokens. So when a freedom seeker moves there, they'll draw the attention of that catcher one space towards them. The problem is as the board fills up, that movement may trigger that catcher to move to a space where a freedom seeker already is, causing them to sort of be captured and they're being brought back down to the plantation. So the game itself runs itself and all the things that might potentially provide sort of barriers and sort of work against the players in the, you know, the noble goal that they're doing is sort of contained in the game system itself.
What made you want to make a very, historical game with, serious, a background around it and have it in a cooperative setting like this?
No, that is actually a fantastic question. And I didn't sort of dip into this lightly. So for a number of years, for over a decade, I worked sort of supporting school libraries, and I worked sort of at a system level within New York State. We have something called BOCES. Worked at a school library system, so we supported 19 school districts. And I curated a ginormous collection of tabletop games, and I would push in to the school libraries and work with classroom teachers to connect with learning and curriculum. And then I would do design work as well too. And this was a topic that came up a few times, but I wasn't really sure how to tackle something like this. And I went to the Strong Museum of Play up in Rochester, and Brenda Romero, who is with John Romero, who did Doom, the video game. But she's there, and she does these amazing sort of almost art installation type games that really weave into like these experiential things where, you know, she has one about the Middle Passage, about the Irish potato famine, about the Holocaust as well too, and they're really meant to be like art to elicit emotion and sort of engage you. And she was presenting about Train, which she had with her there, and having this conversation about how games don't have to be fun, right? This idea that, you know, historically games are meant to be this sort of light thing, and games are actually like a tool or a way to engage players with concepts and ideas. And it's akin to like graphic novels, right? When graphic novels first came out, the response was, oh, those are comics. But they're not, right? They've evolved into an art form that allows you to engage in a variety of subject matter, both serious and light. And games, you know, when this came out 13 years ago, there were just a couple of games that sort of explored that space. GMT had a couple of games in that space. And over the past few years, it's sort of, I feel like, really sort of grown into that space where there are opportunities for games to serve in a wide variety of manners, including something more dramatic like this.
I heard you say earlier when you were playtesting this new expansion that somebody had done something that you've never seen before or experienced before.
Yeah.
What have you learned so far?
The feedback has been absolutely positive, right? That's been the biggest piece, right? Was I able to sort of capture and do these stories carry across during gameplay? It's always fun when you're playtesting to have somebody like do something creative that you didn't imagine. So someone had chained together a couple of things that I thought was just really unique way to sort of put those pieces together. Didn't break anything. It was just this really neat moment. You're like, wow, that was really cool that you thought of using those pieces in that particular way. So that was exciting. But I've been very enthused by the reaction. My goal ultimately when this first came out, I did not expect this to resonate the way that it did. I thought I was going to be very niche, very sort of more in an educational sort of focus. And the biggest goal has always been, how can I help shine a spotlight on the people and the events and the story, the bravery, the things that have happened, to bring them to the forefront, to help people connect emotionally to these things, because they're lost to time, right? Like they're not covered in schools anymore to the depth. You know, you hit a few of the key people and events, but being able to bring some of these amazing stories to the forefront really has been a goal.
Yeah. So obviously this game is already out, but the expansion, when do you hope to get that out? And then how can people get the base game that's already out and about?
So the base game is currently between print runs. We're gonna, when we do the Kickstarter for the expansion, I believe the publisher's plan is to also, you know, do the game. And part of that is because the game's like 12 or 13 years old, a lot of the language has changed around how we have a conversation around this topic. So, you know, 12 or 13 years ago, when this came out, you know, so we were referred to the freedom seekers as like as slaves, because that was sort of like some of the terminology. So we've went through and we're doing the base game and we're updating the terminology to sort of modernize some of the language and help clarify in regards to how the players are just providing support for what's happening in the play space. So hopefully it'll go to Kickstarter in the spring. Like I said, right now it's just really a matter of me squeezing in as much playtesting as I can to just continue to tweak and refine and balance all of the different little stories and make sure everything plays out.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much, Brian, for doing this with us. Stay with us here at Adirondacon. We're going to go to a couple other tables to see some people playing games, both new and old. So we'll have all that coming up.
Thank you.
No, I know. She said that. That's the whole rule.
All right, now we're getting ready for Call of Cthulhu, which is a tabletop role-playing game for multiple people. It involves a dungeon master or a keeper, as it's called specifically. And we're here with Andy, who is our dungeon master or keeper.
Keeper of Arcane Law, that's right, yeah.
What it's like to be a part of this process. What is this game?
Oh, well, it's published by Chaosium. It's based upon the stories of H.P. Lovecraft and many others. It's horror. It's investigation. It's survival against all odds. All the characters start as basically everyday people, you and I, right? You could be a private investigator. You could be a journalist, a librarian, an ex-cop, maybe an ex-soldier or a dilettante, knowing nothing about the elder gods and all those things that are out there that wish humanity ill. And then the game progresses as the players usually they're faced with a challenge, an investigation. Someone's gone missing, something unusual is happening. And then they'll go on this investigation. They'll start to uncover unusual things. They'll start to uncover the mysteries, strange happenings that can't be explained. And one of the interesting things about Call of Cthulhu is the players will slowly go insane. They will slowly go mad. And at some point, it's almost inevitable that one of the players will lose their mind and they'll suffer a bout of insanity. And also, this is not like D&D where you can fight the bad guys and you're pretty invulnerable. You know, you could take on a whole bunch of orcs or goblins. Oh, no. Call of Cthulhu combat can be very deadly. So just like a horror movie, you go up against a bad guy with the axe, you may die, and in fact, you probably will die. So a lot of the gameplay it revolves around the investigation and how not to get into a fight. Because if you do get into a fight with the big bad or the big bads, it's not going to end well. It's probably not going to end well. So if you may keep your sanity intact, but get into a fight, it's probably not going to end well. So investigation, challenge, resolving the issue, and still being alive at the end.
Now, being a role-playing game, you have a bunch of different players who are going to be a part of this. Tell me about this streaming experience we're going to have and the interaction between all of you when it comes to playing this game for everyone.
Yeah, so it's really about the players. I'm really just here to facilitate, right? I'm the storyteller. I'll guide the games. I'll keep us within the framework of the rules that have been set in the rule book. But really, it's about the players interacting with each other, role-playing, taking on a persona of somebody else, someone who is not you. Acting improv, if you will, is very similar to that. And it's really about the interaction between the players themselves and the players and the environment they find themselves in. They could be fighting the environment. They could be fighting some evil god. They could be fighting some unusual, otherworldly creatures. But it's really about the interaction between players. I'm really just there to facilitate, to move the story forward, and to keep the game operating within the framework, the rules that have been set.
Yeah. Now, just say if there's some people out there who watch this today and they really want to get into this game, where's maybe a place where they can get this? Can they pick it up here at Adirondacon or somewhere online?
Attend any of the local gaming conventions. Adirondacon here today on October the 5th. Happens, I think, twice a year, actually. And there's a spring one, there's a fall. There are other conventions. There's one coming up in Killington, Vermont, which has been called Carnage. There's just one just happened down in Schenectady at Proctor's. That was Schenectady War Games Association. CouncilCon happens every year. And you'll also look it up online, find a Facebook group, maybe even go to your friendly local gaming store and just look on the notice board. And hopefully you'll find a game. And even if you can't find one face to face, because we're in a post-COVID era, a lot of online opportunities. There are lots of applications out there to help. Roll20, Foundry VTT, so there's a lot of online tools now that will allow you to play the game without even leaving the comfort of your own house.
Yeah. So we have about 8 minutes still till we get to the live stream of getting this game together. So tell me about what makes it, being a keeper, enjoyable for you. Obviously, you're not quite playing the game, but you're moving it forward. So is it that interaction between seeing the players interact with the pieces and you have a role in how these pieces all move together? Tell me about tell me about that.
To be honest, it's really about the fun. It's really about ensuring that everyone in the game has maximum fun. You want people to walk away with a smile on their face, even if they die. You want it to be a maximum fun experience. Call of Cthulhu has that particular association with it. Genre, other games like Dungeons and Dragons, etc. It's more about being the heroic in nature. But at the end of the day, it's about sitting down face to face, whether it's on a screen or whether it's in person like this, and just having some good fun with some good friends, maybe having a frosty beverage while you do it around the table, or on the TV screen or on your computer screen. It's really about the social interaction. You're telling us that you're collectively telling a story, and having fun whilst doing so, and a little bit of escapism too, right? I mean, we've all got our 9-to-5 jobs. We've all got our humdrum lives. Well, this is allowing us to step into a world where no, I don't work at the bank. No, I'm not. I don't wear my scrubs at the hospital. No, I'm not working in some office somewhere pushing paper around my desk. I'm an investigator. I'm I'm an adventurer. It's allowing people to step out of their humdrum lives and experience something different, new, while still being safe, because we're just rolling dice. If the character dies, it's just a piece of paper at the end of the day. So, but we can have fun while doing it. That's the big thing. Maximum game fun.
Now, of course, you mentioned that part of the game is, being this different character, as you just mentioned. Do we know what kind of other characters that the players are going to be already, or is that something we're going to find out when the game starts?
Well, this one is set up for convention play, so everyone already knows what their character is going to be. It's all set up in advance. But in a typical tabletop role-playing game, that's actually part of the fun, is creating your character. What do you want to be? If it's D&D, do you want to be the sneaky rogue sneaking around stealing things? Do you want to be the big brave barbarian? Do you want to be the healer, the cleric who's maybe pious and religious but also is good at healing people? That's also part of the fun too, setting up and then advancing, playing that character session after session after session, and exploring the world, becoming better, collecting magic items, collecting treasure, whatever your thing might be. It's about advancing, creating the character, and then playing the character over many, many game sessions. This is a one-off, so the characters are predetermined, and it's just designed as a one-shot. But most tabletop role-playing games are designed to occur over many weeks, many months, even years. Campaigns can even run for years, and people will take their characters from like nobody, from the scrawny, pimply-faced kid, all the way to the kind of like the middle-aged heroic Conan the Barbarian sitting on his throne, having conquered the known world and resting on his laurels on a giant pile of gold.
Well, thank you so much for explaining this to everyone, Andy. I appreciate that. So we got about 5 minutes till it's about to get started. So give us a little bit. I'm going to take a little bit from all this live streaming, all the different events. So we're going to have all of Call of Cthulhu coming up in just a little bit.
Discord, I was like, I have to know. What is the answer to this?
Hey, folks, thanks for joining us here. We'll be getting started in about 3 or 4 minutes. Just give people a chance to roll in here. We're probably going to run maybe an hour and a half. And I think the event schedule says 2 hours, but we'll try and get this wrapped up in an hour and a half or so. And it's all about keeping this fun, by the way, for you guys. We're going to be live streaming as well, I think, on the YouTube channel. So.
Voice actors, like Critical Role and stuff,
Control.
Those are the two I just brought down.
Oh, no. Talking about some horrible things, cosmic horror ways. And by the way, their players may go insane because that's part of the game, losing your mind and then doing crazy things. But believe it, we'll try and ham it up a little bit. We're not going to take this too seriously. Well, maybe both. Maybe both. Maybe both. Maybe I'll go insane. I'll just lose my mind and run off the stage.
We may all.
They may already be crazy. So
Maybe we're already there.
Yes, we do have a rubber chicken on the table, yes. And by the way, if you can't hear anything, because we do have these mics, they're okay, but they're not great at picking up sounds over distance. So if you do have a problem hearing anything, just yell at us. Feel free to heckle. Please just don't throw anything. And we'll do our best to accommodate. Oh, feel free to heckle and throw insults, yes.
Eric, you can
All
throw
right.
insults at anybody but me. Okay, that's fine.
All right. Okay. How's my audio? Can you still hear me okay? Awesome. Right. And forgive me if I can't see anyone because these damn stage lights, it's amazing when you sit up here on the stage. Now you know why people on the stage are always like doing this and squinting because those damn lights are shining right into your eyes. So we look great, but I can't see a damn thing out here. Okay. So I think we should get going. What do you think, guys?
Let's do it.
Okay, all right. So, welcome. This will be we're going to be playing, as I said, Call of Cthulhu. It's a role-playing game, tabletop role-playing game by a company called Chaosium. Very much based upon the works of H.P. Lovecraft, and a whole bunch of other authors jumped on the same bandwagon to tell stories of cosmic horror. And typically, Call of Cthulhu is a bunch of ordinary people. It's an ordinary situation: doctors, nurses, cops, soldiers, bank clerks, librarians, just running along the area of light. And then something weird happens, and you get to go investigate what. And as you slowly play through the scenario, the plot begins to
become clear, and usually it's involving something that is supernatural or otherworldly, or maybe there's some ancient otherworldly entities who are, they're malign to humanity, and they're trying to do bad things, and the players are all trying to stop these bad things happening. But they're discovering it just like you are here in the story. Call of Cthulhu is not Dungeons and Dragons. For those of you who play Dungeons and Dragons is it's a heroic game. Everyone's trying to be a hero, right? So you will do heroic things. You will fight many enemies, and you probably will not die doing so. Call of Cthulhu is quite the opposite. If you get into a fight, as you will see as we play, you may die. It is a very deadly game. So it's more about using your brain and sometimes avoiding the situation. But anyway, so my name's Andy Cowley. I'll be the keeper of arcane lore for this game of Call of Cthulhu. It's a live play, so we are actually playing a real scenario. We're using the actual rules, and I have 5 wonderful players here. We're going to be basing ourselves, as you can see on the screen behind me. It's going to be Egypt, the Valley of the Kings, October the 5th. Oh, what a coincidence! 1923. About 1 year after the tomb of Howard Carter and Lord Carnarvon uncovered the tomb of Tutankhamun, and we all know that ended well, right? It did. They all lived long, happy lives.
Nope.
So about a year after that, and it's about 8 a.m. in the morning. It's probably already 120 degrees in the shade, coming towards the end of the digging season. The rains are coming soon, and the team here are starting to get pretty desperate because they've been on this dig site for several months and turned up absolutely nothing. But let me pause there and let's allow the players to introduce themselves. I'll ask them to start with themselves. I'll start with Ben over on my far right, and we'll work across the table. Tell us a little bit about yourself, in real life, and then tell us about the character that you're going to be playing this game. So I'm going to start with Ben over here to my right. Stage left.
There we go. Hi. My name's Ben McFarland. I occasionally play at being a game designer, where I have earned dozens of dollars writing various products for Cobalt Press, a little bit for Paizo, a little bit for Wate, Storm Bunny Studios, Atlas Games. I have been a role player for a hojillion years. But this is my first 7th edition Call of Cthulhu game. I'm excited. Character I'll be playing today is Thomas Lawford, a veteran of the Egyptian Expeditionary Force during World War I, and the security for Lord Decker's dig here at the Valley of the Kings.
Thanks, Ben. Neil.
I'm Neil Curry. I'm a writer in advertising and public relations. I've been playing role-playing games since I was that tall, and I play with Andy quite a lot. It's one of my favorite hobbies. In character, I am Professor Bertram Rumsworthy, PhD, specialist in ancient languages with particular expertise in the ancient hieroglyphics of Egypt.
Thank you, Neil. Okay, moving on to Bill.
Good afternoon. I'm Bill Van Patten. I've been a gamer for over 40 years, longer than a lot of you guys have been alive. I am playing today.
That's like, I got dice older than you, son.
Exactly.
I got dice older than you.
How many people here remember when the crayon came in the D&D box that you had to color the dice? Not many, I'm sure. So I am playing Professor Herman Lewiston, PhD, from Miskatonic University in Rhode Island. He's been there about 7 years. He's head of the Egyptian department, and he's quite the interesting character. So,
great, thanks. Mike.
My name's Mike Elliott. This is my first Call of Cthulhu game. But I have very much I have played a lot of Dungeons and Dragons. Love it. I am an indie developer, and I have tried to make a couple of games. And my character is Lord Walter Decker. I am the Dig sponsor, so hopefully these gentlemen will be able to get me some money back. So yes.
Thanks, Bill. And John, last but definitely least.
Wow. This thing on? Nope. Maybe it was on. Okay. Is this on now?
Nope.
Anything? Anything? Bueller? Okay. Hey, I'm John Lemaire. I am one of the co-creators of Adirondacon.
Yay!
Thank you. I also have made dozens of dollars writing stories for on Drive-Thru RPG for Old West Cthulhu. I've been gaming, being 53 now, since I was about 11 is when I first discovered D&D, so it's been a lifelong love. I am playing Anthony Rich, the brown-nosing archaeology student who will be kissing up to the professor the entire show. So I'll polish my nose now and be prepared.
Yes, boy.
Yes. Whatever you say, Professor. Whatever you say.
Okay, awesome, great. So, hey, this is a role-playing game. We've got dice. We're going to start. We're going to get to roll some dice now. So, in Call of Cthulhu, all characters have a thing called luck, and the higher the number, it's a percentile number, anywhere from 1 to 100. The higher, the better, because this luck is going to influence the way the game is played. So, for example, if I make a roll, I want to try and do something, and I fail, I can spend luck to turn that failure into success. So, the first thing everyone's going to do is I want to grab 2d6. Roll 2d6 and multiply that number by 5. That will be your starting luck. The higher, the better. Okay. So, how do we do, John?
Oh, I rolled a 4.
Yes, okay. So, 4 times 5 is?
My sanity. 20.
20 points. So, remember, this is on a percentile, so it could have been up to 60. He's got 20. That's a great start.
Oh.
Mike, how did you do?
I got a 45.
45. Okay,
Yes.
not too bad. Not too bad.
Same with me. 45.
Same 45 for the archaeologists as well. Neil,
I also rolled a 45.
a 45. Okay, and Ben.
We end as we begin. I got 20. So I
20.
clearly spent all my luck in the desert once already.
Awesome. This is great. And just to remind you guys as well is, so you can spend luck if you fail something, you want to make it a success, you can spend luck, but warning, because at some point you may need to be lucky, like, did I remember to pack that flashlight? Did I remember to put a box of matches in my pocket to light that candle? Well, I'll say, I don't know. How lucky are you? Make a luck roll. So as you spend your luck, you get less lucky. So maybe you didn't remember to pack that flashlight. So watch out for that. And then the other thing we can do in Call of Cthulhu is, if we try a roll, if we try to do something and we fail, we can also try and push it. So I'll give you an example of climbing a wall. I want to climb that wall. Okay, make a roll. Oh, I fail. Okay, but I want to push it. Oh, there's a drain pipe right there. I'm going to use the drain pipe. Well, you roll and you succeed. Great, well done. But if you roll and fail again, something bad will happen. Oh, the drain pipe breaks away from the wall. You fall and you get hurt. So you can also push a roll. So we'll maybe get into that too. Okay, so I already told you it's October the 5th, 1923, about 8 o'clock in the morning, 120 in the shade. We're on the dig site. It's not been going so well. We're months into this dig, and Lord Walter Decker, who's spending, you wouldn't believe how much money on the crew here. He's getting to the end of, you're getting to the end of your tether. Things are not going well. How does, Mike, what's going through Lord Decker's mind right now?
Well, Decker's already been awake for 3 hours, just sitting in bed. And he's very curious and very eager to get something done today.
Yeah, because the rain's coming.
Yes.
It's now or never. Literally
He
now or
knows,
never.
yeah. He knows those rains are coming. He knows the season's ending. He knows that things are going to get shut down here pretty soon. And he's got nothing to show for it. If anything, he's got an empty pocket, not lined with gold.
Yep.
So he wants to know what Herman's been up to. He wants to know what people are doing. He wants to know why no results have been given to him yet.
Excellent. Okay, so a lot of anxiety in the dig. But wait. You hear noise. You hear excitement. They're shouting in Arabic. And you probably picked up a phrase or a phrase here or there, and you hear them. Something's been discovered. And the crew chief will run over to you and he'll say, in fact, they'll probably come to speak to the archaeologist, Professor Lewison. Professor Lewison the Fourth, PhD. Oh, Professor, we've made a discovery. We found an entrance to a tomb. We found an entrance.
Excellent. Boy,
Yes, Professor. Yes.
come with me.
Yes.
We're going down to the dig site.
Should I get your stuff, sir?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
All the equipment.
All the equipment. Okay.
Of course, yes, and you provide security, Ben, right? So wherever the Lord goes, you're going to go too, and who knows? The professor of languages.
Now is when it gets interesting, when we start to discover the secrets.
Right, that's right. So you rush over to the dig site, and in fact, they've uncovered a large stone slab, clearly the entrance to a tomb. Even the young student over here, John, even you recognize this without much training at all. That this is clearly entrance to a tomb, a large, heavy stone slab, and they've erected a rig, and they're lifting the slab, and there's a stone slab.
Are there markings?
There are no markings. There are no markings. It is blank. And there's a stone slab. It is blank. It is blank. Like my stare.
Yes, Rumsworthy, it's blank.
That's
Professor said it's blank. It's blank.
Just like John. Just
Thank
like
you,
John.
student.
Yes, like
I didn't know if you heard him.
it's blank, and they lift it, and as it pulls away, you would expect to hear kind of like that's in the movies, right? Come on, you lift a big stone slab. There's a puff of dust and maybe a smell of rankness or something coming. Strangely enough, there's nothing. When the stone slab moves, there's no pop, there's no hiss, but you do feel this wonderful, cool wash of air come over you as it flows from the darkness within. Maybe this air is like 60, 70 degrees, and it's just such relief on this hot, humid day here in the Valley of the Kings. But there, they've lifted the slab, and before you is the darkness, and you can't help yourself. You have to rush in. I mean, Professor, who knows what ancient hieroglyphic treasures might lie within? Who knows? For the soldier, who knows? And Thomas, who knows what dangers there may lurk within there too. We must keep the dig crew safe. The archaeologists, you're just drooling. Look at me, I'm spitting all over everyone. You're just drooling with excitement. And Lord Decker, this is it. This is your chance. John.
I'm going wherever the professor's going.
Exactly, right? You're just like, I gotta go where the professor goes.
Does it just, when the slab is off, is it
Just darkness within. It's a corridor. So,
Just a moment, Your Grace. You don't want to be the first one to find a deadfall or a booby trap. Let the eggheads go first.
wise words.
Agreed.
Boy! Boy, come
Tony,
here.
go ahead.
Come here, boy.
It's Anthony. Yes, it's okay. Absolutely, Professor. If you need me to go in first, I'll go in first.
Do some of the diggers have torches?
No one's remembered to bring any. But you know what? Look in your character sheets, because I'm sure someone has some kind of light source. But nevertheless, look, you're right. You have played D&D, and no, nobody has a 10-foot pole. But
No.
the young student over here, yes, you step within it and nothing happens to it. There's no swinging blades, and there's no, I fall into a pit full of a trap full of spiky things. But nevertheless, they just can't.
We'll ask for a couple of the diggers to give us a lantern or a torch.
There
from
are
around camp.
none. Does someone
Nothing?
have?
Do have candles.
Oh,
Okay.
All right.
The good professor over here does have some handy candles.
And I have matches.
So I have matches.
And you have
4
matches.
Candles. So
Great.
I will give Tony. You'll get a candle.
Oh, thank you,
I
sir.
will take a candle.
Please.
Really, I'll give you a candle.
And you can just see as you begin to enter, and maybe Ben, you're the last one in because you don't really enjoy going in dark places, right?
Not that much, no. And really, the danger's coming from the camp.
Exactly. Probably the most dangerous thing is behind you. So it's just a hole in the ground, right?
Right.
Exactly. So you go in, and you're on side, and you begin to see hieroglyphs on the wall. Oh wow, what a discovery this might be. You cannot help yourself. You have to look at these hieroglyphs, and you see before you a corridor going off into the darkness. And it's handy that you brought candles because you're probably going to need them. So you step inside.
Yes. Stand back. Do not disturb the language of the ancients, which I, of course, will now read.
But wait. There's a cry outside. A cry of alarm. There's a snapping of ropes. And behind you, crash! Comes down the stone slab. And you are plunged into sudden darkness. Everybody gets to make sanity rolls. So in Call of Cthulhu, every character has a sanity score. It's going to be somewhere between 1 and 100. Yep. The higher the better. And as we go through and the characters experience horrible things, their sanity will be slowly eroded away until they lose sufficient sanity, they may go insane. Everyone gets to make a sanity check. Tell me if you don't make it.
I think you're going to be hearing this a lot tonight. I did not make it.
Okay, so when you're suddenly plunged into darkness, John, what does Anthony, you just can't help yourself. What do you do? What do you say?
Mamma mia! What is it with this? I don't understand what is going on. I'm sorry.
You certainly blurt out something in Italian, and
yes,
you certainly adopted an Italian accent for some strange reason.
Fettuccine.
By the way, this is not me. They made up this stuff themselves. So.
I have a 45 sanity and I rolled a 45.
Oh, rather than the money. So so those of you who made it, you don't lose any. So John, you failed.
Yes.
How about Lord Decker?
The Lord Decker is fine.
Oh, you're fine. You've been locked in places
darkness
before.
is fine for
maybe,
me.
Maybe
yes.
at that expensive private school you went to.
Right.
You were all,
right.
the head boys were always throwing you into the closet and slamming the door.
Well, now,
closed.
come on now. No, let's not insinuate anything. Come on. Maybe.
So you're fine. So John, if you'd roll me just a single point of sanity loss for you on this side of the table.
I am also just fine. The closing the door to the outside world is a standard part of studying anything important.
Right, not so much here in the darkness. As you hear them, the Turks, they're coming. They're coming through the darkness.
Could they come more quietly?
It's like the guns. You hear that thunder in the distance. It's all the guns. They're coming. It's just like we were at the Battle of Nablus in 18. Somewhere out there in the darkness, the Turk is waiting. Is that whiskey?
I'm going to suggest you didn't make your SAN roll.
I did not. That's why I know.
Please knock 1 point of sanity off your character sheet, Ben.
They're out there, waiting in the dark.
So we've had a couple of people who are a little unsettled by this. Obviously, Thomas thinks he's back in the trenches or back in the war. Anthony, for some reason, is blurting things in Italian. Who knows why? They've taken the SAN loss. So you're in pitch black. But you do have matches. I'm sorry, you do have candles. And you do have matches.
And he gave me a candle.
Okay.
So and I'll give Thomas a candle. Sorry.
So here's how we're going to work this.
I
So
get it. It's fine. It's
every
fine. I get it.
candle, right? So let's think about this. It's 123. Every candle's going to give you, how many candles do you have?
I have 4.
4. Every candle's going to give you 15 minutes of gameplay before it gutters and goes out. 15. So I'm going to start a timer. And every time 15 minutes comes up, The candle's going to be burned down,
So, you want to burn your candle first?
and you'll be battered to darkness. Okay. So have a little bit of fun with this. So let's just kick off a timer.
So, as you guys figure out your candle situations, I pull Thomas aside, and after he's freaked out a little bit there and had a swig there.
Who's that?
So,
I said,
hey, I want to make sure that our assets are protected today.
from the Turks.
Not quite, no. Maybe from these gentlemen here. I sense maybe Tony might be up to something. I don't trust
Oh, it's a
the
little
kid.
bit of light. Oh, we're not. Right,
So,
right, Your Grace.
So,
right.
when we find something, I want to know about it immediately.
Okay, well, speaking of finding something,
Right.
the candle gutters to life. And you're definitely in a corridor which goes away from you, and you can see on the walls are ancient hieroglyphs. Many, many ancient hieroglyphs. And maybe this corridor goes about 25 feet, and at the far end of the corridor, you can't quite make it out, but there's a slight glint of gold. But some things I'll tell you about this corridor. And does anyone have? Actually, you know what? Everyone make me spot hidden rolls. Take a look at your character sheets. You'll find a skill called spot hidden, and make a roll. Now there are different degrees of success in Call of Cthulhu. There's a regular success. If you roll half your skill, that's a hard success. If you roll a fifth of your skill, that's a extreme success. So the degrees of success matter. So how did everyone do?
I rolled a 95.
Okay, we got a 95. He didn't do it. You don't see anything.
I have rolled a regular success.
We got a regular success.
Nothing.
Nothing.
I'm far too consumed by these hieroglyphs to
Of
notice
course.
them.
My keen military eyes have picked out something quite well at the end of the hallway, it would appear.
Oh, so you made a regular success? Or even better than that?
No, the hard
Your
success.
hard okay, so I'll give this one to a soldier friend here. So what you notice is that the floor of this corridor appears to be covered in limestone chips, which is kind of weird because you look up at the ceiling and the ceiling is cracked and doesn't look terribly safe. But where did these limestone chips come from? And Professor, the archaeologist, you want to make me an archaeology roll? In fact, John, Anthony can give it. If you got archaeology, make a roll too.
I will lean into the candle and light my cigarette for a moment and then point out.
I did not make it.
Notice here,
How about
that
John?
floor is different.
I concur, Professor.
You didn't make it?
No.
Now, do you want to spend any luck on this? You can look it down to success, or you could push it. You could examine the limestone chips more closely, but fair warning: if you roll and fail again, you might slip and hurt yourself because the footing is a little unsure here.
I will definitely push it myself.
Oh, push, yes, push the roll.
Good boy.
Because right now the professor's looking kind of bad in front of all the other
Okay.
people. So
I'm with him. I'm like looking at all the hieroglyphics around. And
that would be a hard success, sir.
Oh, a hard success. Awesome. Okay, so you notice, and this is rather strange. These limestone chips appear to indicate this tomb has been excavated before, which is really strange because there's no record of this place.
Professor, I know you probably already noticed this, but wouldn't you agree that it looks like, I'm sure you would have said this, but it looks like someone has already excavated this before.
of course, I saw that the minute we entered here.
That's what I thought.
Absolutely. And I'm sure Rumsfeld felt that too.
Others have found the stones. None but us shall find these secrets.
I wouldn't share your
And Ben,
belief in
the other thing that Thomas notices is, that large slab that just fell in place behind you? There's some writing on the back of it. There's some strange symbols.
So what's this written on the back mean?
Anyone got occult? This is not ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs. These symbols are something else.
Nothing I've seen before. It doesn't even look like any of that Egyptian mumbo jumbo. Palm tree hawk men like this.
This does look familiar to me. I'm able to discern something.
What kind of success?
Regular success.
Regular success? Anyone on this side of the table with an occult?
No.
You
Okay.
do see the limestone, right?
I do,
I
but-
just
You're fascinated by the line. You're like, you're completely confused. You're distracted, confused because like, how could it have been excavated before? But Neil, so Professor Bertram, you stare at these symbols and you go, this is very strange. You've seen similar symbols before in probably some dusty old tomes that you've read. It reminds you of writings you've learned about sealing spells, sigils or signs that are etched into something to keep something in.
Is that like a ceiling fan? Nothing.
Yeah.
It's like a ceiling fan? No? No. Sorry.
Well, you know what? You're all now in here, so maybe it's here for your benefit.
I may have had that notebook with me. Perhaps I was lucky enough to have had it on my person.
Oh, this sounds like a look roll to me. This sounds
See.
like a look roll.
I was not that lucky.
Oh.
It is very securely in my tent.
In the tent.
It's in your tent, and it's only 50 yards that way on the other side of this 300-ton, 5-foot thick slab of rock.
With the higher quality whiskey than I have here.
With the higher quality whiskey as well. Awesome. Okay, so hieroglyphs. Hieroglyphs. You were interested in the hieroglyphs, right? I think someone may be able to read ancient hieroglyphs, Neil.
That is
Anyone
why
else on
I'm
this
here.
side of the table? You got Egyptian hieroglyphs?
I-
Or ancient Egyptian as a skill?
I do not, but I have archaeology.
This is specifically look. There's a bunch of carvings on this corridor. So the question is, what do the carvings mean?
Professor Rumsworthy has a regular success at
A
reading
regular
these hieroglyphs.
success. Now, Professor Rumsworthy, with a regular success, it's going to be like every other Egyptian tomb. But if you could look this down to a hard, or maybe even push it.
Yeah. I'll push it.
Okay. You
Does
push it.
history work for this role or no?
Sorry.
Does history work for this role
No,
or no?
this is specifically ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs.
I understand enough of it to know that this part in particular, I just need to be clear. clear
Oh,
enough, so
yes,
that's how I'm
the
pushing.
Indiana Jones blowing the dust
Yes.
away. That always works.
It's still not a hard success.
Still not a hard success. Okay.
All right. I will take you up on that. I will spend 5 points of luck to make it a hard success.
Ah, okay. Well,
I don't need
well,
luck. I don't
Anthony,
need luck, right?
Well, Mr. Rich. Emphasis on the Mr. because he hasn't got his PhD yet. Mr. Rich. What you discover is that the etchings, these hieroglyphs, seem to be telling a story, and they're depicting a pharaoh who appears to possess great power. Powers beyond those of any ordinary mortal, and the images they're not fully intact. There are cracks, pieces of the plaster have fallen away, but the ones that you can see, they show disjointed images on the panels. They show this pharaoh smiting those who do not appear to be following him, and they seem all to suggest that many people suffered under the rule of this pharaoh. So,
Yes.
that's
I will share again with the professor and give
But,
you all the credit
oh,
for
Lord Decker.
understanding what it says.
Lord Decker, Mike, do you remember the glint of gold?
Oh, I do.
Oh.
My eyes have not left that glint of gold, to be honest. These hieroglyphics and stuff, I don't care about those. That
So-
gold, though.
So whilst the hieroglyphs are being inspected, the archaeologists are busy going over this limestone chippings. Our friend Thomas is wondering why. Thomas is probably having a conversation with the professor of language here about why these strange sigils are carved into the back of the door. This leaves Lord Decker at somewhat of a loose end. So what was Lord Decker doing while all these other people were doing stuff?
So again, my eyes have not left that gold, and I've kind of examined a little bit of the room. I'm not impervious. I don't get down there quite a bit, but I am for sure going to take a few steps towards that gold to see if I can just see it a little bit better.
Sure. So, as I said, the corridor's about maybe 25 feet long, which is not that long.
Yeah.
It's limestone chimney to fall. The ceiling, I will say again, the ceiling doesn't look terribly safe. You're not a you're not a miner.
Right.
I'm going to suggest you may not have any kind of like underground skills, but you definitely don't get a good feeling about the ceiling. But what you do see at the end of this corridor, there's an archway. The archway has been sealed, as is typical, as you've seen on the Carter and the Carnarvon expedition a year ago. This is very, very familiar territory. You saw the photographs of their expedition. They also came upon an archway which had been sealed, which was unbroken, beyond which was the tomb with all of the goodies. This one, however, someone has knocked a hole in the lower left corner of this sealed arch. There are more hieroglyphs, by the way, on this. I'm sorry, I apologize. I take that back. There are more markings on this sealed archway, very similar, in fact, to the ones on the inside of the stone slab behind you, which the professor has been muttering something about. This cannot be. This cannot be. These are strange symbols to be found in an Egyptian tomb. But nevertheless, someone's knocked a hole through the sealed archway. And just on the end of the corridor, there is what appears to be a very small ornate table and a golden chest.
Ooh. A golden chest, you said?
Do you have a praise?
I do not.
Do not, but we'll make a base roll. I mean, even if you don't have the skill, you can still give a chance. I think a praise starts at 5%. There's always a chance.
I got a 90.
You rolled a 90?
Yep.
Yeah, no freaking idea.
It's shiny.
Oh, it's shiny. I like that.
It's gold. But look, it's a big, heavy golden chest. Even without an appraise roll, you're like, this thing's worth a freaking fortune. It has to be.
So it's not open, right? It's just a chest.
It's closed.
It's closed. So
How is his light situation? I mean,
Gutter goes the candle. You got about 2.5 minutes left. Candle one.
So could I? That hole that you were talking about in the doorway almost.
Yeah, the sealed archway.
Right,
It's
right,
basically
right.
imagine an archway that's then been bricked up and then plastered over.
Yeah.
And sigils, strange. Did I mention the strange sigils?
Yes. All right. So I see the chest. I'm eager to get that out of here. I Thomas, to keep an eye on that for me. If he is not distracted. I don't
He's
know.
right
if
over here.
Yes.
Well, you want me to go get something?
I just keep an eye on it for me, please. Make sure nobody touches it.
Isn't it through the hole in the door?
No, it's the chest.
Right at the end of
the
this corridor,
chest.
in front of the sealed
Just
archway.
come over and stand next to it. Is it
Just keep an eye on it.
all right?
Just keep an eye on it.
There it is.
Thank you. Yes. Make
Right
sure
there.
none of them touch it. I'm gonna look in the hole.
Ooh, okay. Now, do you have a light source? Who's holding the candle? This is a good point.
So, okay, gotcha. All right.
Would you like to light another candle, perhaps?
I did not give him one.
That wasn't a leading question at all.
I did not
Did you
him
give?
one. I
Did you
gave
give?
every-
Did you
all
give
of
Tony?
the
Did you give Tony a light?
Yeah. he
Yeah,
got a
yes.
candle.
Okay. All right. Tony, come here.
It's Anthony's.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Come here.
He likes boy too.
Boy, no, that's fine. That's a little degrading.
Hey, you. I think Hey You works.
Hey
as
You
well.
works too. All right. Who has the matches?
I have matches too.
You have matches too. Can we light that candle for? Yeah. Come on, Herman. Can we light that candle? Tony needs them. Thank you. Okay, cool.
Are you okay with this, Professor?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I'm paying you guys. Why wouldn't he be?
You're earning your PhD today.
So
Andy, how
I
heavy
have.
is that chest? If I just kind of nudge it with my foot.
It's heavy. Do you have a praise?
I do.
Oh, why don't you make a roll?
No. If it's heavy, it's gold heavy versus like brass heavy.
No, it's solid gold.
So it's super heavy.
It's super heavy. How strong are
Okay.
you? What's your strength?
80.
Oh, you can barely lift it.
All right. So, it's right. This is some filthy lucre here, Your Grace.
So, all right. So I'm gonna shout to Herman as well, the professor. Come on over and take a look at this, or the archaeologist. I'm sorry. Yes.
I'll just move this chest over here by the front door.
Oh. Guess what happens now? You're plugged into darkness as the candle gutters out.
That one, yes.
Unless you
We
lit.
got- yes.
Oh, that candle's ha! Ooh, ow, 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 ow! As you drop the candle, which the little bit of stub is gone. Candle number 2.
With the light going out, I see that they've lit another. Can I perceive that there are even more mysterious markings down where they are?
On this archway?
Yeah.
Very similar to the stone slab behind you, the entrance.
Yes.
Something sigils of a very similar nature. Definitely sigils of sealing, keeping something in.
Andy,
Complete nonsense, of course, Professor. Okay, complete nonsense.
Am I able to determine if it's keeping something on the other side of this?
What was your role? Was what?
It was a regular success.
A regular success. Unsure, uncertain. But these are sigils of sealing. You've seen like, you've read the tome. Maybe it was a 17th century book that someone wrote on witchcraft or something like this. And this was a very typical symbols of something being some kind of sealing protection. Yeah. Hey, yes, exactly. Yeah, you've seen something.
It's coming
like
back.
It. Yeah.
It ranks superstition, of course, not like the serious hieroglyphs we have here, but it's something you study.
But Lord Decker,
I'll get this chest out of the way. Move it over here by the front entrance.
You're going to move it to the front
Near the-
entrance slab, yeah.
Out
It's
of- out of
heavy.
the way. All right.
By the way, who needs a pension from the British Army when you've got a solid gold chest?
Is
I'm
it-
just saying.
Is the lid?
Well,
like,
no,
as
no,
I
no,
move it
no.
over to the door, I'll just keeping this out of the way as you examine the sigils. Keep an eye
right,
on
exactly. Yes,
it.
yes.
Totally safe
Yes.
with me, Your Grace.
Are you carrying it up towards us?
No, all the way to the back entrance.
Okay, when he gets by me, I'm going to stop, and I'm going to look and appraise the chest.
Oh, okay. You got appraisal roll away.
It's not light, so take your time.
Did you make it?
You won.
A 0-1, friends.
That is
0-1.
an
So a
extreme
0-1
success.
in Call of Cthulhu is a critical success. It's the best possible success you can have. So
There we go.
No, really, take your time. It's not that heavy.
So you instantly realize this golden chest is definitely of ancient Egyptian. I'll tell you something about that in a moment, but it's definitely of ancient Egyptian origin. It's made of solid gold. You could very comfortably live off the sale of this gold chest for many lifetimes. This is hundreds of thousands of pounds, hundreds of thousands of dollars. 1923. You could live like a king or a queen or whatever other noble affectation you would like to take.
Or a pharaoh.
This would set anyone up for their life and the lives of everyone. That your mother, your father, your brother, your sister. This is literally gold, right? The other weird thing though is this is ancient Egyptian. It bears no resemblance to any period in ancient Egyptian history you have ever seen or studied. In fact, it's rather unsettling because it looks like this period, but it has this weird kind of like symbolisms and maybe motifs. It just doesn't fit.
Can I read
It just
those?
doesn't fit.
Can I read those odd symbols?
Well, there's no hieroglyphs on the chest. It's like let's call it decoration. Yeah, let's say like a decorative style. It's not writing per se. It's not hieroglyphs.
Did I mention
if
it's
you
really
do have,
light?
you have history, Neil? Do you have Egyptians?
I do have.
I would suspect.
I have history and occult, and psychology in case that's helpful.
Probably history. You get to roll as well. He got a critical though, so.
I did not.
You know, okay. So, yeah, this is rather unsettling, Professor, because it doesn't fit. Well, actually, opportunity perhaps this could represent a period of ancient Egyptian history that was never before discovered. The opportunity.
Right, well, I'm going to put your opportunity over by the front door because it's not light.
So Lord Decker had asked me to appraise that, so I'm going to confirm.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
I hate to tell you, it doesn't really look like it's real gold. I don't think it's worth anything really. Maybe a little bit. You might get it at a museum, but you know it would be more better to be in my museum back at Miskatonic because it's really just kind of like a fun little trinket. I wouldn't think it's not worth anything really.
Maybe there's something inside it, though.
Herman.
You never know, but you know, I mean, this is my expertise to
Well, let's.
Anthony,
Andy, after I set it down, is
Of
the
course,
lid sealed? Or is it locked?
The
or anything?
professor's absolutely right.
Tony, you wouldn't lie to me, would you?
Oh, of course not, Lord Decker.
Andy.
But I'm just saying, you shouldn't question the professor's.
Oh, I would never. I would
findings.
never.
A genius.
After I've set it down by the door and they're busy, you know, talking, is the lid sealed or is it locked? Okay.
Nope. You can
What's
just
what's
open it.
inside?
Actually, it's very disappointing. When you open it, it's mostly empty. There's a few glass beads rolling around on the inside. That's basically it.
How many? Like 3 or 4 beads or whatever?
Yeah, 3 or 4 glass beads.
Oh, it's empty. There's nothing in here.
It's not full of gold coins, but then it doesn't need to be. The chest itself is the prize.
But if this thing's not made of solid gold, I'll bet my eye teeth.
Ooh. So, remember I mentioned the ceiling, by the way?
Oh, God.
So whilst you're having this wonderful conversation and the candle is getting shorter by the moment, 8 minutes left on this candle too, there's actually a slight rumbling noise. And some dust begins to fall from the ceiling. You all look up and yeah, I'll say it again, this ceiling does not look very safe. It looks like if you breathe, for those of you with a, let's call it a more, an archaeological bent, John and Bill, you would, if you had the ability, you'd be shoring this ceiling up. This would not pass OSHA standards. Nah, perhaps he needs a signal of protection on the ceiling. Well, fortunately, there isn't one. But I'll just say it again. No, yeah, I'm just in passing. The ceiling doesn't look very safe, guys.
So
I'm going to take a look at that opening.
Yeah.
In the wall.
Actually,
Writing, I believe that's called foreshadowing.
Moi? Foreshadowing? Me? No. Nay, never.
So you're gonna take a look at the hole in the wall? You said?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
I'm gonna
With the
back
candle.
off. We're gonna let him do that.
Oh. The brave professor here is gonna stick his head through. You're the first one?
Yes, candle first.
Hang on a second. Then you're not sending the student first.
Well, no, you don't have a candle anymore.
That's true.
Yours went. So whose candle we lit?
Tony's.
Tony's.
Student Tony.
Here, you can have the candles.
Actually, that's a good idea. Whoever's got the Pepsi bottle can have the candle.
There you go.
Oh, nothing obvious. Nothing obvious.
Oh, they burn. Oh, that's right.
So you got the candle. You have the only light source.
I believe Thomas is our protector, so we will give it to him.
Right.
Well caught.
That's all right. Well, we take that. I'll pocket those glass beads out of the chest while they were all busy looking in the sigils on the door, and then we'll walk over there. And if I need to accidentally just oof into the wall a little bit to see if it knocks itself open a little bit further, that kind of thing happens.
No, it's actually a fairly large opening. You're going to have to crouch to get through it.
All right.
But you just have to go down on bend your knees and duck your head, and you can easily get down. You can see with the little bit of light you do have, there's a room beyond, and the room is stuffed full of shit.
It's looks like there's all kinds of things in through here.
You want to? Yeah.
Come on in.
You may
Step
edge
in.
a little closer.
No, I'll crouch down and creep in.
So you get more glints of gold. You look into the room.
The room itself is flush with all kinds of
You look into the room, and the room is stacked to the ceiling with stuff. There are couches, chairs, tables, statuettes, musical instruments, tapestries, vases, sealed jars, bowls, ostrich feather fans, chests, more chests. And oh my God, over there in the corner, there's a frickin' chariot.
Is there a torch in a sconce, maybe?
There are no sconces. This is not a dungeon. This is not a D&D game.
I didn't. I'm just saying, even people in ancient Egypt had to see in the dark.
There are no 10-foot poles.
So
maybe a torch on a sconce.
all of this stuff sealed with a sigil.
Well,
I'd say, I see. As I walk in, I'll creep through and then come on in. I'll call back.
You're going through.
I'm going in.
Okay, so I'll tell you something else. So you move into this chamber, which is just I mean, it's so full of things. It's actually hard to move around. It's like a hoarder's house.
It's like a bad rummage sale in here, Your Grace.
Yeah, there's not a lot of room to move around here. But please make me a spot hidden.
All right. No, just missed it.
Do you want to spend some luck?
Yes, I do want to spend some luck. That's an excellent point. I will, in fact, spend 3 points of luck so that I succeed.
Excellent. So you spend your 3 points of luck, you succeed. Some of the items in here look like they've been broken. As if someone or something has been moving through this room quickly with no regard for the items within it. There is, over here, there's a small chamber. There's a small table that's been cast aside. Over there, perhaps a 3-legged stool that has been thrown across the room. It's been broken. There's definitely evidence here that someone or something has moved through this room quickly and with little regard for its contents.
Can I use survival to follow the trail back?
Oh, you're looking for tracks?
Well, the path. You said that it's clear that somebody's run through. Can I use survival
there's a variety of ways,
to kind of follow the path back?
Do you have survival or
I do.
track or
yeah?
Yep. Make a roll.
Okay, and that will be a hard success.
Ooh, hard success. Awesome. So the other thing you see is in the dust, and yes, there is dust on the floor. Okay. You'll see 2 sets of tracks. The first set, just like it actually looks like booted feet, right? Human, maybe size 10.
Okay.
Size 10, size 11, booted feet. There's some other tracks, though, that make no sense. It looks like very large clawed footprints. It can't possibly be, though, right?
You can't fit an ostrich down in here.
Yeah, maybe someone was walking around in, like, animal feet. I don't know.
Right.
Why would they do that?
This place is fairly littered, but it looks like maybe, for whatever reason, Your Grace, somebody ran out of here pretty quick.
Yeah. And the other thing I'll tell you as well is at the far eastern, let's use the cardinal point. So the far eastern end of this chamber, there is another sealed archway. This one is completely sealed, and on each side of it there are 2 statues. And on the northern wall there is another opening which is free, which goes through into yet another chamber. So is everyone
There's
coming?
another chamber through here too, if you come on in.
Everyone coming through?
Yep.
Yes. Everyone coming through? Okay.
Right.
So, hey, that appraise roll, you want to make an appraise, Bill?
Sure.
Because remember, you appraised the chest and it was worthless, right? Yeah. Worthless. Not real gold.
Totally worthless. Yeah, of course.
Totally worthless. Totally worthless. Very convincing lying. So you rolled a 60 on a 70 appraise. That's a regular success.
No.
Oh?
I rolled a 70.
Oh, you roll a 70 and 60. Do you wanna maybe spend some luck?
Sure.
Oh, 10 points of luck. Okay. Poof goes the luck. I told you it wouldn't last very long in this game. So you spend the luck, you make the appraise. Again, you thought that chest was valuable. What's the contents of this room would set you up for 100 lifetimes. I mean, this room is fame. There's no question about it. Tutankhamun, amateurs. That all of the stuff that they found there is peanuts compared to this. But I'd also like, and John, you could do this too, I'd also like you to make an archaeology roll. Both the student and the master.
That would be a hard success.
A hard success. A 0-2, that sounds like an extreme to me. So if you roll less than a fifth of your skill, that's an extreme success. So we have two really good successes here. So same story with the chest. It's weird. Everything in here is clearly of antiquity, is ancient, of ancient manufacture, but it doesn't fit any known, documented, or discovered period of Egyptian history. It's just plain weird.
So tell me, Herman, is this all just trinkets and not worth our time as well?
Well, this is a little better. Not much, but you'll make a little bit of money off of this stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, it's candle time.
No.
Candle
Okay.
3.
So as it's getting ready to sputter, I do have the third candle, so I can just trade off between the one I had.
Whoever's got the...
Right,
who
no, I'm
wants
saying
the
I
candle?
had one of the unlit ones. So I have the third candle, and I'll light it. And I'll light it off of the other one as it's approaching.
There you
so
go.
that I don't
Okay,
lose
so
the,
you're on candle 3.
So I don't lose the nub of
All
wax.
these metal trinkets are just fine. What is the knowledge in this room?
So there are there's a lot of artwork, the chariots, etc. Oh my God, over there, is that a boat? There's a freaking boat in here. Look, a rowboat right over there, golden rowboat. We're going to be famous. But none of them have any writings on them. However, there's a sealed archway at the eastern side of the room with the two statues next to it. More sigils.
In the rowboat, or I'm sorry, in the boat, is there an oar?
There are a pair of golden oars. They're not solid gold. It's paint. It's either painted or probably painted or gold leaf that's been over the top.
Right, Your
wooden
Grace.
oars.
Maybe I'll take off my scarf here and take one of these oars, and we'll try and make a makeshift torch out of it.
Well, actually, yeah. Perhaps a torch. It would also make a pretty good club.
Right. So just given how fast we're going through candles, I'm going to take a moment here and maybe take it out of my pay then. You can bill
we're going
me.
to take it out of your pay if we do that.
Right.
That's fine.
Okay.
I'd rather not be in the dark the entire time, Your
So
Grace.
if you want to write ore down on your character sheet,
Sure.
so it would double as a club as well as a.
I'll,
you
you
could
know,
wrap maybe try and improvise
over the knee, I'll break it and,
Yeah.
and then take the scarf.
It's okay. It's not worth that much. I'm telling you.
Professor.
Could I take an insanity check, actually?
This is definitely the Indiana Jones School of Archaeology.
Right, so we'll take the cricket bat half, and I'll kind of tuck that in my belt. The other end, the more.
I think you probably saw the Lord Decker and the Professor. Oh, and probably Mr. Rich wince visibly when you snap the ore over you.
Your Grace, you're gonna have a lot harder time cataloging your wealth if we can't see anything or we're stuck somewhere deep inside.
But one more thing, Professor Rumsworthy, you're drawn to the sigil, of course. Yes. Naturally, you want to know, is it different? It's basically the same. Those two statues, they're not statues. They actually appear to be two mummified humans who have been impaled upon spears, and their heads have been replaced, one with that of a crocodile, one with that of a jackal. The one with the crocodile is also holding an ancient Egyptian battle axe, and the jackal-headed mummified creature that's been impaled is holding a koppish. However, when you realize what you're looking at, you have to make a sand check.
Arrakis, Bene Gesserit, Caladan, Numenor, Gondor, Boromir, Tredegar, Moncoster.
So Professor Brumsworthy suddenly starts spouting nonsense words as he looks upon horror at these two impaled figures. You will lose. You could do this to yourself. Lose a D3, so half of a D6. How many points? 2 points. And what is your starting sanity?
60.
Okay. So in Call of Cthulhu, when you lose sand, If you lose 5 points in one go, you might have a temporary bout of madness. If you lose 1/5 or 20% of your starting number, you will go indefinitely insane. So this is going to be particularly a problem for young Mr. Rich over here, whose starting sanity was 20. So he only has to lose 4 points, and he will go indefinitely insane. He only has to, if he loses 5 points in one go, he's fine. But
Look, if you spent that long in grad school, you would too.
So the language professor here suddenly starts, you can see him staring at the sealed archway in these statues, and he suddenly starts spouting nonsense.
Orlev. Babister Gore.
Tony, go over there and look at what's going on.
Would you like to look at the statue?
It's Anthony.
It sounds just like what he said. Just nonsense words. What was that, Harkonnen?
Atreides.
Atreides? Strange, weird
Total
sounds.
nonsense words.
Mickey Mouse? So, is anyone curious about the what the professor might be?
Of course I am. So yeah, I will check it out.
Oh, well, you also gaze at the statues. You realize that they are the impaled, mummified figures of two unfortunate people. You must also make a sand roll.
Oh, of course. Mamma mia! What is going on with this thing? Is it impaled?
Oh, by the way, Bill, it's kind of weird because when he starts spouting Italian, it reminds you of something. You may have had a let's call a lady friend, a lady friend at Miskatonic U. She was a beautiful woman of Italian origin, and she also used to say this phrase when she was kind of surprised or taken aback. So it strikes you as kind of odd. But anyway, that's other. We'll deal with that later. We'll deal with. Oh, please, a sound check.
Right, I'll head over.
Hello, Professor.
I'm heading over. What are they blathering on about? I'll head over with my.
And you're looking as well?
With the torch. Yeah, I rolled a 7.
Sanity rolls for everyone.
I'm all set.
For everyone.
By the way, John, roll a d3. This is how many sand points you lose.
These blokes have definitely seen better days, haven't they?
All I need to do is roll. Oh, 1. I'm still. Is it 4 in one session? Right?
So it's 4 in one session. Yeah.
Okay,
so you are shaken but not stirred.
All right.
Oh, so you're great. You're fine. How about the Lord?
I got a
Decker?
56 under 70. So
Oh
I'm
wow,
good.
you guys are
Yes.
just too sane. I'm gonna have to.
He clearly didn't go to boarding school. He's way too stable. I rolled a 7, so I'm all right.
You're all right as well.
I'm saying these blokes have seen better days.
So yeah. Now, as I said, so mummified people. They've been impaled on these spears. Their heads have been replaced. One of them's holding a battle axe. One of them's
All right.
holding a koppesh. A koppesh is an ancient Egyptian broadsword, basically. It's like curved blade type thing.
Are the battle axes like capable of getting them out? Like, can we?
Oh,
use
absolutely. In fact, if you reach out to it, the hands that are holding it will just crumble and disintegrate, and you're now holding a very stout, surprisingly good condition given its antiquity.
them? Does it look valuable?
Do you have a praise?
I know, but
Someone near you, someone sitting near you does.
Yes, I have a place. Well, 2 things. Are you holding the torch?
I am.
You have the torch.
Yes.
Torch,
With
candle.
the candle out?
Oh.
No. You
Yeah.
have the torch with the candle.
With half of the ore.
Okay, so the question is, how good are you at improvising a torch? Has anyone ever tried to make one?
Yes. It's not as easy as it seems.
It is not freaking easy at
No.
all.
That's why I was super excited that you had like dead bodies, because those dead bodies burn way better.
Especially with some
Dead
scotch.
bodies do tend to. So I'm gonna improvise this as let's make this like an education roll.
Not a survival.
Actually, no survival. I'll give you the choice. Do you think
I'll do survival, please.
Try survival.
Pretty please.
Survival's way better than some form of
You
education.
got like a grade school education? Yeah.
Well, I don't. Are you education shaming me, sir?
Perhaps.
All right, 46.
On a
So
what?
yeah, out of 50. So it's
Oh,
just
excellent.
there.
So he's actually knocked up a fairly reasonable torch, and it's guttering and it's creating a lot of smoke. which in this closed environment is making everyone's eyes sting. But nevertheless, it's you've saved yourself from candle oblivion for the moment.
Can you put out the candle he has?
Yeah, no, I will.
Okay.
Let me just hit pause on the timer.
Okay.
You got 6 minutes left on candle 3.
Okay.
All right.
That torch won't last forever either.
I understand.
And it is making everyone's eyes water because the acrid smoke that it's giving off.
I'll bet those leg bones burn a lot better.
Yeah, yeah. You know, by the way, mummified bandages burn pretty well too.
That's what I understood.
Yeah.
Is it?
Very flammable. In fact, almost everything in this room looks extremely flammable. I did mention there's no way out, right?
You did.
I did.
You did.
Well, there's the
Except for this other
Well,
archway
there's
into darkness.
There's the sealed archway that these figures appear to be, let's say, guarding. And there's the sigils etched into the sealed archway. And there is the opening into another room.
The one we came in through.
Oh, these statues, they have been, well, you know, are you a medical man? Do you have any medical knowledge or rather medical skill, perhaps medicine? Look, just for shits and giggles, let's say that it's obvious to you that they were probably impaled and then mummified.
Okay.
Because it's Call of Cthulhu.
Was it the replaced heads that gave it away, Professor? I said, was it the replaced heads that gave it away,
there is that
Professor?
Oh, and their heads were definitely replaced after they were impaled.
Can we? So the jackal head and the alligator head, right?
Yes, jackal and alligator, yes.
Do they look like they're carved out of wood? They look like they're real?
They look
heads?
real.
Okay.
They look like mummified animal heads
And
that have
what
been
are- and
they've been stitched on.
You grab the battle axe?
I'm going for the battle axe.
Right,
yeah,
battle axe. Right down that you have a battle axe on your
Alright,
character sheet. It's a
And
weapon.
The one that was holding the battle axe crumbled.
As you took the battle axe away, its hands just disintegrated to dust.
Okay.
Yes. He just pulled it out of his hands, and the hands like just went. Oh, yeah, the dust. Oh God, it's getting dusty in here too. On the smoke and the eyes, and this is you just want out.
Maybe this is the insanity speaking, but were these animal heads placed on, or were these their actual heads?
They were stitched on.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's disappointing.
Is there
so lots of cool treasure, sealed archway, open doorway
Lots of
into
mediocre
another room.
Oh,
What's
well,
through this?
What's
through this open doorway?
Yeah.
I'm starting to get a little antsy, so I'm going to actually proceed forward a little bit ahead of the group, just to kind of.
Do you have a light source?
Let's go this way to the open doorway, Tony. What do you say? You lead the way. I've got the light.
All right.
There was one
Come
more,
on, Sarge.
there's two.
Let's go. Let's find
All
our
right.
way out
Okay.
of this.
So through the open doorway.
Through the open
All
doorway.
right. So you enter another room. This room, though, is very unlike the one that you just left.
It's got to be more treasure deeper in here, yeah?
Yeah. So this one is much more modestly filled with things, and it appears to be almost entirely religious in nature. The walls themselves are lined with 3-inch high funerary cones made of clay. Both Anthony and the professor, you instantly recognize typical ancient Egyptian funerary cones. About 3 inches high, they circle the room on they're like a little shelf on the wall. The southern wall, and on the southern wall, so kind of like behind you as you walk in, and ahead of you on the northern wall, there are murals, painted murals, which we'll get to in a second. On the eastern wall is some kind of shrine, and it's a strange sign because there's a large golden ankh, which is not unusual, but the ankh is shown inverted. And in the base, the pedestal on which this golden ankh is resting, there are small recesses, and in each one of these recesses is a small figurine, which you know is called a shabti. And it's basically, it's a small figurine that whoever was interred here, these people or these figurines would represent the servants that would serve them in the afterlife. So, inverted ankh resting on a pedestal in the base of the pedestal, small alcoves in which to place these small figurines, these shabti. At the base of the shrine, lying on the floor, almost in a form of supplication, is a body, a human body. Its ribcage, its head, it's lying face down. It's wearing modern clothing. Its head has been caved in, and its ribcage has been crushed.
From the inside or the outside?
Well, you want to take a closer look?
Yes.
Well, can we address the Unk and the Who first?
Sure.
Because I feel like as an Egyptologist, I would know that the Unk, the regular way, is very common. And
Yeah.
this would be very disturbing.
You know, this is, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Oh, sorry.
So you would, yeah. it would
Sorry.
ju- yeah.
So I'm
Very good.
asking if, looking at the Unk, as an archaeologist, it's pretty common that Unks are common practice throughout Egypt. The right way up with the head at the top. For this to be upside down would probably set off some warning buttons to
It
me.
would.
So would that
And
be
you
a
know
sanity
what?
roll, or
It sets off, it might trigger another memory. Could you make an intelligence roll? Try and roll equal to or less your intelligence.
I'm just wondering where they kept the ostrich.
And you know what, Ben? Thank you for speaking up. You can make an int roll as well.
Oh.
You make one too.
An int roll. All right.
Are there any
So
hieroglyphs?
I did not make it.
You didn't?
I have an int, a 70, and
You
rolled
wanna
a
spend luck?
79.
18.
Yeah, I better.
How many points?
9.
9 points of luck. I'll take your 9 points of luck. Thank you very much, Ben.
I made a hard success.
A hard success.
Yes,
Excellent.
for int.
So with your success and with your hard success, so Professor, you remember you did see some of the work crew did have an unusual tattoo, which you cast it from your mind as soon as they announced that they found a discovery. Some of the work crew had a tattoo which was an inverted ankh. Ben, you remember as well as this. You remember that as you came to this site where the entrance was, the people who were manning the lifting rig, all of them had inverted ankh tattoos.
Right. Didn't trust them. I had a look.
You were right to think that the threat was actually behind you.
But where's the ostrich? Somewhere there's a bloody ostrich in here.
It's an emu.
As long as
Neil,
it's not a cassowary bird. Those things are brutal.
And Neil, you're looking about. Do you have medicine as a skill?
No, but I have education.
You have education. Okay, roll against education.
That is a hard success.
Oh, a hard success. Okay, so through your hard success, so yeah, you definitely the skull has been smashed. Blunt instrument. That was probably the cause of death, but there's also yeah, I was laughing at the end of the table there. Of course he died from a crushed skull. The wound to the rib cage. It looks like he's been crushed in the jaws of a large animal. It looks like maybe like an alligator. You've been in Egypt for some time. You've probably seen people suffer alligator. Is it alligators or crocodiles?
Crocodiles.
Let's go with crocodiles. Ooh, let's go with hippopotamus. They're much more dangerous. So you've probably seen people who've suffered attacks by hippopotami. And they suffer injuries like this when they're caught in the jaws of the hippopotamus. Try saying that 5 times fast when you had some bourbon. And it looks just like this. But definitely the cause of death was the smushed skull. Blunt instrument trauma.
Does this poor failed hippopotamus keeper have any pockets?
He doesn't seem to have anything of interest in his pockets, but he does have two. There's a satchel and a sack.
Oh yes, I'm investigating the satchel.
Are you rummaging the dead guy's pocket?
Not any worse than the
He
hippopotamus
is a
did.
grave robber.
Yeah. Wow. So again, back to classic D&D, right? Murder hobo time. I found a body. I check.
Right.
First of all, I do not go. Oh my! Who could this be? Poor person be? No, I check his pockets. Does he have any money? Yeah, right? Yeah, exactly. So there's a sack and there's a satchel. Which one?
First, the satchel.
The satchel. Ooh, okay. So in the satchel, you will discover the following. In the satchel, there is a trowel. Ooh. A flask, which is half full of fetid water. There's a German passport. A stick of dynamite. Pause for effect.
Ooh.
A stick of dynamite. A leather-bound journal written in German. The passport apparently belonged to a Sasha Karner, born August 2nd, 1880, in Berlin, Germany.
I'm conversant in German.
You are indeed.
May I flip through this journal?
You may indeed, and I'm going to give you the first handout.
Thank goodness he came with identification.
So while you just read that, we'll deal with everyone else. So, Ben?
Well, he's going through that. I will, with my boot, just kind of nose open the mouth of the bag.
The bag?
And
the
see
sack?
what's in there.
So you hear a jingle when you kind of stick it with your toe, and then spilling out of the opening of the sack, you see some gold rings and a gold necklace, and you quickly realize this sack is full of gems, and it's murder hobo time.
So my ears perk up and hear the
Right.
jingle as
Oh,
well,
yes.
and I deadlock with him, like just dead eye, just yeah.
Gems and jewels.
This looks like a little more of a payday today, Your Grace. All right.
We'll count that as your bonus.
All right then. Yeah, of course, my bonus.
It's you don't even need to make an appraise roll, Lord Decker. This is obviously.
Oh, I know. Yeah, no, I don't need his
This
help.
is the real McCoy.
Yeah.
Not that like the stuff out in the other room. It's just old bits of wood that just happen to look nice. This is the real McCoy. Gems and jewels. This is Indiana Jones times 10 stuff right here. This is why you do what. This is why you came here.
Yeah. Oh, right. No, that's. We're gonna share. Yeah.
Okay. And while this is all happening, so John and Bill, for Mr. Rich
anything,
and
anything good in there?
Professor Lewison,
the workers.
what were you doing? Well,
Right, you can never trust the laborers.
Well, first of all, I say to the professor, I'm like, gee, professor, what do you think the odds is
Is it
someone
only
else got
German?
stuck in here too, just like us?
So I just see
I
schnitzel,
don't think that's very good. And look at how they're
bratwurst, Reinheitsgebot.
you want to look at the murals?
Great many notes
No,
on
actually,
muskets.
sorry. Actually, I think before we have that conversation, I would like to go back and get the other ore and
Very well.
pull some of the dressings off of one of the mummies.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so the professor is to go wandering by himself back
I
into
am.
the other room
I am.
in the dark. Professor,
Oh wait, I have a candle. I could
are you lighting it? Oh, let's start the timer again.
Oh. Okay. Yes, I will light my candle.
He lights
Yes,
the candle.
I light
Candle
the
3,
candle.
6 minutes left on the clock. So could you please make a listen roll when you go back into the other room by yourself?
I have a 20 in this.
You go in the basement, I'll take the attic. It'll be fine.
Okay, I have a 20 in listen, and I rolled a 15.
Wow.
Wow.
Actually, I'm not
Take
actually-
that horrible thing.
I'm not actually sure you want to hear this, but nevertheless, you do. So, remember I said there's a sealed archway here? You would swear that on the other side of that sealed arch, through the wall, you hear the sound like stone on stone. Something heavy was just moved.
I look up.
There's a ceiling.
Okay. Okay. So the ceiling's not grinding down.
No, this noise came from the other side of
Like
that
the hallway?
sealed archway.
So out in the hallway.
Nope. Remember this room? There's where you came in.
Yeah.
Someone's chipped a hole
Yeah.
through the sealed arch.
Yeah.
There's another sealed arch which is intact with the sigils on it.
Right.
On the eastern wall of this room. It's on the other side of that sealed archway. You swear you just heard a heavy stone on stone sound.
Okay.
I wonder what that could be.
All right. So I'm in the room with all the golden items.
You're in
right?
the room with all of the ship, all of
Okay.
the chariot
Okay.
and the boat and the tables and the chairs and the chest and.
Does it sound like it's coming near from where the boat oar is? In the boat?
It sounds like it's coming from the other side of that sealed archway.
Okay. All right.
With the two statues
With the
guarding it.
with the two impaled mummified people.
Okay. I'm gonna hightail it back.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Back to the
John, Mr. Rich, what was Mr. Rich doing while all this diverse excursions and alarms?
I was, as you know, as I watched the professor go wander off, I'm keeping an eye on him, but I'll let's see, who's close to me?
The murals, the murals
you
are
know
worth
what?
a study.
I will check out the murals while I'm there. Yes.
Oh, good. Okay, let's move to the murals. Nothing bad's going to happen.
I know it. We're gonna run out of light.
I shall also look for hieroglyphs around those murals.
There are.
Right, do you want
there
me
are
to,
many, in
do you
fact,
want me to
yes.
hold on to that journal then?
So what do the murals show? Well, the murals on the southern wall, northern wall. Let's talk about the southern one first. The mural on the southern wall depicts a large painting of a smiling black-robed pharaoh holding an oversized set of scales on which he is weighing a heart is on one side of the scales, and on the other side of the scales is a platter of dead animals. There's a kneeling figure in front of this, let's call him a black pharaoh. A kneeling figure, and the figure has the head of a wolf. And in its chest, it seems to have a chest wound that is being stretched open by two small human figures. And the figures, they look just like those shabti, the ones in the alcoves, the little niches. They're like very small depictions of those are painted on the wall. There are some hieroglyphs below the painting. Professor, if you would like to make a roll.
I'm going to spend some luck.
It is worth getting the best possible success here.
Then perhaps I shall push it because it would take more luck than I have to get.
Okay, so how are you pushing it?
In my satchel, I have the book that I carry with me everywhere. The memoir of my mentor.
Yeah.
I call back to the earliest teachings and our richest moments of shared discovery, and calling upon her memory, I try again.
Okay.
That's a much better success. That is a.
Is that hard?
That
Extreme?
that is an extreme.
Extreme success.
on
Wow. So clearly this painting is depicting a scene, and you believe that the deceased animals on the scale are actually those of Egyptian gods, which would actually make this it would make this entire mural very blasphemous. Because it's showing the depiction of dead, the ancient Egyptian gods are dead, and they're being weighed on the scale.
Perhaps even murdered.
Yeah. And you see, and you're able to translate the hieroglyphs, and the hieroglyphs say the following: "The trial has been passed. Forever they shall be tied to this earth through their faithful beating heart, strong of body, awaiting the return of their master." I'll say that again. The trial has been passed. Forever they shall be tied to this earth through their faithful beating heart, strong of body, awaiting the return of their master.
Andy.
Gentlemen.
When I get back in the room, I'm going to put out the candle.
You got it.
The knowledge of this mural depicting a ritual that I'm interpreting as giving mortals immortal life and strength in service of a master. Resonates for me with what I found in this German
Yes, let's
journal.
go to the journal. What does the journal say, Professor Rumsworthy?
We are not the first explorers to come this way. In 1916, a party found the chamber full of limestone and cleared it out. And then found this chamber before being attacked by the laborers that were assisting them. It says, "Beware the children of the Sphinx who turned on them." And someone who's been murdered doesn't make further entries in the journal, but it was clear that some of them were murdered by the children of the Sphinx, who I think have sealed us in here.
Does it mention an ostrich?
I think they ate the ostrich. They were stuck in here for a while.
Oh, explain why it looked like they chased him through the tomb.
Could we do an occult check on the Children of the Sphinx?
Sure, why not?
Okay.
So wait a second.
Can we all make that?
You're saying you think they locked us here in here on purpose?
Yes.
Huh.
I get a hard success.
A hard success on occult?
Yes.
You've never heard of the Children of the Sphinx.
Okay.
You never heard of that. Now, let me just describe the mural on the northern wall that you were also looking at. This depicts a slightly different scene. It might jive with the journal that was just read. It depicts a sickening scene of an Egyptian city being attacked by an army of horrific beings. There are two notable types of creature, those with the bodies of men and the heads of animals, who wield a variety of weapons, and those with the bodies of animals and the heads of men. Now, black tendrils, there's also a golden sphere, or actually two-dimensional circle, has been on with golden tendrils extending from it. And I'd like everyone to make power rolls. So this is going to represent if you might get some kind of spiritual epiphany. Make a power roll and tell me your degree of success or not.
Finally.
Ben?
Finally a good rollover.
I just got a success.
A regular success.
Just
How
a regular
about-
success.
How about Professor Rumsworthy?
I've spent luck to achieve a regular success.
A regular success?
I spent a point as well.
Professor?
Nope.
You missed it?
Oh, yeah, by a lot.
Lord Decker?
Yeah, not good.
I
And
got an extreme.
Mr. Rich.
Mr. Rich got an extreme success.
Oh, so you for a moment you think that those tendrils, it's a very good depiction because those tendrils almost look, just for an instant, maybe it's the flickering torchlight. They think that you think maybe they're moving. You get a sense of unease, but nothing more. However, Mr. Rich, you become fascinated with this symbol, these tendrils. And they appear to be in, maybe it's the flickering torchlight, but maybe not. And you're staring intently at it, and you swear they begin to move and they begin to writhe, and you hear a strange sound in you hear words in your head. Do you speak? Do you speak? Yeah, Mamma Mia. Do you speak ancient Egyptian? Do you understand ancient Egyptian?
I do not.
You do not. But you hear you hear words, and it's something like Ashapaka, Ashapaka. Now, you may, of course, repeat these words. Oh, you also get to make a sound roll.
You get to.
Ask my papa. Ask my papa. No. Go figure.
No. Please roll. Please lose 1d3 sand.
And just one?
I can't believe you keep rolling one.
I
Right?
know.
So you've now lost 3 points, right?
No one is. Yeah. No one is more
point.
surprised than me.
One more point, you go indefinitely insane, my friend. But it will be very easy for you to repeat those words because there are other people here who probably may understand ancient Egyptian.
I will say, the word
my papa. Baru Nikte.
Actually, you know what, Neil? You don't even have to roll.
Okay.
So the words that Mr. Rich says mean, I see you. I hunger.
I am feeling peckish.
Right, what was that? What was he saying?
Everybody,
Some dude's, some bloke's name.
Everybody gets to make a listen check. Everybody gets to make a listen check.
Oh no.
I guess that's a no for Mr. Rich.
Yeah.
Of course, remember, you can spend luck.
No. No, I can't.
Nope. It's a nope on this side of the table.
Hard no on this side.
Hard no?
I spent luck to make a yes.
Okay, so only you hear this. So so it's like a sequence of events. He's staring at this symbol on the wall. Kind of, he's like totally focused on it. And then he just says these words, which clearly you know he doesn't speak ancient Egyptian, but he says words in ancient Egyptian that mean, I see you, I hunger. And the very next thing you hear is you hear something heavy being hit against something else. Like a distant hammer or a heavy object being struck against another solid object. Crump. And then you hear it again. Crump. What do you do?
Can I tell where is it coming from?
Behind you in the other room.
In the other room. The one where there's a little opening.
The room where the room where it's full of stuff and there's a sealed archway on which the sigils have been carved. You're in the second room with these murals and the weird inverted ankh and the body of the dead German guy.
And I have a stick of dynamite.
Sorry?
And I have a stick of dynamite.
And you have a stick of dynamite.
And a match.
And an imagination too.
I'm sorry, you thinking of lighting a stick of dynamite in an enclosed space?
He's the only one.
There's an opening. It's on the other side.
He's the only one who heard this.
I'm just thinking.
He's the only one who heard this, so.
I'm going to throw the stick of dynamite.
Are you lighting it?
I'm lighting it and throwing it through the little doorway.
Okay, so everyone will see this. So the good professor here, you see him. He perks up, and he does this, and he goes. You see probably a look of horror or surprise come in his face. He immediately pulls the stick of dynamite out of his pocket and starts fumbling for matches. He's gonna light it.
What are you doing? No!
Now, who's got the highest dex? Mr. Rich, you happen to have a dex of 80. You have the highest dex. Is there anything you'd like to do when you see the good professor here go for the dynamite?
I'm going to try to prevent him from.
Okay, so this is going to be it's called the fighting maneuver. What are you going to do? You try to knock it out of his hand, grab the dynamite, just knock him over. What's your intent?
I'll try to grab the dynamite out of his hand.
You're going to try and grab the dynamite. So you get to roll your fighting brawl. And Neil, you're going to get to roll either dodge, or you can also roll fighting brawl. And whoever wins, by the way, a dodge, if you draw on a dodge always wins on a draw. So just FYI. So roll away, John. Let's see how Mr. Rich does.
Hey, look at that. That would be a...
Was it a regular success?
It was a hard success.
A hard success. So you need a hard success and a dodge or a fight back brawl. Okay.
Oof.
Yeah, so he literally, so you grab the dynamite.
Well done, boy.
You grab the dynamite. You grab the dynamite out of his hands.
All this stuff belongs in a museum.
You would know what kind of danger we were in if only you spoke ancient Egyptian.
So, John, you're now holding the dynamite. Does anyone else want to do anything when you see this scene occur?
It's coming for us. The children of the Sphinx, I hope, at best.
Okay.
You mean the guys who are gonna, the people who are working on getting us out of here, like lifting up that big giant stone up on the surface? I mean,
they're not working to save us. They're working
but
for the thing that's
they all
going to
have matching
keep us.
tattoos. It means they're comrades, right? They really work well together. And
Yes, but they're
gonna
not our
work
comrades.
Extra harder to get us out. No.
Comment, Ben?
Right, so are you bloody daft? A thing would just pulp all of us in here. And not only that, but if we are stuck in here, that stick of dynamite's our only way out the front door. We lodge that thing in the side, we might actually be able to blow the stone open and get out of here. What were you trying to do?
I'm trying to stop the thing that's coming to eat us.
And on
What
that note,
thing?
you are all rudely interrupted because nobody needs to make a listen roll. This time you all hear it. Back in the other room, you hear a heavy thud. The ground shakes, dust falls from the ceiling, and you hear what are the unmistakable sounds of mortar or plaster falling off the wall onto the floor.
I don't think that's an ostrich.
And another thud. And now you hear the sounds of masonry start to hit the floor. And you probably can also hear something like...
That is definitely not an ostrich.
And I'm going to start with Mr. Rich, who has the highest dex. Who is also holding a stick of dynamite.
Is there an exit somewhere?
Well, this is a dead end.
This is the dead end.
So
Okay.
there is an exit back into the room that you came from where the came from.
Now, if this was D&D, I'd search for secret doors, but...
grab your 10-foot pole and start searching for secret doors. Smart move.
I will give the dynamite to the professor, because he'll know what to do
Which
with it.
archaeologist professor?
Oh, the only professor. That one.
Oh, okay. So he hands you the stick of dynamite. Okay, so next up is going to be Thomas.
Right. So I'm going to go over to the archway with the torch and look at what was previously and still is a sealed archway.
It's still an archway, but there are lumps of masonry are now being knocked out. There is something on the other side of that archway behind the masonry that is doing a really good job of breaking its way through. Thump, crash, thump, crash. Masonry, plaster is hitting the floor at regular intervals. Something wants out.
Right. Can I run up and get that Kopesh sword?
Absolutely. You can go grab the Kopesh.
All right. Very quickly then. That's what I'll do.
So you go grab the Kopesh and stare in horror at the crumbling masonry, crumbling wall that was the sealed archway.
Quickly,
Okay.
yes.
Next up, Lord Decker.
With the light source.
Are you the only one yeah. By the way, your light source just ran into the other room. Lord Decker.
Great.
You're welcome.
So I have that battle axe, and I'm gonna hold it nice and close, but I'm gonna hide. I'm a coward. I'm gonna hide.
Okay, so
Yeah.
you're gonna hide in here, or you're gonna go through into the other room where there's a lot more hiding spots.
But that's where the noise is coming from, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. What's in this room again?
So there is the murals on the wall. There's the altar with the inverted ankh. There's the dead body of the German archaeologist.
What is that? Is that on something or the body?
The body's just on the floor, like it's laid out in supplication, almost like face down,
with a crushed head.
with a crushed head, and the bitten rib cage.
You know what? We're gonna chance it. I'm gonna follow the light source, and I'm gonna follow Thomas into the other room.
Yeah.
And I am going to try to hide behind the boat.
There's lots of hiding
Yeah,
spaces.
yeah, I'm gonna
You get
try,
to make
yes.
a hide roll. Is there a hide roll? There's probably a hide skill.
I have
Or stealth. Sorry,
stealth,
there's a
yeah,
stealth skill.
yep.
So roll stealth, but you get to roll it with a bonus die because there are so many great hiding spots. A bonus die means he'll roll the he's going to roll the tens die twice, and he's going to take the best result. It's like advantage in D&D.
46. Okay.
What was your best result on your hide?
45. Not high enough or not low enough.
You want to spend some luck?
I'm gonna spend.
Or you can push it.
I'm gonna spend some luck. I'm gonna spend 6 points of luck for that.
Okay,
so
awesome.
Now 39.
Spend that luck. Spend that luck. Professor Lewiston.
Yes.
Bill, what is Professor Lewiston doing when you hear this crashing noise, and you probably hear your friend Thomas say, "It's breaking through."
Right, it's breaking through. Something's on the other side. He wasn't wrong.
Tony.
Yes, Professor.
Okay. So, the mural he looked at and got the words.
Yeah,
on the
so
golden disc
he
with the
stared at the
tentacles.
mural in this golden
Right.
sphere
What words?
with
I
the tendrils.
don't know what you're talking about.
And he said some weird words in ancient
Oh, he
Egyptian.
didn't know that he said those?
He did know. He repeated them, but he didn't know
Oh,
what
they
meant.
meant something?
Okay.
Wow. I just thought it was gibberish. Sorry,
Okay.
sorry,
So what-
Professor. Go ahead.
No, that's okay.
So what's your action?
I was going to tell him to run over and try to pop that disc out.
Okay,
But,
so
you know, because
he tells you to go mess with the mural, John. What do you do?
I'm gonna go tell him to himself. No,
that's fine.
no, I'll do it.
Okay, so you're you're desperately trying to prize this. You'll figure out pretty quickly. It's just painted on the wall.
Okay.
In fact, little flakes of paint will come away and get stuck under your fingernails.
I'm starting to lose faith in the professor.
But it's
Okay.
just so okay. So you're done. So we're gonna move. So now I'm sorry. Last and definitely not least, Neil.
Axes and swords. Such things will not
so
save us.
Lord Decker has the axe.
No.
Thomas has the kopesh.
Such things are of no
I gave
use
it to
to us
the
in a situation like this. I stand with both pride and humility in equal parts before this archway and use my knowledge of ancient Egyptian to say to whatever it is that is coming to take our measure that we come in supplication and humility. We welcome it back, and we beseech it to share the secrets of the great unknown.
Right, you say that in ancient Egyptian.
I do.
So you
To the thing making sounds.
Are you praying to what you expect to be on the other side of that wall?
I am attempting to engage with it as a not quite equal.
Okay.
So it's like I'm standing there and you're saying like Sakura, Amon-Ra, Osiris.
Yeah.
Okay. So roll against your
Great
Egyptian, your Egyptian language skill.
That is a critical success.
Is it 0-1?
0-5.
0-5. Extreme. Okay. So you nail it. No one. He just starts spouting gibberish that no one else understands. But you believe the intent. It has been communicated. Okay, so Thomas, as the only person in that room, you're going to be the first one to witness the thing as it breaks through that wall. So there's a final crash, and the masonry blocks begin, suddenly fall away, and standing in front of you, just in the darkness, just on the other side of the archway, is an abomination.
Not an ostrich.
It's definitely not an ostrich. It's big. It's bandaged. It's covered in suppurating wounds. It has the head of a jackal, a huge muscled body, and the biggest, I look for children in the audience, I see none. The biggest fuck-off sword you have ever seen in your life in its hands.
Right.
You must make a sanity roll.
That's less than ideal.
Its skin, it's got slick skin and it's oozing with pus and with bile. It's horrible.
0-5.
Wow, then you only lose 1 point of sanity. Now, what was your involuntary action when you lose sanity?
Flashbacks.
Flashback. So So you're having flashbacks to what? So what do you see? You don't see this thing standing in front of you. You're having flashbacks. What is it that you see?
That is part of the Turkish hordes out of the Battle of Tulkarm. He's there. They've got their own scimitar in hand, right? As they're trying to charge through the gate at us.
So it's a giant Turkish soldier.
Yes.
With a scimitar.
Yep.
In its hand, and obviously he's suffered some horrific injuries because he's bandaged and wounded and bleeding, but he's coming for you.
Bring it on, you bloody Turk!
You got it. So we're going to go back to Mr. Rich, to the top of the order. So you hear Mr. Rich, you hear this war give way, and you hear Thomas say,
"Bring it on, you bloody Turk!"
I think we should get out of here, Professor. And I'm going to run.
So you're going to run through that room.
Yes.
And crawl through the little hole.
Yes.
And back into the entrance corridor.
Yes, because I'm hoping the professor's going to follow me, and he's got the dynamite with him, right?
Okay.
No, you have the dynamite.
Well,
I handed it to you.
Oh, that's right, you did.
The good news is this massively muscled, suppurating abomination is really slow. So everybody gets to go before it. So you see Mr. Rich, Thomas, you see Mr. Rich go, ah, and run. He runs right by you.
Can I run like this
and
with my eyes closed so I don't have to roll sanity?
No. Well, unless you want to bump into something,
No,
you don't know. You see it and you go, and you make a sand check.
Yeah.
This is where it's going to get interesting because he's only going to lose one more point of sand.
Oh, that's a fail. So go
please
figure.
roll,
I failed.
You may please lose 1d6.
D6.
No.
This is a bad one.
There is 5.
Okay.
Now it's a party.
So you go definitely insane.
I am definitely
There
insane.
are
yes.
advantages of going insane in Call of Cthulhu. You immediately get 5% Cthulhu Mythos.
Oh, well,
so
that'll
you
be
instantly
useful.
get 5 points of Cthulhu Mythos as you understand. Now, if this had just been a bout of madness, you would have to make an intelligence roll to, do you really understand that which you are seeing? But you're already beyond that point, and you're going to go into indefinite insanity mode. Could you please roll me 1d10?
This is going to be really helpful in your next
nature of
adventure.
what is the nature of your insanity?
Please be runaway. That would be number 5.
Number 5 is, do you have a significant person in your backstory?
I do.
And who is that person?
That would be my mother.
So
A sweet Italian cleaning woman.
You don't see this large, horrific abomination standing in the archway, facing off against Thomas. You see your mother. What is she hold? She's not holding a sword. What is your mother holding?
She's holding a kind of a mop because she was the cleaning lady at Miskatonic University. So, it's bad. She was. It was. She would come home after a long day because it was her mop. She paid her own money for it.
So you see your mother. What do you do?
Mamma mia.
Thomas. It looks like Thomas is about to beat her around the head and neck with a blunt instrument, or maybe worse. Yeah. Do you have a firearm?
I do. It's not back to me yet.
He looks like he might even be about to shoot her.
He is reaching. He does look like he's probably.
What do you do, John?
There's no way you're doing that to my mother.
So what do you do?
I will attack, of course.
And what are you attacking him with? Your fists?
My bare hands.
Your bare hands. So it's a fighting maneuver.
Yes.
So you get to roll. Ben, you have the choice of dodging or fighting back. If you fight back, you actually will do damage to him, or you can just dodge.
Right. I'm going to fight back.
Okay.
That would be a very long way from a hit. So
it's beyond luck range.
It is well beyond luck range.
Long beyond luck range. So you want to fight him off?
86 out of 25.
It's opposed, so we're opposed here.
It's opposed. Yep. So what do you?
I failed on my fighting off roll as well. So.
Okay, so this is so he comes at you.
Slap fight.
He's he's doing this. Like, maybe trying to pull the hair. And you do the same back. And you basically do the thing where two guys square off and then they bounce apart from each other, and they
Okay.
actually don't actually hit each other at all.
All right.
So, so you think this is your mother standing in the archway? We'll leave that there. So next up is Thomas.
So I'm gonna.
He just tried to kick you. He just tried to slap you in the face. Oh, by the way, there is the abomination that's standing there going,
Slack off, you bloody idiot! And I'm gonna drop the torch on the floor, pull my firearm, and I'm assuming I'm at point blank range here.
You are.
And it's a revolver, so one shot
you
for
can,
this action.
Well, I think you can fire up to 3 shots.
Then that's what we're doing.
The rule is if for every shot after the first, you have a penalty die. So
Okay.
the first shot is just straightforward. The second shot is with 1 penalty die. The third shot's with 2 penalty die because of the recoil.
And so what are those dice? Just another D10?
Percentile, you should have a firearm skill.
I sure do.
Yeah, so you will be rolling against that. So the first one is
Normal.
is just straight.
Okay. Which is, I'm going to spend 3 luck to make that a critical success.
Extreme success.
No.
And what happens?
No,
on
like a critical.
Yeah, you can't.
I can't make it critical?
You can't look to a crit. But
Okay.
You can look to an extreme.
Then I don't need to spend anything. It's
okay,
already
so
there.
the great thing about an extreme success is you do maximum possible damage.
Okay, awesome.
And how much is that?
That is 8 points of damage.
8 points of damage. Okay.
And then I roll a second die with this.
Yep.
And I take the worst
This one
of
has
the
a
2.
penalty, so you're going to roll the 10s die twice. You're going to take the worst result.
Okay. All right, that's still a success with a 44. So that's
Okay.
just a regular,
Do you
regular
damage?
success, which will be 2 points.
Yep.
And then the third one, I roll 3 and take the worst.
Yes, please.
Okay.
You roll 3 D10,
Yep,
3
yep.
10s dies and take the worst one.
Oh, that's terrible. Okay, that's gonna be just a fail.
You just fail. Okay,
Just a
fine.
fail.
So you go blam, blam,
Blam,
and the
blam,
third-
blam.
And the third one goes wide.
Yes.
Wide. So you shoot it. You know that first shot was right in the center mass.
Yes.
And it goes oof, and it just go back, but it's still coming for you.
Okay.
Still coming for you. Okay. Next up, after Thomas, we have Lord Decker. So you hear gunshots, Mr.
Yeah.
You hear something about someone's mother,
Right? Whose mom's here?
Yeah, Mr. Rich.
what?
So Mr. Rich yells something about his get off my mother, something like that.
Tony.
And then you hear blam, blam, blam. 3 gunshots ring out. So Lord Decker.
So I kind of peek out to see what the gunshots were all about.
Oh, you see the abomination. Please roll
Yeah.
sanity.
I figured.
You see my mother too?
So I see it, and
And you're gonna
yes.
take a D6, my friend.
Cool.
Oh.
How many points?
5.
Oh, 5
Yeah,
points.
that's-
So if you take 5 points of sanity loss in one go, it's a temporary insanity. So the first thing is, does Lord Decker comprehend the horror that he has just witnessed? Please make an intelligence roll. You want to fail this roll.
Can you spend luck to make yourself fail?
And I did fail.
So you just don't comprehend it. It's weird. It's dark. It's this there's a flickering torchlight. You do not understand. So you just take the 5 sanity. Congratulations, you don't suffer any temporary insanity because you don't really understand that which you are looking at. Next up, we have Professor Lewiston.
Well, I hear all this commotion going on, so I'm going to go in the other room also.
So you go into the other room. You see the abomination. You make the sand roll.
I believe in you, Professor.
97.
97. You
Out of
blow
five.
it
I don't
badly.
believe in you
take
anymore.
a D6.
Okay. 5 points.
Ooh, another 5 points. Wow, these dice are hot tonight, or this afternoon. So you also have a chance of temporary insanity. You have to roll against your intelligence, and you want to fail this roll.
My intelligence is 70.
70 intelligence. This is the problem with intelligent characters when they see horrible things.
79.
You do not understand that which you are seeing. You also, I don't understand. This, I've never had this happen before, by the way. No one has ever, like, failed to go insane. So you don't understand it, but you lost 5 sanity. What was your starting sanity?
40.
40. So you got to lose 8 points before you go indefinitely insane. Okay. How about Lord Decker? What was your starting sanity?
70.
So you got lose 14. Okay, so the last person. Oh, sorry. I apologize. So you've looked in the room. You've seen the abomination. You've gone, oh my God. But you're still sane. You hold on to your sanity. What do you do?
I'm assuming I'm just through the doorway next to the two, where the two mummies were.
So you're standing right in the archway, looking into the room. You're seeing Thomas. You see Mr. Rich. You probably see the head of Lord Decker poking out from behind the chest. What's going on? Oh my God!
I grab the stick of dynamite, I hold it up, and I yell to Thomas.
The torch is on the floor, by the way.
Yeah,
Okay,
the torch is lying on the floor.
Oh, so you're not.
I have sword. I have Copish sword in one hand and pistol in the other. It's
Yeah.
we're full Kona in
He's
here.
going full on.
I suck at throwing.
So you're gonna toss the dynamite where?
No, I was gonna try to get his attention.
Okay, you got his attention. Sure. What do you want to?
I'm showing you that I have the dynamite. That if you want to.
And what do you want to do with it?
Well,
You see him. He's got the dynamite. He looks at you.
Okay. You know that we can use this. You know, I've got the dynamite if you need it.
Great.
Okay. All right. You know,
Then throw it at him.
Are you going to do anything with the
Like
dynamite?
line it and
You're
throw
gonna
it
stand
at
there
him.
saying, I have the dynamite.
All right.
I have the dynamite.
We can do this. So.
So what are you throwing it at?
Well, I gotta light it first.
Oh, so you're going to rush over, light it off the torch on the floor. Psst. It's sparkler time.
Right.
Ooh, pretty sparkler.
And then toss it right at the abomination.
And then toss it at the feet of the abomination. Do you have throw?
Not very good, but I will try.
Give it a shot. You never know. Let's hope for fun.
How much luck do you have?
You throw the dynamite.
No baseball scholarship for you, Professor.
Yeah, no, my throw is a 20 and I just rolled a 74. There's no way I can.
You could push it.
Yeah,
I'll push it.
You cannot push combat rolls.
Okay.
Unfortunately,
Right.
the only option is spend luck. So you throw the dynamite. So what interesting things could possibly go wrong with a stick of lit dynamite that's been thrown and the throw has failed? So I will say that the dynamite hits the creature. Well done, congratulations.
All right.
Hits it right in the center of the chest, but it hits it kind of like a spongy, maybe one of those pussy wounds, which is kind of like got a little bit of like rebound. It bounces off the chest of the creature and it lands at the feet of Thomas. Professor
bloody hell.
Roseworthy, I believe you're up, sir.
So this is all happening in the.
This is all happening in the other room.
But this is the.
You've cast your prayer.
This is the being of the ancient world. I wish to commune with it, learn the deeper secrets.
You've said the prayer.
And I have one offering I can make to it. So I'm going to enter that room, uttering things in ancient Egyptian, signaling my respect for it as I
You're going to
offer
try
it a shot.
you're
of
going to
whiskey.
try and placate it.
Yes.
And bow down and do the groveling and offer it as sacrifice,
Yes.
which is your flask of whiskey.
Yes.
Are you pouring one out for the demon?
Yeah.
Pouring on the floor. Okay, so we're going to make a game. You've already said the words, so I'm not going to make you roll again,
Yeah.
Neil. And you did very well, right? What did you get? What kind of success?
It was a critical
Extreme?
success.
It was an
05 on a 6.
It was an extreme, an extreme success. So you go to the creature and you bow down before it and you offer the sacrifice. And let's say it looks at you.
Do I have to make a sand check?
Oh yes, you do. Please, thank you for reminding me.
You
being
bet.
So
and
honest.
I made it.
So you lose
fine.
1 point.
Yeah.
Yeah, you lose 1 point. And what do you do when you lose a point of sanity? What's your involuntary reaction? Oh, that's right. The nonsense.
Yavin, Tatooine, and/or Jakku. I say nonsense words from another world.
So
Tachyon
you
Jeffries
bow down to
too?
the creature. So now it's the creature's turn, the abomination's turn. It is faced with someone who seems to think it's his mother. A very brave
is my
soldier
mother.
with a kopesh in one hand and a pistol in the other. A cowering human who's offering it whiskey. An archaeologist who's just thrown a stick of dynamite at it, which has bounced off and landed at the feet of said soldier. You're hiding, so it doesn't know you're there. Bully for you. So what's the creature going to do? Okay, so you were very successful. So it will look at you, and it will mouth some words in ancient Egyptian, which you understand. It says,
"A sacrifice. Thank you. I will enjoy you later."
And then it swings its sword at Thomas.
This is gonna go good.
Would you like to try and get out of the way or fight back?
Is that I would use a fighting brawl?
Yes.
Sword.
It will
All
be
right.
fighting brawl.
All right. Is there anything specific to
You
the
can
sword
also
that
try and dodge.
you can also try and dodge? I'm way better at fighting brawl. So.
Okay,
try that.
you roll first. Before I roll, you roll first.
Okay.
It's rather large and impressive Kopesh is swinging towards you, and you just know if it hits you, it's going to do 4d6 damage.
It's good. It's good. It's gonna
Okay,
go good.
roll away. Let's see.
Oh no. And I'm not allowed to push it on that,
You cannot
right?
push a combat roll, but you
Okay.
can spend luck.
Yeah, no, there's no amount of luck
What did
that's
you
going
roll?
to save that. 94.
Not a fumble.
Not a fumble.
Not a
but
fumble.
Close enough.
Not a fumble. Okay, so
This is gonna go badly.
And what are you? You're probably using that Kopesh,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, I sure
So
am.
you like, I know how to do this, and then you realize at the last second that you really don't. It swings its sword. It rolls an 11.
That's bad. That's not good.
It has a skill of 80%. That is an extreme success.
Yeah, okay, good time.
Which means it's going to do maximum damage, which is 4d6, 24 points of damage.
On the upside, I'm not going to have to try and dodge the dynamite. The rest of you have much larger problems to deal with in about 3
So,
seconds.
Wow, look at that.
I'm
It's
good.
exactly 3 o'clock. And help us, Ben. What does this look like? What happens? Is this like the alien queen at the end of Aliens, where she rips the android in two? What tell us.
So Thomas has the pistol and the Kopesh, and he holds the Kopesh feebly up to. Well, I shouldn't even say feebly.
he
holds
looks
it.
awesome
He looks.
as he does this.
I mean, he is screaming at that guy. He's just unloaded the rounds into it. He takes the Kopesh in his offhand and he raises it to try and block the almost I-beam sized Kopesh that's coming at him. And the dark metal of that Kopesh just shears through the bronze into him and catches him, just crumples him at the collarbone and knocks him down to one leg. And as he's just kind of stunned looking at it, staring down at the dynamite, right in front of him, he goes to raise the pistol up, and the creature, I guess, the set creature, grabs the hand and he wrenches him up, basically holding him down with the Kopesh, but pulling him up. So it just kind of cuts him straight up through the rib cage, pulling him up through the sword. You hear him just with a terrible vomit of blood into the sand and the dirt there, as it kind of tosses a third of Thomas over to one side and leaves the lower part of him to just kind of fall over next to the now about a third of the way down the fuse of dynamite in front of him.
That's what you get at messing with my mama.
Just
I think
kind of
a round of applause for our first death. What a glorious death!
as he looks, twisted face, the light fading from his eyes. Definitely not an ostrich.
Definitely, yeah. I think I'm going to write that down. Definitely not an ostrich. That's cool. So, Mr. Rich, apparently your mother has just sliced Mr. Lawford in two with a feather duster.
Well, obviously
Well,
he
with
had
a
it
mop.
coming.
Thank you, with a mop.
Obviously had it coming.
Well,
So-
she's right there. She looks very upset.
Oh, I will go in to comfort her. So, Mama, don't worry.
I'm
So
sure
are you
you'll
going
be
in for the?
just
Are you going in
fine.
for the hug? You're going in for the
Yeah,
hug.
I will go in for the hug.
You're going in for the hug. Mama, mama, mama.
Why won't you tell me who my papa is? I want to know who
Actually,
my papa
Bill,
is.
Bill, can you make an intelligence roll?
Oh boy.
All
John,
of those
you,
days you spent in a vaudeville being an escapologist.
No.
Oh, so
70, and I grow,
you fail your intelligence roll? So he uses this woman's name and it just washes right over you? Oh, how cruel. What cruel fate is this? What cruel fate is this that
Should I care who his mother is?
Your potential offspring could be throwing himself to the abomination, and yet you care not. So I love it, John. So you're going in for the, oh, Mom, just give us a hug. Don't mind the nasty man who's just been, like, he's lying in a pool of his own intestines. And
I did fail my con roll, so I'm dead.
You did fail your con
I did.
roll. Okay, very
And
good.
the
Actually, with that amount of
dynamite
damage
is
you
right
are.
there,
Yeah,
Extra
don't
dead.
worry.
Extra dead.
Okay, so
The
got
blood
it.
put out the
It's a
That's
mama's
brilliant.
birthday.
So,
There's the birthday candle on the ground.
So next up would have been Thomas, but he is no more. So moving right along to Lord Decker, as you see from your hidey spot, your very brave head of security be cloven in twain by the abomination.
How much longer do we have on that dynamite, do you think?
Ooh, any second now.
Cool.
You probably got just
It's a
about
good thing you're on this side of the nearly collapsed tunnel.
Right.
You've probably got just enough time to get into one of the other rooms, maybe the entrance corridor or the room with the Ankh shrine probably wouldn't afford any protection. Or you could dodge past the abomination and go to where it came from. Maybe there's an escape route back there. Maybe, just maybe.
Lord Decker bravely ran away.
So I'm gonna go back to the entryway.
Yeah.
As I do that, though, can I throw my axe
at it?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Let's.
You have
do
a
that.
throw skill?
Yes, I do.
Oh, roll away.
All right.
Throw the battle axe.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, that's not good.
Have you ever been to one of those axe places
That's
and
100.
thrown those axes?
Oh no!
What did you? Oh, what did you roll?
That's a 10, and those are double zeros.
What did you?
no.
What? You rolled 100?
100.
Oh, this is not.
You see why I didn't want to throw now?
So how many people have seen those YouTube videos where people got those axe throwing places, then they throw the axe and it hits the target and bounces. It hits with the haft and comes right back at them. This guy.
Yeah.
This guy. So, Mr. Lord Decker, you better dodge because the axe is coming right back at you.
Gosh. Okay.
I don't think you can.
You got this.
You
And
can
we can't
spend
use
luck.
any luck.
Oh, no,
You can spend luck.
I can spend luck.
On
Use
this,
it all.
you can spend luck.
On the dodge, you can spend.
I don't have enough luck.
You can't.
Cool. I can't dodge.
Oh, actually, I take it back. Mr. Rules Lawyer at the end of the table informs me, Mr. Rules Lawyer.
According to the quick start rules, you can't escape a fumble through luck.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry
Okay.
about that.
Sorry.
I get it. No, it's okay. No, it's all right.
So-
I just don't want to be dead by myself. I'd like you to all join me.
It's only because his mom killed him.
By the way, do you have a damage bonus? Bottom right. Do you have a damage bonus?
None.
You
Zilch.
don't. Okay,
Yep.
then you won't do. You don't get the damage bonus.
Okay.
That will be 5, and that will be 11 points of damage.
I'll just see myself out.
How many hit points do you have?
10. Yeah, I'm gone.
Okay, so Mike, would you
And then
perhaps
there were
describe
3.
for us the scene that plays out?
So, all right. So yeah, I'm gonna run towards the hole that we came into from the entryway, and I'm gonna fling my battle axe towards the monster. As I do that, though, I stumble and I trip, and I'm not able to get it all the way out, and instead I hold on to it, and it sticks into the ground, and as I am just running full speed and do that, I trip right onto the axe and just shoves right into my chest. And yeah, no, I just stand there for a moment, blink a couple moments, and I just look at all of the gold and all of the trinkets and stuff, and just sweet memories of nice gold and money and just all of the glory that I would have had.
To be fair, the axe is worth a lot of money too.
And I am dying on it, so that's great.
A round of applause for her second death, I think. Yes.
Thank you. Yes.
Most glorious. Most
yes,
glorious.
Broken-hearted, yes.
So moving right along, Professor Lewiston, you have just seen two of your friends horribly killed. One kills himself, and the other is torn apart by the abomination. What do you do?
Well, Tony, you're up by the abomination, right?
Yeah, Mr. Rich is going to hug the abomination. Is saying something like, "Mother, mother, what are you doing here, mother?" And he's going in for a hug.
I yell, "Stop, Tony!" as I'm backing and turning to run back into the altar room.
So you're going to try and stop him. So
no, I'm just going to yell it.
Oh, yeah. So
I'm
so
not going over there.
do you have the skill psychology? Oh, I'm sorry, psychoanalysis. Sorry, psychoanalysis is basically knowing how to manipulate people.
Nope. No, I got
well, there's always a base chance.
0.01.
There's always a 1% chance. Roll away. You can spend luck on this.
61.
So do you have 60 points of luck?
God, no.
No. Okay, so so obviously your words are falling on deaf ears. So obviously it's not working. What do you do?
I'm getting into the other room and kind of crouching down behind the altar.
So you're going to hide?
Yeah.
You're going to hide in the room. Got it. Wonderful. We'll deal with the hide. And then last up, we'll come to Professor Rumsworthy.
Professor Rumsworthy is gripped by this idea of learning from this ancient creature. And so he's going to, speaking in ancient Egyptian, tell it, "I can save you from that," as he dives for the dynamite to try to pinch it out.
Ooh, you're going to try and pinch out the dynamite. Okay.
Are you familiar with the myth of Osiris?
So
where they reassembled
this
his
is going to
body?
be a dex, but I'm going to say it's going to be at least a hard dex roll, and you can spend luck on this.
Okay. This is makeable. I'm spending luck to make it because I missed it by 1.
So you spend the luck, you pinch, you jump over, you pinch the dynamite, and the fuse goes out.
I died for nothing.
And I look up at it and say, "I saved you so you can save me with the knowledge of the eternal."
Now it's
for dessert. Yeah. That's what you saved.
Now it's the creature's
That's what he's
turn.
saving you for. He's saving you for dessert.
It pays you no never mind.
Yeah.
Mr. Rich.
Yes.
The creature gets to go.
Of course.
You come to embrace it, which means you're not going to get to fight back or dodge.
Oh, well, that's okay.
But it will happily. What will it do? It will open its arms and its jaws to greet you in this hug. Unfortunately, you won't get to dodge or fight back. Yeah. Oh my God, this dice is rolling. Oh my God, this dice is rolling high. That will be 10 points of damage as it closes its jaws around your head.
Well, that's exactly how many I have, is 10 points.
So what is the last thing that goes through your mind before it bites down with its jaws?
I think my mama's teeth is the last things that go through my mind. Mama!
Bill, you get to make another intelligence roll. He keeps using this woman's name.
Okay.
You make it this time?
Yeah.
So memory suddenly floods back. This woman, what was her name, John?
Lucia.
Lucille, that gorgeous young Italian cleaner that you briefly had a fling with, and then she told you that you gotten her pregnant 20 years ago, and then she couldn't stand the shame. So John, what happened?
She got kicked out of the family. She just went off and kind of lived on her own, worked.
however it took. But she worked at the college for a long time, so she was able to get me in for free or low cost.
Yeah. And you realize all of this as the jaws of the creature clamp down and turn his head into tomato paste. And your son has obviously just been killed by the abomination. Please make a sanity roll.
Wouldn't that depend on if I like him or not? I mean, I'm not sure I really like him.
Just make the sound roll.
It's a little bit much of a brown noser for my taste. Oh, you're not getting a good review for teacher review.
20 out of 35.
You make it. You still, however, lose 1d3 because you realize your son has just been horrible. So 2 points of sanity. You're still okay, right? You haven't lost 20%.
You've lost your offspring, but there's still a chance for tenure.
I was at 25% I got to lose?
20% of your starting.
Because I'm at 40, went to 33.
Okay, so you've lost 7, and you started at 40. If you lose 1 more point, you go indefinitely insane.
Okay.
So, I think a round of applause for our third death. Okay, so who's left? That was the creature. So, Mr. Rich, no, not you. Mr. Thomas, no, not you. Mr. Decker, not you. So we're Mr. Professor Lewiston.
Okay.
It's basically you and Rumsworthy.
So
Rumsworthy has just put out the dynamite.
Oh no, he's over by the monster. Okay.
He's over by the creature that he appears to be on good terms with somehow. I'm not quite sure how, but he's just pinched out the dynamite. You went to hide in the other room.
Yeah, is there, like, can I look for anything while I'm behind the altar? Is there like a ceremonial sword? Is there anything? Is there anything on the altar, like a ceremonial sword?
No. But I will remind you of the words that the professor translated for you, which basically make an education roll. Make an education roll. This will be a know roll. So to know something. You should be fairly highly educated.
Yeah, I've got an 80.
Okay, got an 80.
67.
Is that less than your education?
Yeah.
Okay, so the Egyptian hieroglyphics, they talked about a creature who was bound to the earth, whose heart had been torn from its chest, forever to serve the Black Pharaoh. You suddenly realize that this may be that creature, and that perhaps its heart may be somewhere in here, like a phylactery.
Yep.
And that may actually be a way of defeating it.
Okay. So as an archaeologist, I'd assume that would be like a canopic jar, right?
Exactly, canopic jars, but you don't see any canopic jars here. The only other place you haven't been is the room from which the creature came.
What about the servant jars?
They are just clay cones. They're funeral cones.
No, the little.
The figurines. Yeah, they're solid. They're solid
okay.
figurines.
Okay,
they're not canopic jars.
All right, then I'm gonna have to try to run to the room where he came.
So you're gonna try and get past the abomination.
I guess.
And get into the room.
Yep.
Okay, so that sounds to me like it sounds like to me like an opposed dex roll. It's got a pretty low dex, so you got a reasonable chance. Why don't you make
Am I going straight off dex, or am I going off my dodge?
Just straight dex. Straight dex.
42.
And your dex is
50.
So 42 and a 50. The creature rolls. The creature rolls an 89. So you get by it, and you are now in the room. What you can see in the room is there is a large stone sarcophagus. The lid has been pushed off, and then around the wall there are canopic jars.
Does the creature slip on Thomas's entrails?
Yes, it probably did.
Say, you're welcome.
Thank you, Ben. It slipped on the entrails, and in fact, the canopic jars are there are 4 jars. There are normally 4 canopic jars, but these do not look like your standard canopic jars. And do you have like a? In fact, make an archaeology roll, because one of them will stand out if you make this roll.
That is a 1.
You roll a 0-1.
Right here, 0-1.
Critical success.
There we go.
Your eye is drawn to the one jar that isn't the typical canopic jar. It's a jar with the head on top of the jar is that of a jackal, and it doesn't fit. All the others look like regular canopic jars, lung, liver, intestines. This one doesn't fit, and you are immediately drawn to it. But before we finish with you, we're going to go back to Mr. Rumsworthy, who is currently worshipping at the feet of the abomination, saying, "Please don't kill me."
No. I'm saying, I have saved you from this attack.
It looks down at you and growls.
I can be your voice to bring your majesty to this world.
Arise, servant, arise and aid me.
And the creature turns its back to you, and it starts to walk towards Professor Lewiston, who is now over at the canopic jars. It's got its back to you. You want to do anything? You got the dynamite. The dynamite's been extinguished.
Don't you have matches too?
I do have matches.
He has matches?
Yeah. It was very short.
Oh yes, seconds were left on that fuse. Maybe
Yeah.
a tenth, maybe less than a second.
Yeah, I'll light the dynamite.
And then you must immediately do what with it?
Throw it, and then I try to run away. But not. I don't want to throw it too far. I want it to be near the thing.
Okay, so I'm gonna give you. It's literally just like a.
Yeah.
Maybe a slight jog too. Don't try to run. I did that and it didn't work out so well.
So I'm going to give you.
I'm also standing all over slippery guts.
I'm going to give you a dex roll, but I'm going to give you a bonus die because you're literally just trying to go.
I made it.
So you light a dynamite. Oh, sorry. Oh shit! Short fuse. And then you run the other way. And the only place to go is the entrance chamber. Okay, stick it down. It goes. The creature steps up to Lewiston and probably taps you on the shoulder. You have its canopic jar in your hands.
I do.
What do you do?
I'm going to take it and I'm going to smash it.
The jar breaks on the ground, and there at your feet is the still beating heart, boom, 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 of a creature, boom, boom, and you step on it, and
I
it
step
goes,
on it.
and it makes a noise, probably like squish.
That's it? Squish?
Squish. Actually, chicken noise. It makes a noise like that.
That's better.
And this black ichor flows out from it, and the creature freezes, and it grasps its cheek and it drops its kopesh and crumbles to dust. And it's then that the dynamite explodes.
Great, Bill. You gave my mom a
And
heart
the
attack.
ceiling collapses.
Yeah. This
And
is
now
the
we have.
second time I gave her a heart attack.
And now we have our fourth death. But one player survives. And he's in the entrance corridor, alone, in the darkness, with no dynamite, and probably one candle. And as that candle finally gutters out and you realize there is no way out, what goes through Professor Rumsworthy, PhD's mind as the candle begins to gutter and die?
Another party of intrepid explorers will come, and they'll find me, and I'll find them.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, was the Necropolis. Thank you very much. I will say a big thank you to our players. Ben, Neil, Bill, Mike, John. It's been wonderful to run this scenario for you. Thank you very much. You want to learn more about Call of Cthulhu by Chaosium? Feel free. I'll just hang out. Come have a word or whatever like that. This was enormous fun to run. Thank you so much. And hey, enjoy the rest of your day here at Adirondacon.
That was awesome. That was good.
Yeah. That was good.
Because it's a one-shot scenario.
Hope you enjoyed Call of Cthulhu. Now we're going to switch it back over to some more interviews. We're here with Chris, who designed the game Get Gnome. So Chris, tell us about this game. What made you want to design it?
Great. So this is Get Gnomed, and my wife and I were ordering a lot of games off of Kickstarter, so we got really inspired to try to make up our own. And her grandmother was really into collecting garden gnomes, and I thought that was really sweet. So we figured, why not have them fight each other, try to steal each other's lawn ornaments, and dress up in silly outfits along the way.
So walk me through how it works. Let's see, we got a board here, you got a whole bunch of different colored pieces. How does it all interact together?
Yeah, so the first thing you would do is choose your gnome army. You pretty much pick your favorite color and animal and go from there. And then you get to set up your yard. So you're in charge of it. You decide how it connects to your opponents. And then you get to put down your different mushroom houses. These are where your gnomes will come out of. And underneath, there's a bomb, a lawn ornament, and a spring trap. So the goal of the game is to raid your opponent's yard, break into their mushroom houses, and steal their favorite lawn ornament.
So how does the combat work with each other? Now you said we're trying to steal lawn ornaments. How do we do that?
Right. So your gnomes will spawn onto your mushroom houses. And the way that you control what you can do with your army is with the army card. And you dress up your gnomes along the way. So for example, if you would like to beat up your opponents, you might give them a frayed wire to zap them. So you would put that onto your army card, and now every time I roll it to attack my opponent, I get a modifier to boost that damage roll.
So it seems like this card has stats that affect all your gnomes. So all the gnomes might have a special rainbow hat, and it's going to give them more range for the spaces that they can move. So what's the variety of cards and artwork? If you could show us some of those, what do they look like?
Yeah, for sure. So the close cards, if we're looking at, if you want to see farther away to attack your opponents, you're going to want a different hat. One of the outfits you can get is a cowboy. So for example, if you put on an evil mustache, you're going to be the villain in town, but it's going to help you attack farther away. If you want to boost your defenses and withstand the attacks from your opponents, you might put on a juice box, and that's going to protect you. The frayed wire is a great way to attack, but so is a frying pan. We like to say if you love gnomes, you'll love this game. If you hate gnomes, you get to smack them with frying pans. And then finally, if you want to move really fast, hop on a toy pony and gallop your way to victory.
It seems like you got a whole variety of stuff, and it's kind of the quirky humor that this game has to draw people in and get into it.
Absolutely, right? It's silly, you're playing dress up, but yet there's also a lot of strategy that goes into it, a lot of effects that you can group together.
Yeah. How does the game wrap up? How do we get to the end and beat the opponent?
Yeah, so in a two-player game, the main goal is to get to your opponent's side, flip over their mushroom houses, and find their lawn ornament. Once you do that, the game ends. In two-player games specifically, if you wipe out your opponent's army of garden gnomes, you can also win that way.
So is this game already out? Are you still doing play testing? If it is out, how do we get it?
Yeah. So it's not out yet. We're hoping to launch on Kickstarter in either July or August of 2025. We're currently in the final stages of playtesting, getting the art ready, and working on getting final prototypes done.
What have you heard from people so far when they've been playing this game with you?
One of my favorite pieces of feedback is how easy it is to set up and just jump into a game. You know, you learn the game once, 15 minutes through the rule book, you're playing, never have to open it up again.
Perfect. Well, thanks for showing this to me. I appreciate it. So as you see here, it's Get Gnome. This is the game we'll be launching on Kickstarter later on. Stay with us as we're going to go look at some other tables and see some other games that people are playing. All right, so now we're with the organizer of Adirondacon, the one who puts this whole thing together to have all of this fun every year, Veronica. Now tell me, what made you put together this on the first year? What was your inspiration?
Okay. All right, well, first of all, I don't do it alone. We started a gaming group back in 2016, and we just kind of talked about it because there was a couple local conventions that we'd gone to. And my brother John, who's my co-organizer, had developed a game, and we were doing the scene, and it'd be like we'd lug all our stuff around, and we're like, wouldn't it be great if we could have one where we didn't have to drive an hour or two away or longer? Because we even went to Maine one time. I was like, we'd like one in our backyard, and the gaming group agreed. And so we kind of all got together and organized one.
Yeah. And so we've already interviewed some of the people who've designed the games. And there's also the vendors here. So tell me about what the kind of people we have here today that are showing off some of their stuff.
Okay. Like I said, we came from a game design background, so we love encouraging new game designers or established game designers to come and share with us their games. And we try to offer them a table and say, hey, what are you working on? What are you doing? And let's see what you got. And it's great because when you're play testing, sometimes, I mean, that is part of the reason we started our gaming group. It was because we were looking for play testers. And we started off on Meetup, and then we went to Facebook, and it just kind of grew. And then we're like, well, we all like vendors. And like this year, we've got some amazing vendors, like the handmade dice and the trays and the components and everything. And we're just so excited. And then we invite people who just have a favorite game, and not everyone's family is like ours, where like we're a gaming family. Not everybody has that built-in network of people who are going to want to say, okay, who wants to play, Deception Murder in Hong Kong, or who wants to play Ticket to Ride? So it's a place where just besides the game designers, we have so many games on the schedule created by brilliant people. And it's something where you can say, hey, I know this game. I would love to share it with other people and teach other people how awesome this game is.
Yeah. And you have that whole personal library that you're allowing everybody to pull from.
Oh, yes.
Try this for ourselves.
It's not hoarding if you make a con and share it with everyone. But yeah, John and I, the library started out as our personal collection. We had a few hundred. And then thanks to the generosity of companies like Asmodee, Brotherwise Games, Looney Labs, I can't even think. There's so many game companies that have donated to us. In addition to some of our local game designers, they've added to our collection as well. So it's amassed to almost like 600 or 700 thanks to the generosity of different game companies. And yeah, I mean, like I said, we're still buying a lot of games, but it's nice that we have the support of local gamers and big games like Stonebuyer, and there's even a program that'll send us games when we ask, and that's great.
Yeah, and I know this is going on from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m., so the fun isn't ending anytime soon. Tell me what do we have to look forward to?
Okay, well, let's see. We're starting in we're getting close to the social deduction hour. We had a great game called Blood on the Clock Tower, which is a social deduction game, but o'clock, that's when, like I mentioned, Deception Murder in Hong Kong, and it's not as scary or anything as it sounds, but it's just kind of a fun, it's your next step. It's like Clue meets a Dixit, where you're looking at images and there's a traitor amongst you kind of thing, and it's a great game. And then we have this year it's Secret Voldemort, which is a more socially acceptable version of a popular game. So we have some social deduction games. We're running board game trivia in a little bit tonight at around 6 o'clock as well. So anybody who's in the area wants to play some trivia, it's not as hard as they made it sound. You do not know, if you don't know who Gary Gygax is, I'm sorry, but you're still good to go.
I don't even know who that is, but I'm the one hosting it. So
yeah, I'll give a free clue. Dungeons and Dragons, creator of Dungeons and Dragons, but who was his partner? So yeah, we have I'm trying to think what else. We have Pathfinder. The Pathfinder Society is here. They're running the role-playing games upstairs. So they're here for the rest of the evening as well. As if you were watching the live stream, Andy Cowley is running another Call of Cthulhu. This one, not a live play, but just a fun Call of Cthulhu scenario soon. And yeah, like I said, we still have a lot of game designers. I don't know if you, I saw you talk to the Get Gnomed people.
Yes, we did.
I was hoping to get a game in. I don't know if I will, but
I played Monster Hunter so far. It's
Oh,
been going
awesome.
very slow, but it is a lot like the actual video game, and it's just a little more cooperative, sitting at the table and bickering with your teammates about how we're going to take down the monster. So, and then the gnome game that we just previewed, it's funny to see all the clothes and the hats and the frying pans that are going around. So
yeah,
it's a lot of
no, I'm
character.
like, we have a lot of great game designers, and like we had Peter McPherson here, and yeah, that's the board game design 101 panel is coming up. And if you don't know who Peter McPherson is, he he's gone big league. He's a couple of his titles have been picked up by AEG, Tiny Towns. He ran a micro expansion session earlier, and he's going to be on the board game design panel coming up. So we have a lot of good stuff. But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
it's good stuff. And like I said, there's we're here till 10. The vending room, which we're in right now, like I said, homemade dice, components, all this other stuff, jewelry. They're going to be probably closing up around 6. And at 5 o'clock, we have it looks a little messy, but this is our charity raffle for North Shore Animal League, the Adirondack region. These are all items that have been donated by different companies, and some of our game designers have contributed as well. And it's just, we're going to be raffling these off at 5 o'clock. There's still time to get tickets. Yes.
So time is winding down. Like we talked about, Board Game 101 is coming up at 4 o'clock, which is in a few minutes. We might have time to showcase one more vendor before we go over to that live stream panel. So stay with us. We're going to find out the next one we're going to show off, and make sure you step out and see what we got raffling off here. And
and the kitties are here for a little while longer, so hurry.
I'm hoping to hold a kitty for the next one, but we'll see how much time we have. So stay with us. We'll see what we can do.
Thank you.
we have more than just tabletop games here at Adirondacon. We also have cats that are up for adoption. I'm here with Kylie of the North Shore Animal League. Tell me, what are we doing here with the cats today?
Hi, so I'm Kylie. I'm the events and volunteer coordinator for North Shore Animal League Adirondack. We are here to just get the word out, raise awareness of what we do. So we rescue cats. We do a lot of work in the community. We do trap, neuter, release programs. So we take care of a lot of the feral cat colonies around here. Take them in, try to get them adopted out into good homes. This is Judith. She just came out of a foster situation. So she was brought to us really young. She didn't have a mother that was taking care of her. So we have a pretty good group of fosters that take in cats that need more socializing, and Judith was one of them, along with her two other siblings here. They are looking for a good home. We're very volunteer based, so we rely a lot on our volunteers. They are incredible. We have so many people helping us all the time, and we are always looking for volunteers.
Yeah.
So we're here to put that word out today too.
Now, in your shelter, do you find yourself at capacity or over capacity right now? How is that looking internally?
It varies throughout the year. Currently, we have a pretty good number of cats available for adoption, and we adopted out, I think it was 24 cats last month. We're hoping to hit 36 this month. But if anybody is ever in need of finding a place for a cat to stay, we will never say no.
Yeah, and of course, not everybody can adopt or even foster an animal in some cases. What are some other ways that they can help you out?
So like I was saying, volunteer is such a good thing to happen to us. We rely heavily on them. We also accept donations, and we take in donations like blankets and toys and things like that for the cats. We have an Amazon wish list on our website. So.
Yeah. Do you have the URL for that website you want to say to everybody so they can reach out and type that in?
I do. I have it over here. Sorry.
We're going to get that for you, so we make sure we know where to go.
All right. So it is www.animalleague.org/Adirondack region.
Perfect. So as you can see, Judith is getting a little restless right now. So we're going to go over to our main panel where we're going to see the Board Game 101 convention stuff. So stay with us. We're going to head over to that, and hopefully you can go online and see the rest of those cats. Now, I did lie. We have another panel or another table that we're going to look at before we go to that board game panel. I have Chris here, who represents One Upstate and Tech Valley Game Space, two groups, one convention that's coming up recently. Chris, tell me about One Upstate that's coming up. When is that coming up?
It's coming up two weeks from today. It's going to be at the Albany Capitol Center, 55 Eagle Street in Albany.
Yeah. So now, One Upstate is more video games. This is more tabletop gaming. Tell me, what can we expect to see over there at the convention?
Panels related to game development, exhibitors who are gaming related, whether that's esports or RPI student teams or similar stuff. We also do have tabletop testing areas where we're hoping tabletop designers can come down with their stuff for people to talk about. We have in the works a financial workshop being planned for anybody who is looking to start their own game studio business. We have people from the state talking about the state tax credit people can get for filing for new business within the state, so long as they have state-based employment and stuff like that.
And then with Tech Valley Game Space, give us a little bit of background on that, and maybe if they'll be at One State this year. Tell me a little bit about it.
So they are a 501c3 not-for-profit that are focused on people who are looking to get into game development, whether that's 9-year-old who are just interested in starting to get into video games, or someone in their 40s who has always been interested but never had the time or curiosity or resources.
Yeah. Now, what is it about these two groups that really make you want to be a part of them and you want to spread the word about what they do?
I've always been passionate about video games and game design. But back when I was growing up, there weren't a lot of resources available. So when I moved to the Albany area, I seeked out a related group and joined them and have been volunteering ever since.
Perfect. Thank you for sharing that with us, Chris. I got 3 minutes before that board game panel comes up. So now we're all going to head over there and check that out. So stay to the live stream. We'll have it up in just a couple minutes.
We have a game that we're playing out there, Tower Enforcer. And we also have a couple other little things that we have in the works. But thank you for joining us for the Board Game 101 thing. What we're going to do today is kind of just general introductions. These gentlemen deserve the introductions much more than I do, trust me. And then what we're going to do is kind of just give you a little bit of a background on, what we do and like how our experience has gone. And then we're going to kind of actually design the bare bones of a board game together, actually, all of us. So it's going to be really cool, actually. We got some spare parts and stuff, got some, cool ideas and stuff. So I am pretty sure that you guys have some cool ideas. You all seem like a creative sort. So you're here at a board game convention. Like, come on, why wouldn't you be? So, but yeah, so I'll leave it up to you guys. If you guys want to introduce yourselves, that'd be great.
Hello. Hi. I'm Brian Mayer. I am the designer of Freedom the Underground Railroad. I'm currently working on the expansion for Freedom the Underground Railroad. I do a bit of consulting for like educational groups, like game design stuff. So there's some grants and some other things I've done some consulting on. I also have a print and play that came out shortly after Freedom that had a weird story about quantum mechanics and subatomic particles type of a thing as well too. And I'm currently working on a game about the French Resistance as well, sort of once I tie up the expansion for Freedom.
Nice. Hi, I'm gonna turn it on.
How about now? Yes.
There you go.
Thanks. I'm Pete McPherson. I designed Tiny Towns, Wormholes, and Fit to Print. Those are my published games so far. I'm a freelance designer, and I'm also a freelance rulebook writer. So I write rulebooks now and then. And I'm part of a local design group up here called Spielbany, which Chris is a very dedicated playtester in over here. And that's about it for me. So,
awesome.
You want to start us off?
Yeah, so I don't know if you noticed, we're all kind of in different stages of our game development career. I am very much in my infancy in my game development career. I've only been at this for probably about 5 or 6 years now. It's been a short amount of time. I have nothing published. But what I do have is the experiences of all of the playtesting, all of the heartache of making a game that you think is amazing, and then people telling you it's horrible. Are any of you like interested in you? I know you over there on your phone. Yeah, on your phone, of course you are a little bit into it. But are any of you guys into game design or anything like that? I got a couple nods. Yeah. So. One of the best things that I can tell you to do is exactly what you're doing today is go play board games, is to kind of learn as much as you can about how those mechanics work. For me, in my stage of my career that I've had so far, definitely going through and learning as much as I can about not only the hobby, but just the mechanics in general of those games. I'm sure that these guys will agree with me when I say that it's already been invented, it's already been done, and it's already out there somewhere. But you're going to put your own spin on it. I created a game back in 2020 that was awesome. I thought it was great, and it was so cool. And come to find out, we play tested it. It didn't work. It was broken. So, and that's going to happen. So, in my experience, molding your experiences around that kind of stuff is definitely, beneficial. And being out there and putting yourself out there too is very important. You want that feedback because, I don't know about you guys, but yeah, some of us are doing it as a hobby, but you're probably interested in making board games and stuff like that because yes, you have an interest in it. You have, this, passion for it and stuff, but at the same time, you want to make a little bit of money off of it too. You're wanting to break into this industry because you're passionate about it, because it's something that you want to do with your life. I don't know about you, but I don't want to work a 9 to 5 every single day slaving away for somebody else who I have no control over saying anything. If I were to have my own board game, if I were to have my own board game company,
or just gaming company or studio or whatever I want to do, you're going to be able to make your own rules, quite literally. Yeah, board game joke. Thank you. So thank you. Yes, that's it. Panel's over, guys. In my experience, definitely, it's about getting out there, breaking your ideas, and reforming them. And getting that feedback too. What I hope to do with you guys a little bit later is to start that process. Is to kind of do it might even be like a small. I don't know if you guys have heard of the game jams before, where people throw in games literally together in like 35 hours or something like that. So kind of what we're going to do in 30 minutes or so is do that later on. But what we can do is we can continue building on that a little bit later, and especially with the advice that these guys here. I don't know if you guys have any input or anything like that, or if you guys want to tell a little bit about your story and about your experience of kind of how things have gone for you.
Well, I want to touch on a thing you said about us being so much more experienced because we have published games. You said you've been at this for 5 or 6 years.
Yep.
So that puts us back at like 2018. I've only seriously been designing games, I would say, since 2016. And Tiny Towns happened to be the first design that I took seriously and play tested more than like 5 times. So a lot of getting published it's a numbers game, and there's so much luck involved.
Yeah.
And 5 to 6 years of committed design and playtesting and iteration is hard work, for sure. So I think you're selling yourself short. I think anyone who's at this for that long, it's so much of it is luck and being in the right place in the right time. I was somehow lucky enough to sign Tiny Towns at the first event where I pitched. I pitched to 5 companies and was given an offer a couple weeks later. And I don't think that's because of like sheer game design skill or anything like that. There was luck involved, without a doubt.
Yeah.
And now I've had a dry spell where I haven't signed a game in 3 years, and I've pitched more games in the past 3 years than I ever did before. And I have the advantage of being a published designer. I'm playing on easy mode, and still, it's been tough to sign another title. So anyway, I don't think there's not like, you become a published designer and now you are like more accomplished by default. Like, it is such hard work to play test and iterate and So anyway, I just wanted to. I think you don't give yourself enough.
Fair enough. And thank you. I appreciate that. And actually, I don't know if you guys had heard. So he went via a publisher route. A lot of us too are, independent developers. So not saying that the publishers aren't, because a lot of those publishers are, and a lot of those publishers help out the smaller developers and stuff. But there's a couple of different routes that you can go through with publishing your game. I don't know. Are you self-published, or have you?
No, so my journey was Prospiel. So Freedom came out, I want to say 12 years ago, and I was working on it for about like 2 years. This was still like earlier on in terms of when the hobby was still when the hobby was a little bit smaller. So Freedom came out 12 years ago. I worked on it for like 2 years prior to that, but like I was going to like Protospiel at that time, which was great because you're in front of other designers and publishers, right? So you have a captive audience of people. A designer had played my game and he pulled over my publisher. He's like, it was Academy Games and UVA. And he's like, you need to take a look at Zuva. And they played it and they're like, this is good, but like, this is dumb. And they're dumb, not in like a bad way, but like, so in my game, one of the aspects is the freedom seekers are moving up to Canada. The slave catchers are sort of like all over the map, and there's a tension of how do you help them get up there. And it was very random. And he was like, no, that's dumb. Like, it doesn't move in a smart way. You need to think of a way for those slave catchers to move in a more intelligent way, right? Like that little bit of feedback that I was able to go and refine a little bit and then come back and pitch it to the publisher. And he was like, oh, fantastic. Now I'm happy with it. And then there's still development that sort of happens to that. But those opportunities to take advantage of whether they're protospiels or whether they're unpubs, or those opportunities are really pretty fantastic. But it is a lot of hard work. You have to have a thick skin as well too. It's okay if something sucks. It's tough sometimes because you get married to something in your design and you're like, yes, and you need to learn to be able to let that go based on when you're playtesting with people, and to be like, yes, but you don't get it. And they're like, yeah, but we don't want to get it. Like, you need to be able to let that stuff go. You made some good points in the sense that there's an ebb and flow to the publishing industry in terms of what's popular right now, what's so trick taking was really a big rage. Now trick takings are kind of going out, so publishers aren't looking for that. They're sort of bobbing and weaving through some of that stuff. So being mindful of that to a degree, but then sometimes, like for me, like I do like historical stuff, and that's just sort of mostly what I'm going to do, and that's okay, and I'll sort of live in that space. I'm not looking to sort of fill all of those spaces. So being aware too of like, if you are a designer and you're looking to design, like what space do you want to live in? Do you want to sort of be spread out and try to fill lots of different spaces? Do you want to like design within a particular space because you enjoy working in that space? And to respond to something you said, it is a wonderful dream to be like I'm a designer, this is what I do, but very, 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 very few people design full time. There's only a couple of people that you could probably count on your hands that do that full time. Most people have a regular job and then they design in addition to that because they love it, they have a passion for it, and it's just something that you want to do. And having that healthy balance of being like, I do this because I love it, not because I'm gonna be rich. Like, I have a $70 game and I get like $1, right? Like when I get my game sells, I get $1. I don't make a ton of money, but guess what? I love it. I love what I do. I love seeing people connect with that, and like if you have that sort of mindset balance, that's a healthy thing, right? Like, and it'll help you navigate through that well.
So, I guess this question's for both of you guys. I guess I'm fielding some. We're gonna do questions for you guys too. Don't worry if you have questions. I promise. But so, when you've designed your game, and then, so, I don't mean to split us, but so these guys have published their games through publishers. I myself am an indie publisher, so I intend to publish. I intend to do everything myself. So, what benefits do you guys think that a publisher has for you, and then what should you do to get ready for a publisher? If say, what is your name? Peter? So Peter has an idea for a board game and wants to get it up and off the ground, has a design, has something showing it off at the next Adirondacon. What do you think that Peter needs to do in order to get it ready for a publisher?
I can go first. I think your game should be pretty rigorously tested at that stage, especially it should have gone through unguided playtesting, which is where you have a rule book that is reasonably polished. Doesn't need to look like a rule book you'd see in a finished game, but needs to be polished enough that you can put it in front of a group of people and they can learn the game wholesale, having never played it before, from the rule book. And you can sit there and summon all of your strength to not say a word as they fumble over stuff and ask questions, and you just like sit there, screaming internally. But because if the publisher likes a game after a pitch and they take it home, you don't want the first unguided playtest to be the publisher, and learning how to play from the rules and realizing, oh wait, there's like a missing thing here. How do we set up the market? Is it like a river market with 5 cards, or how does that even work? Because I've had gaping flaws like that become super apparent during unguided playtests. But fortunately, it wasn't, a publisher. So that's really important if you're hoping to hand off a prototype, which of course is the usually the best thing that comes of a pitch meeting with the publisher is they say, I'd like a prototype right now. Do you have one? And then you say, yes. And it's all ready to go, and all the pieces are there, and I have a copy of the rules, and also I have other prototypes in my bag in case other publishers want prototypes. So anyway, I think that's one of the most important things, is making your game is at that point. My friend Emma Larkins, who's a designer, said also that during a pitch you don't want anything to happen where you would say, oh my gosh, that's never happened before. Your game should be tested enough that that's not, you're not going to have that experience. How you know when it's at that point? It's hard to say. Once I've stopped tinkering and I've had like a dozen play tests and things are just going good, maybe I'm moving some small numbers around, but at that point I'm just gauging everyone's experience, making sure the fun is really there and this is the thing that needs to be out there. You should also definitely do your homework when you choose who you're going to pitch to. You don't want to just pitch to everybody, shotgun approach. You want to make sure your game is going to be the right fit for that publisher and they don't have something that is exactly the same. It's going to fill a new niche in their library, and you'll be able to showcase as you talk to them that you understand who they are and what they're looking for, and you really think your game is going to find a good home with that publisher.
Yeah, the last part is good, right? Like you want to do your homework to know who your publisher, who you're pitching to, because you don't want to pitch a game that is not going to fit with their brand and their vision, their line. Having your pitch ready as well too. I think having a good, quick pitch line, like so you don't spend too much time trying to explain the game just when you first get in the door, because sometimes some of those meetings are really quick. Like we've got like 5 minutes. What do you got? Let me know real quick. You sort of walk through it. You spark their interest enough. If you have like, some people like to have like a one sheet or like a little quick sell sheet. That's sometimes very helpful. And then, and this is mixed depending on your design, but I think, you know, if you have a good vision for your game, you don't have to go crazy with graphics, but depending on your game, if you can help them see it, right? Like, so for me, because I do like a lot of historical stuff, like I sometimes have a vision of what it sort of looks like, and I like to sort of prep as much as I can, and I'm not talking Game Crafter, like I have a Mac, and I use Pages, and I grab just, you know, an AI now is pretty amazing for placeholder stuff, right? Like it's not gonna be your art, but you can generate some like placeholder art with AI just so that you give vision beats of like what your game could look like, you know, so that they can see what you're seeing in your head. It's not that you can't bring sort of like bearer sort of concept-y things if it's real sharp and tight, but I feel like having as much of a polished thing that you put before them, because you're selling yourself. You're selling they can't see what you see, and you want to help them see what it is, the play experience, the engagement piece, the visual aspects of it. I think that helps a ton as well too, at least from my journey.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. Kind of playing what they said earlier on too about, you know, knowing your publishers that you're kind of getting a pitch to a little bit, is, you know, going to these conventions or even just being a part of the community that you want to be a part of, the types of, you know, games. There's a bunch of Discord servers. There's a bunch of Facebook groups. There's Twitter stuff. There's a whole bunch of just stuff online and all over the place too that you can join, that you get to be with other developers. And you kind of just spitball ideas and talk about that. You know, that's one of the biggest, one of my biggest things that I've learned is just even just talking, you know, for 10 minutes about some of the stuff, you know, and just kind of, you know, communicating and just, you know, getting to know some of these other designers and other people in the industry can really help judge, you know, where you want to go and how things want to be. You know, if you want to be a part of the community itself, then you got to know if you like it and what part. Like every single place is a little bit different. You obviously have these little cliques here and there of different designers and stuff, but it's definitely, you know, you want to get your niche. And do you want to go into the gardening group of the board game design stuff, or are you part of like the Warhammer, you know, kind of stuff? So definitely want to be able to, you know where your, you know, game ideas lie, and then also those trusted few that you bounce ideas off of, and, you know, have that kind of just community and camaraderie with each other, you know. And actually one of the best things too is how well you guys just vibe with each other. How like going out and just playing games together, or just, you know, going out and, you know, having a beer or something like that. You know, I don't think there's any, you guys underage? I don't think you are. No? Okay, good. But no, so like just enjoying people's time and just having a good time with people and judging that, you know, how you mix with each other is a big part of that too. You know, I don't plan on publishing with a publisher, so, you know, being able to do stuff like this with you guys and, you know, getting my name out there and, you know, just kind of meeting as many people as I can to have as much experience and as much, not necessarily exposure, but as much knowledge as I can as I go through this journey is great on my end. You know, I don't have anybody who's going to take the game away from me because I don't want that. You know, I want them to stay away. That's my baby. You know, I want to keep all those ideas.
Two more things I want to throw in. One, networking is still important.
Yes,
like
very
that,
much so,
it
yes.
is important to not only be where those people are going to be, but then you know, sometimes who you know or the connections you make. And like, so for example, with my publisher, they're putting a game out by some friends that I knew because I played their game and I was like, wow, this is really good. Let me tell my publisher about it because it might be a good fit. So sometimes you could just be somewhere, sit down and play a game with someone who then might be able to know somebody to sort of connect that piece with. So that networking piece is important. And darn it, I forgot the other thing I was going to say, but it was really good. So if I think of it, I'll throw it in there.
Please do.
Well, I can add to sort of the tail end of what you're saying there. As far as your idea being out there and someone stealing your idea, no one's gonna take your idea most likely. For one thing, I think this can. Well, it has happened.
That's my weird story.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That sounds like a good story.
That's my weird story. I shortly after Freedom, I had a friend who was a physics teacher and came up to me. He's like, "Hey, you know," because I was sort of in that educational space, and this was like 12, 13 years ago. So the hobby was a little bit smaller. A lot of the conversation was still like, "We're a small group. Everybody knows everybody, so don't worry. You know, you can be sort of safe." And so. Physics friend came up to me. He's a teacher. He said, "Hey, you know, it would be cool if there was a game about quarks." And I'm like, "I don't know anything about quarks, but let me check this out." I'm like, "Oh my God, this is fascinating." So I did all this research about quarks and how they work, and it was super cool. And I made this card game. I designed this card game where you have the quarks, up, top, bottom, charmed, quarks and anti-quarks, and then you're using those and you're exchanging them for mesons and baryons, which are subatomic particles, or you could turn them into protons and neutrons, and you could decay them and get energy, and then you could use the protons and neutrons to build elements. And I had this nice little game. And I was trying to figure out in shop where I can send it. And there was a publisher that was doing sort of science stuff, and they were very small at that time. They were almost, the games at the time were very almost like worksheety, right? Like they weren't. So I was like, "Hey, I have this game." They're like, "Oh my God, I would be super fascinated in that game. I would love to see that game." They're like, "We go to like teacher shows and stuff like that." And they're like, "So, is this something that teachers do?" I said, "Yeah, my physics friend, he's a physics teacher. This is totally in the curriculum." They're like, "Fantastic." So I sent them my prototype and they played it and they're like, "Yeah, this is pretty good, but we got a couple of things we don't necessarily like." And I was like, "Okay, well, here's some ideas back." And then I never heard from them. And then a year later, it was up on Kickstarter.
Oh my God.
It was developed, like they developed it a little bit, but the structure, there's so much that is still it, right? Like it turned from like a drafting to turned from like a card drafting thing to like a little bit of a deck building, but so much of what was there. So you do got to be a little bit careful. No, I'm just saying, you do got to be a little bit careful when you're pitching. You got to have some ideas in terms of some stipulations of here it is, and because ideally when you're pitching, they like your idea. It's not going to be perfect. They're going to work with you, develop it. That's how the process should work. But in this case, they were like, "We're just going to go develop it," and then the response was, "Well, there's lots of games about this." I'm like, "No, this is the game that I brought you. You did develop it, but like without me." And anyway, so sorry, I had to respond to that.
No,
it was a super, and that's part of why like I took a break, because that was a bad experience, and I had kids and stuff like that as well too. The other thing, because you were talking about self-publishing, and why publishers are good.
Yes.
And I didn't want to lose
right.
this.
Yes.
I cannot stress the value of the editorial process. Like what publishers do, I mean, it's fantastic to do it yourself, but you can't do everything. Like rules, that's a special skill set. Refinement, feedback, like development, that's a skill set. And publishers, as a part of that process, there's a ton of value to that. There are people that are like, "I could write a children's book. It's super easy." No, you can't write a good children's book, right? Like children's books are hard. Like game design is hard. Even if it's a simple game,
they play a critical role that I'm like, I personally, for me, I'm like, I can't do everything and I don't want to do everything. So that was the thing I didn't want to forget,
No,
because
right,
it was
yes, no,
bumbling
exactly,
around
yeah.
in there. And for me, I think there's a super strong value to the role of development and all the logistics and finding art and all of that stuff that just like, yes, please do that. So sorry, I didn't mean to, I was like, yeah, that was not a fun experience, so.
Well, the only stories I was aware of where games were stolen, because I know it has happened, it didn't work out well for the publisher. Was there ever a comeuppance?
Well, no. So here's the problem was, no. Because, you can't copyright game rules, right? Like games rules are game. The whole Martin Wallace thing, right? Like they're game rules, you can't copyright them. They're rules.
What's the Martin Wallace thing?
I'm not going to get into that. But
that's the next
panel.
panel.
So, but that is one of the issues. It's a little bit tricky. Like you could go out and you could just make Carcassonne, and they can't do anything about it. You're not the nicest person because you took Carcassonne and you made Carcassonne, but technically you cannot copyright game rules. So, yeah, like, but if you got some IP and art things, that becomes an issue. So, I probably, if I want, I also don't have like a ton of money because again, I get $1 per game. So, like trying to go that legal route, like and I just had to walk away from it. And it took a little while for that wound to heal, but I walked away from it and I sort of let it go because I don't know what I would ultimately get out of it and how much I would have to put in to go through that process. So that's sort of where that landed.
Would you say that, I often tell people that putting your game out there online and being loud about it is the best thing you can do to protect your idea, letting people know, hey, I'm working on this, I've been toiling away.
Yeah,
You agree with that?
the same thing. So when I did Freedom, it started as, I put it out as a print and play because I'm like, I want people to play it, and it was another way, especially way back then, there was no tabletop or anything like that, to get people to play and get some additional feedback apart from my running around. So Freedom originally was a print and play. This thing, I put it up as a print and play too, because I was like, I'm going to do that again. I'm going to put that out there. So, I figured like Freedom had won, I won like a whole bunch of awards. I got like a couple of Dice Tower awards, a whole bunch of things. So I'm like, cool, and it's a small community, so I will be okay. And I was not okay, even with that little bit of provenance and the fact that there was a lot of buzz, and I was like, cool, and and I think part of it was, at the time, they were not aware of the hobby space, right? Like they're in the hobby space now, but they were not aware of the hobby space at that time, and so I think they didn't realize that what they did was wrong. I think maybe my wife tells me I'm too nice and I give the benefit of the doubt too much, but I feel like that, right? They were just like, what? That's not your game. It's a completely different game, right? So, yeah, the buzz didn't help.
Dang. Sorry to hear that.
It's okay. I'm better now. I swear.
We can talk about it later if you want.
Can you hug me? All right.
So we're running about 4:30 now. Do you guys have any questions, comments, concerns, anything that you want to pick our brains about, or anything along those lines?
I'm fascinated.
Yes, sir.
That's my next game. Literally, I'm working on the French Resistance. But yes, that happens all the time. No, like
yeah.
Designers will bring a game, and it'll depend on the contract, all of those pieces. But a lot of times, sometimes a designer will sign a game with a publisher, and then depending on that contract, the publisher will take it and do something completely different with it, or reskin it, or retheme it based on whatever it is. Like that is very much not unheard of. It's still a compliment, right? Because the underlying bones and the mechanics, and they're like, they saw something and they're like, this is really good, but we would rather have it be this, right? Like instead of, colonialism, it is space exploration or something like that. So at least from my experience, that is not an unusual thing.
I've always been really involved in the development process and the art direction of games. I've only worked with 2 publishers, AEG and FlatOut, but both of them have kept me fully in the loop through the whole process. I think I might even have something in my contract that says I get to approve art, and that was their thing they put in the contract. So they wouldn't surprise me with a sudden theme change. I know some designers, they sign a game and then development happens and they're not a part of that and the game comes out, and that saves you a lot of time for sure. But I like to be involved. Maybe I'm a control freak, but I really appreciate that they keep me so in the loop on that stuff. So if a theme change ever happened, it would be a whole conversation we'd have. And when you're pitching, it's important, I think, to have a theme for your game and be confident about your theme, but also suggest openness to a conversation about that. You don't necessarily have to say that, but if they give you hints of like, I'm not sure about this theme. I had a pitch one time, pitching a game set in an antique shop where the shapes were all antiques, and the publisher just was like, yeah, I can't visualize these shapes as antiques at all, so we'd probably change the theme. And like in my head, I was just like, this isn't gonna work out at all. But sometimes you need to be flexible and realize, okay, it's not the closest tie between theme and mechanism here, and I'm not so married to this that I would walk away if it were changed. So yes, I'm okay with that. I think it's situational. You need to show some openness to have that conversation when you're at the pitching stage. But it might be such an important idea, like freedom, that you're like, I don't think this can be anything else, and I don't think I could work with a publisher who would change the theme entirely.
Yeah. And that's design stuff, right? Like, so some stuff really is just about mechanisms that work really well together, and the theme is just a theme that's there, but it's not necessarily dependent on it. And other things like freedom, like that is theme. Like my stuff is theme first, and then I explore how mechanisms inform, expand, and engage you with that theme, right? Like, so I start with visuals and theme, and I figure out how does that play, right? How do I translate that to play? But there are other designers that are just like, yeah, it is all mechanics, and it could be about anything.
Yeah, to touch a little bit on what they were saying too, as a self-published, game designer as well, you're going to do a bunch of changes yourself. Like it's, yes, you're probably going to want to, pitch and you want to do all that stuff, but the play testing stage of a lot of that is, changing the game as you go on. And then you yourself, though, are like the publisher. So you're going to realize that just some things just don't work. You're going to realize that, your board is just too big. and you love a big board, but, it's just too big and players are not enjoying that. And really, honestly, sometimes the players themselves are your publishers because they're coming in with that feedback and telling you, well, this kind of sucks. I don't really enjoy this, or something along those lines. So you really need to hear those. And, obviously, some of these ideas that you have are the best ideas. They're the best ideas that you're ever going to have. And they're your babies. But also, too, at the end of the process, you're going to need to know that they kind of grow up and they are different and they're their own thing. Because they really are sometimes, Yeah.
They're our children.
They are our children, yes, for sure.
I have a handful of children in boxes on a shelf.
Yeah, you might want to.
Yeah, but you go back and you revisit them. Like the very first game before Freedom I did, and this is a good example too, is Westward Expansion, right? Like Westward Expansion, there wasn't really anything out about that. There still isn't really a good game out about the Westward Expansion, like in the way that I would want to do it. And I did this game, and it was tight. Like, it was balanced mechanically, and everyone was like, this is not fun, right? Like, it played well, like, and everything was, and I had everything worked out, and you're using your resources and timing, and you're getting across, but it wasn't fun. And so it's in a box, and it sits on a shelf, and I will eventually go back now that I'm a slightly better game designer, and maybe I will revisit it. I don't know. But, yeah.
You should probably visit your children more often. Anybody else have any questions?
So when I was sitting down publishing people, what they want out of expansions versus what you want out of an expansion. Can you talk a little bit about the process of designing expansion and how you navigate that?
Designing an expansion is like your original game is a circle. Okay, now add to the circle. It's really hard to do if you're going to seamlessly add content, especially when you're going to introduce a new big idea like we did with the first 2 Tiny Towns expansions. We had to add something that was new, and it wasn't necessarily missing from the base game, but it also changes the experience in a way that is fundamental but also pleasant and all that stuff. And now I've read enough BGG threads and watched enough reviews to know that those aren't always the best received, and people just sort of want more stuff, but it's hard to sell just more stuff in a box, especially in like Tiny Towns where cards can add replayability alone. It's not exciting to open a box and see a bunch of air and then a deck of cards entrapped in plastic in the center. So I'm still learning to find that balance, I guess. And as I was telling you with the micro expansion, it's literally just going to be cards wrapped in foil or something, so there's no need for extra stuff. I don't have a ton to add to that, except that it's a difficult, marketing needs something flashy to sell to people and say, here's what you get in this box. Like, look at the components all spread out. But I just want to be like, guys, we made a bunch of cards. There's a whole bunch of cards in this expansion, but that's not quite enough to make it really spicy.
So
True.
Did you have something?
Oh yeah. I mean, so I'm working on the expansion for Freedom right now. That's what I'm playtesting over there as well too. I'm just super curious too. This is like a little because we seem to have a nice rapport. Like my publisher for after Freedom came out 12 years ago, he's like, all right, let's do an expansion, and I was like, no. I didn't want to do an expansion because I didn't feel like it needed anything at the time, and I couldn't envision, and especially with Freedom, it's a little different because it's sensitive, and I didn't want to muck that up. I feel like I got super lucky with how that came together, and I didn't want to mess with that, and it took a long time for me to figure that out. And I know in the industry, a lot of times it's cool, let's do more, and both as a designer and as a player, I'm sometimes but there doesn't always need to be more. And from a marketing and the publisher, they're like, yeah, but we want more because we can sell more, and you're lightning in a bottle and you want to tap that while you can. Have you ever been no?
I've never been asked to do an expansion and said no, but I think I've changed my design philosophy. Expansions are so much work, as I was telling you earlier. It can be almost as much work as the base game because you're adding to this circle, which sometimes means make the circle 1/4 inch wider all the way around and make it real smooth. It can be so much development and everything. So I try to design my games now without need for an expansion. That's probably how everyone designs their games, I think, or you have a nice nook where expansion content can easily go. I think now I would rather just make more games, and I'd rather make games that have so much content or replayability or whatever in the main box that it doesn't leave want for an expansion.
Yeah. So, and sometimes too, development-wise, and you go to your publisher and they're like, awesome, we like this, but we're going to take this piece out, and this is going to be an expansion later, or it's going to be the Kickstarter, whatever, extra stuff like that. So sometimes things become expansion. If you look at, what is it, AEG, Edge of Darkness, right? And Mystic Veil, right? So Edge of Darkness was the original thing that was pitched, and then they sort of tweaked it out and pulled stuff out. So sometimes that happens as well too, where they'll scale back. So then they have sort of a game plan going forward on things. Or like you said, you had a good point too, with what I'm doing with the Freedom expansion, and I've got the story modules, and I'm like, cool, if that works, I can just do a couple of extra little story modules every once in a while to expand it out because it fits nicely in there. But you're right, it's tricky because if you did a good job with the base game and you're it's balanced, it's right, and to go in and tinker with that, and you're how do you not break what's there? And how do you add value and not just be here's stuff? I can't tell you. I get excited. I'm a completionist. I'm oh, expand! I want this game. I love. I'm gonna get the expansion. And then I'm half the time I don't even play that, but I picked it up because I love the base game. And then I realize I don't really need the extra stuff all the time.
Yeah, no, that's perfect. Yeah. Anybody else? No?
Should we make a game?
I think we should make a game, guys. So if you guys want to do that, actually, if you guys want to come up, you can be a part of this. I know that it's being streamed, so if you don't want to be on stream, you can kind of stay put, or you can just face this way if you want, or you can just throw out ideas. But yes, if you guys want to come up, that'd be great. We'll try to keep the mics live for the stream. And if anybody in the stream has any ideas or anything like that, too, please throw them down. Definitely are open to doing a couple of different things. But so much like, I don't know how you guys start doing games, but what I'm typically doing is there's an idea that I have, or there's, all right, that's cheating. You can't come up here and like, come on, that's not. This is John. So John is the reason why you're here today. So please give him a good round of applause first and foremost. Okay, yeah, one of the reasons, yes. But he's also a published designer himself. So self-published. No, but you're still published. That's published. So, please tell me that's published because I'm doing the same thing. Please, love of God. So we have a good rapport. So Chris, do you want to be a part of this too? Like, come on, like.
So I have a question.
Yes.
And again, this is different people, different design approaches.
Yeah.
Do you start with a mechanism or do you start with a theme?
So that's a good question. That's actually a really good question. So myself, I start with a theme kind of. Hey, I want to make a game about making bagel sandwiches. How do I do that? Or I want to make a game about defeating towers. How do I go about and doing that? So, with a bulldozer, that's it. All right, there we go. So I'll just package that and sell it for what, $50? That'd be great. Anti-bulldozer, there we go. Exactly. So what about you? Is it
I'm all
idea?
theme.
You're all theme. Okay,
yeah,
gotcha.
That's
you
where
too?
I live.
Yes. Oh, what is this?
It's all about your game idea.
No. Come on now. Okay, so are we all in agreement that we might do a theme then? Yes?
Sure.
Theme? Okay. Yes? All right. So does anybody have any ideas for a theme possibly that has been, rattling in their head a little bit, or anything that,
Ooh, anything with cats.
Okay.
Okay, we can work with that.
Okay, so cats. All right, so that's great. All right, so cats. All right.
A really interesting recent cat game is Boop, which I have not played, but I know it started as an
Boop?
abstract. Boop.
Yeah, Boop.
Started as an abstract game, and then they added the cat theme, and that really brought the whole thing together. There are a lot of cat games out there now. So what could we do with cats that would be novel or different? There are cat cafe games. There's Cat Lady.
What about, talk about how cats have 9 lives. So what if you're burning through right? You know what I mean? What if that's something you're shutting through those, and then last cat standing, right? Like as you shed through your 9 lives.
It's a little grim, but I like it. Okay.
I'm trying to riff and spin on cat
What
ideas.
do you think? Yeah.
I guess my voice is probably
Here.
loud enough.
No, well, here.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I'm not so sure about themes, but I was, when I heard at first that there was going to be a collaborative game design portion of this panel, I started thinking about mechanical ideas. And the first mechanical idea that came to mind was a deck builder, but dice instead of cards.
I like it.
And so I don't know how you would do something about that with cats, with 9 lives. Maybe each of the dice in your pool are your 9 lives. I don't know.
Okay, so we want dice. All right, so here's the dice.
What if you inverse it? So in the sense that as you're going through whatever the dice are, whether you're pulling them from a bag or adding them or whatever, that there's the potential for the dice to knock you down. So maybe they work negatively towards you.
Okay, so the dice are things that are happening to you that you're trying to prevent or avoid.
Oh, I don't know. I'm just throwing ideas out.
Yeah, because the idea I had was like everyone has a dice pool. The dice have various things, various effects on them, and you're trying to get better dice into your pool. So like deck builder, but with dice.
Oh, so then maybe those dice help you survive better as
Like
a
what?
cat.
Yes, I think so. Yeah.
Oh yeah, so maybe the dice help you survive better. What was the? There was Quarriors, but there was another one. There was like Marvel or whatever too, where you would get the. I think it was by the same publisher, but I do have Quarriors. That's a good one too.
Could this be a push your luck game as well? Does that fit in? You're trying to achieve something as a cat, and then sometimes you don't succeed, and that's one of your lives gone. Again,
And maybe that's represented by. And maybe that's
Okay.
represented by drawing more dice from the pool and
Right.
rolling them. And there's always the risk that as you roll more dice, you could succeed more, but you could also fail more.
Okay, so the deck building aspect is maybe a smaller atom of the game that happens
Sure, yeah.
with each turn, right? Like not like a grander scale deck building as is usually the
Sure.
case.
I mean, I'm just throwing out ideas here.
That's what we're
Cats
here
live
for,
a
yeah.
short lifespan, so maybe
Well,
as
9
your
of them.
cat matures, you're adding more dice, which you have experience as a cat. You're growing as a cat, and then you're trying to do your whatever your cat things are. So you've got more dice that you're pulling from to try and get up to the tree to get the bird or whatever. And
Well, as you roll more dice, you become more likely to roll high numbers and more likely to also roll low numbers. So maybe there's numbers you don't want to roll that are bad, and there's numbers you do want to roll that are high. And so rolling more dice as you age as a cat is good. You're more likely you're going to hit those sixes, but you're going to get more ones as well.
So are you assuming standard D6s for this then?
I don't know.
Okay.
I said,
but don't
I
know.
said six,
I like
yeah.
when you said about getting old. What's cool too is maybe there are some geriatric dice that get thrown in there that are not good, that have very low results on them, right? Like so, there's a one, and blanks or something. As you get older, you're adding worse dice in because you're becoming less flexible and you're getting, you know what I mean? You're less agile because you're becoming an older cat. So as you're pulling dice out to try and do your things. There's more dice, so it's you're building it up as you're young to you hit mid, but then as you get older, you start adding not so good dice, which skew your probabilities and your abilities.
So there would be different dice for different life stages.
Yeah, or even
You're adding all of these to your same pool, maybe.
Yeah.
And even some dice maybe have specific attributes, like you've attained a certain skill. You're a really good mouse hunter cat, and so there's a die specific to mouse hunting.
Sure, yeah.
So you, okay, we have something.
What if there's instead of like? So what if for the age thing, there's just like one die that changes, so or gets replaced? So you've got like your kitten die, your adult die, and your elder kitty die. So you take the kitten one out at a certain point and put the adult one in, and that has positive or negative effects on everything else.
What's that?
Right.
Other humans, is that an aspect of the game?
I don't know. I'm going to riff on what you said. What could be cool, too, a little bit is maybe there are different things you could choose to try and do. So maybe I'm going to try to go and get the bird from the tree. And then if I do that, sort of like experience and leveling up, I'm like, oh, cool. So I get the climbing dice that I get thrown in because I was successful at that. Now I'm even better at doing that. But I didn't try to go to do some mousing. So I'm like, that's the thing that I'm not good at. So your choices in the game in terms of what activities you do will dictate which dice you throw in, right? So you're almost like customizing and leveling up your cat based on the things you choose to do.
So what's the goal of the game, though?
So I think Chris has an idea.
Subtractive events, dogs, accidents, stuff that can prematurely cause a cat's life to end will help pick up the pace of the game and make sure people aren't tuning out when they're bored and stuff like that.
When I think of the tropey cats having 9 lives thing, they're not like actually perishing. Of course, they are escaping death. They're something is happening, and they right. So
Yes, which I can see benefits from. I'm just thinking, after playing that for 20 minutes, if people still have 3 lives each, some of them are going to tune out because they have short attention.
Oh, this is a 20-minute game. This is not going longer than 20 minutes. Ooh. like that.
You could do some wordplay here about you live or you die. Either you
You
survive
live or you die.
Yes.
Yes, all right.
So you put another
There we
die
go.
in your pool.
There we go.
You start with an empty pool, and once you have died 9 times, there's 9 dice in your pool.
Okay.
Get some cards out for inspiration. Oh, these are unopened. These have words on them. Can be fun brainstorming. Carry on.
Okay. All right. So.
Where are
can
we at? What do
we
we got?
should get a scriber, actually. We should get somebody who can write this down. Hint, hint. Yeah, there you took the hint. Good. Okay. So we have a cat game that is based on dice that we are upgrading our dice. Is that correct? Or we're gaining dice throughout the journey, right? Okay. All right. There will be events that can either help us. No, they hinder us. Yeah, they hinder us. Okay, cool. And so, and then there is ages of cats. So we'll have the kittens, the cats, and then the elder cats, right? Okay, cool. All right. Yes. Okay. Okay. All right. Gotcha. Okay.
The one thing I'd throw out there, and again, trying to envision it, is that doesn't feel like there's a ton of choice in the beginning, right? Because it's just a matter of whatever flops out, and we all have different dice. And but what if everyone starts the same, and then there are different events that come out? I don't know. But we got to make sure there's interesting choice there.
Right.
And I was a little bit worried because that you originally pitched there wasn't. It was more just the whim of what came out, and I'd like a little more choice.
I think I have. Sorry, go ahead.
Mm-hmm. Right. It's been a minute, but I think I remember in Quarriors the choice was there were a lot of different things you could go after, right? So even though that you had options of which do I go after, and that presented that interesting choice piece.
So I think I have a possible framework. We've got our kitten dice that we start with. You're rolling dice to try to achieve certain tasks like mousing and chasing toys and stuff like that. And the card has points and also a reward die that you're going to get to add to your pool when you achieve it. But you're only rolling 1 die per life you have spent so far. So if you haven't busted, you're just rolling 1 die. At some point, you're going to want to bust. And now you're rolling 2 dice, but you choose them from your pool of dice you've gotten from achieving various cat-like tasks. So when you're going for a certain card, you're picking a die because of the faces it has. Some of them will have more of a certain number. Certain numbers are better tuned for certain things, or just symbols. Yeah, symbols will be more thematic. So if someone has passed on a lot as a cat, and they're at like 8 times they've busted, they get to pick from their whole pool. They're just rolling a ton of dice. They have to pick from their whole pool. So that way you've got the 2 levers, building your pool out with more dice that are better specialized, but you can only choose as many as you have lives. And the cards you're completing give you dice.
You can learn from the near misses.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
And if you're doing something like that, then maybe you start with your 9 kitten dice in the pool, and then as the game goes, you upgrade those to older life stage dice. So there's the idea of as you've had more near misses, more life spent, you're rolling more dice from your pool, but as you're aging, the dice that are in your pool that you're getting to choose from are better.
And I'll also riff on that and say then what I could see happening is as you're adding more dice and you're able to roll more dice, you're more likely to bust, though, because you're rolling more dice. So there has to be something that if there's a certain number of a particular result on your dice that triggers a bad thing, or Yeah, right. Like, yeah, that's like a trigger point. So yes, it's cool. I can do more stuff. I'm rolling more dice, but I'm also risking more because there's more of a chance that it's over, right? Like,
Do you strive for could have different likelihoods of success? Sorry. Yes.
Yeah, so with the thing about busting, like, let's say we're going with that other example of you're chasing birds. You roll a few bird chasing dice. Okay, maybe you catch a small bird. You roll a large number of those bird chasing dice. Okay, great. You have caught and eaten some sort of, like, quite a few birds. You roll all of your dice come up, birds, you get abducted by an eagle. That sort of thing.
That's great.
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
Eagle, hawk, that sort of thing. So some sort of like thematically appropriate calamity befalls
Right.
you.
Okay. So there's a couple new faces. I just wanted to ask if the new faces had any questions for anybody, if they wanted to come up and kind of help us out. We've only got a few extra minutes here, so I know that they said until about 5 o'clock. So do you guys have any questions or anything like that? No? Got
All
some
right, we made a
aspiring
game.
designers on the stage here, so nothing. Okay, cool.
Actually,
Okay,
there's
cool.
a good nugget for something here.
Yeah? So what about these guys? You guys got any questions, any comments? You want to design a game? What was that? All right, there you go. So, okay,
about-
so yeah. So I don't know if you heard a little bit about what we're doing. So we're kind of designing a game about kittens, cats, and elderly cats. It's a dice mechanic. So yeah. So right. So yeah. So maybe there we go.
Don't die.
Don't
that's,
die,
That's
right?
it, right? Like, yeah, use up a lot of your life's experience, but don't die.
Yeah.
Dying 8 times, great. You're taking risks. You're getting hopefully rewarded for it. Dying 9 times, no. Yeah.
Right.
Men's when one player passes on, and then, we honor their wonderful cat life and figure out who earned the most points of the remaining kitties.
Or you could go and tell all but one people
Right.
has died 9 times.
True. Then we have
An
a downtime
aspiring
question of
game
how long does it take to reach that
So wait a
point.
minute, are you like,
yes.
are you Keynesian this, where like if you do too much, then it's bad?
No, we can.
All right.
That's kind of what the direction we seem to be heading, wasn't it?
What is the goal? Do we know how you score points? No.
Things. Be the cattiest
Yeah, do
cat that
cat
ever
things,
catted.
yeah.
That
So-
was the slogan.
I love that.
I have an idea. You can score points by having kittens.
If you live with humans, your humans might have had you spayed or neutered, so that.
Not these cats.
Oh my God, you're Bob Barker.
Oh, but if we're doing all this catty stuff, then we're like alley cats. We're not house cats. We're like living in the
Oh
streets
yeah, no,
cats.
totally. Yeah, no.
Does having kittens entail adding new players to the game? I hope not.
It's a 30-player game.
When I'm just thinking about like when you run out of lives, like that's your legacy is like the kids that you had, kind of, right?
Okay.
Sort of is kind of the angle I was going for.
I think the cards could also just have points on them, the various cat achievements you're trying to fulfill.
Or the dice could have value too, right?
the
Like with
dice.
the dice that you've upgraded, and then they have value for how deep you maybe. And there could be a set collection thing. So if you're really good across the board, you get that set collection thing, or you can go really deep in one thing and like I'm the best birder ever, and so I get points for going deep. Or I'm you're jack of all cats, and so you get points for the one in it.
And there could be like a decision tree for the player between like the cat being an alley cat versus a domestic a house cat, or whether they've been spayed or neutered or not. So like you might get points for having kittens and might not, depending on the decisions the player makes on the cat.
Or okay, so what if we're I didn't realize we're alley cats. If we're alley cats, what if your goal is to is to adopt a human, and so you're trying to put yourself in places where people are, but that's also places where risky things are. So that's where your 9 lives are happening. but like eventually you're trying to adopt yourself into someone else's family.
Oh, then you get like SPCA and you get caught by,
Yeah, so like you could like prove that you're a
Do they
good
have
cat
cat
to
catchers?
adopt by like being seen chasing down mice, or you can yeah, exactly. You get points for being cute, for keeping yourself clean, that kind of thing. Who knows?
Does that mean we need to put a disclaimer? No cats were harmed in the making of this game.
Would you
believe it's accurate.
Okay.
Well, what do you think, Mike? Should we?
So we do only have until 5 o'clock, sadly. So I think we've gone a couple of minutes over. But I am very interested in continuing this conversation, to be honest with you. And if it's okay with you guys, I'm going to make a Discord server that we're going to have about this. If for real, if my idea though is if we do happen to get this for real, there we go, for real, there we go. To maybe, if we do get to a point where people want to publish it, all of the proceeds would go to, say, the kittens or the cats here in Glens Falls. So I think that'd be great, actually. So, yeah. But I'm going to do that. So thank you guys so much for joining us. This was really fun, actually. It was awesome. We've even got aspiring game developers right there, little babies, which is awesome. So, yes. And thank you all for joining. And thanks for coming up and sharing some ideas and stuff like that with us, guys. It's really nice. So, yes. And thank you both for joining me. It's awesome. So, yes. Thank you, guys. And I'm sure we'll see you guys out there. So, yes. Appreciate it. Here, I can take that. All right. Thank you. Yes.
Top board game trivia will be beginning at 6 p.m. Please stop by the stage for tabletop trivia. Seriously, it's not as hard as it sounds. You don't need to know who Gary Gygax is to win.
Hello, friends. Please join us by the stage for board game trivia. Come on down. Come one, come all. Board game trivia by the main stage.
All right, board game tabletop gaming trivia is starting. If you want to jump in on a team, come on over to the stage. But for now, we are officially starting. All right, in 1915, what was the, no, just kidding. All right. All right, Game History 101, early days. Round 1, 10 points per question.
In Monopoly, what currency is blue?
Okay, that is question number 1. Okay. All right, and then on to question 2.
What game introduced us to the Pop-O-Matic?
All right, we got giggles. All right.
Don't look on his paper. He probably has the right answer. No cheating.
Do I have to do the, does that help? No. All right.
In Scrabble, what is the starting value of a K?
As in, what is the little number that little contemplative little emoji hiding?
We should have had a Scrabble presentation here. We're missing out on that.
All right, and
in Texas Hold'em, what is the 5th and final card referred to?
I'll give you a clue. It's not the flop. Or the turn. All right. And then?
Where does the secret passage in the kitchen lead in Clue? I've never played Clue. Is that a bad thing?
Oh, really?
I don't belong up here anymore. I'm sorry.
It's not the pool. All right. And then?
What country or province connects Asia to North America in the game Risk?
Okay, if anybody gets this answer, you will get a free pint glass. A free Adirondacon pint glass if one of you comes up with this answer.
And you should know what it is because the library here has 2 copies of this game as I was pulling them out and putting them on the shelf yesterday. So if you get it wrong, that proves you didn't play any of the games that we put out for you.
All right, and I lost count, but okay.
Next one. Some of the original Dungeons & Dragons box sets included a crayon. What was it for? We have more trivia people, maybe. Please join us. You can be team number 1, 2, 3, 4,
Some
5.
people need help with the crayon question. Feel free to jump in. All right, and?
In Yahtzee, how many points do you get for a small straight?
When you have like 1, 2, 3, 4, or 2,
Do
3,
you mean
4,
what
5?
question is?
Or, yep. A small straight, so 5 of the 2, like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Okay. Did you guys want to jump in?
We got papers for you.
No.
Please take our papers.
All right. I'll do a very quick recap. We'll reverse. You're okay.
We're just happy you're here, joining us
All
for
right.
this fun activity.
I'm missing a pen, but that's okay. You can have a pen too. Are you sure? Yeah, it's okay. You guys are going to score your own test, so. Okay. And was that the? Oh.
Is this the last question, maybe, for this set? There's 2 more.
more,
Good
okay.
thing someone's counting. It's not me.
All right. So I'll reverse and do a recap. So what is the only piece that can defeat the general besides bombs in Stratego? I have never played Stratego, so I don't know what. This was not written by me. This was written by one of my co-organizers.
This is in the library, too, so you could have played this game and had the answer.
All right.
A lot of slackers not playing games here today.
All right.
the original. Now we're back on. Hello. In the original versions of Candyland, what destination do you pass through immediately before you arrive home?
Right, and then
We
we're
got
going to
the
go backwards.
answers, but we're not going to show you yet.
We're going to go backwards. So just to do a quick recap for those that joined in late. So these are worth 10 points. So in Monopoly, what currency is blue? What denomination?
What game introduced us to the Pop-O-Matic?
Okay.
In Scrabble, what is the starting value of a K? As in how many points it's worth when you put it down on the board? In Texas Hold'em, what is the fifth and final card referred to? Where does the secret passage in the kitchen lead in Clue? What country or province connects Asia to North America in the game Risk?
And like I said, free pint glass to anybody who comes up with this.
Some of the original Dungeons and Dragons box sets include a crayon. What is it for? In Yahtzee, how many points do you get for a small straight? Maybe there's one more after this? Nope, that's it.
No.
That's all the recap.
Okay. All right. All right, so ready for the answers? Oh, no, we forgot Candyland.
We did Candyland, but we'll say it again.
Okay.
In the original versions of Candyland, what destination do you pass through immediately before you arrive home?
All
Here we
right.
go. No cheating.
And so you guys are going to score your own. So $50 for Monopoly. Trouble, that's the little bubble with the dice in it. So when the Pop-O-Matic is that. 5 is what the K is worth. The river is the final card. The kitchen leads to the study. Kamchatka is the country in Risk.
If you say that 5 times fast, you'll get some extra points, but not another glass from Adirondacon.
And then to fill in the numbers on the dice is what the crayons were for, because they were molded plastic, and unless you used the crayon, it was very hard to read the numbers.
No.
Nope.
That is wrong.
Okay. And number 9 is the spy, and in Candyland, it is the molasses swamp right before you get home. Okay, if you guys want to turn in your sheets and come get round 2. Okay, so it looks like, is it Team Painter? It got 40 points.
With an E with an accent on the end. Painte.
Lone Gunman got 40 points as well.
Was it Lord Godman? Is it Lord? Oh, okay.
And then Big Richard Energy got 30 points. Diabetes got 20. And Cody got 10. All right. All right, so on to round 2. This one, you might have to come up and squint and be like, oh my God, what the heck is that? And I have no clue. But it's a picture, and here you go. Oh, no. Oh, there they are. Thank goodness. All right. So what you need to do is you need to look at these pictures and identify what game they are.
Now you'd know what number 4 is if you came for the pit. Oh, I almost
Oh,
said
no.
the name of the game. If
Oh,
you came for the event earlier in the day that we were gonna MC for you all, but no looking at your schedules.
And if you need to look at the laptop, if the laptop is more clear than that, we can look at the laptop. Okay. I've never played number 6, but I hear it's a beast.
I don't know what number 1 is, but my dad loves garage sailing, and he brought me home those dice and like spelled out my name with the dice. I still have it at my office at home. That's a mess. I don't know where it doesn't spell Anthony anymore, but it did at one point.
Let's see. Number 2 is the first Euro game that I think I ever played when I was first starting the hobby.
I'm pretty sure with 5 in the newsroom, we all had plans to play this game, and then our schedules never aligned, and when they finally did, some of the people had moved on and went to different newsrooms, so 5 never happened, unfortunately. Bought all the stuff for 5, didn't ever play 5. So if anyone wants to play it, let me know. I have one of the sets, if it's the game I think it is.
Okay. And number 10 is, they just did a remake of this a few years ago by Restoration Games. I don't know. All right. Okay. All right. I don't have a timer going, but I'll give you guys another 30 seconds.
We'll bring you through one more story, and that's all your time. So with number 8, one of the local library systems throughout like Montgomery County in the area, they have their own like trading card collectible sets that have like pictures and with their events and stuff. So I bought a box of those cards that number 8 is from and opened up the pack to start off the package. So if you watch News 10, you would know what that is. News 10, not number 10. Sure.
All right.
It's the Anthony game.
All right. Here we go. The answers. Boy, I hope I did these right. So there you go.
All right, so number 1 is Boggle. Number 2, excuse me for this one, but it's Carcassonne.
Yep.
Number 3 is Clank.
My favorite game. It's got a card named Mr. Whiskers. It's wonderful.
Number 4 is Pitch Car, which you should have gotten right, but none of you showed up for Pitch Car. We're very disappointed. Number 5 is Pathfinder.
Yep.
Number 6 is Twilight Imperium. Number 7 is Castles of Burgundy. Number 8 is Magic the Gathering. Number 9 is Pandemic. Ooh, that didn't age too well. Number 10 is Fireball Island.
What was your lava? Should we give him half points for that?
He showed up. I think we should.
I don't know. The audience says no.
We'll remember this if this happens for you
If
three
there's
as well.
a tiebreaker, we'll remember this. Okay. Okay, so that is round 2. So this one's easier because it's a multiple choice quiz. So if you guys want to turn in your, and don't forget to put your team names on there so we can give credit where credit is due. Yep. We haven't added them up yet, but I'll do Cody and Stephanie have 10 points.
That's a very creative name, Cody and Stephanie. The last one was just Cody, so we've evolved the name over time.
I was going to say.
They're going 10 for 10 for a total of 20. They're
Cody's
consistent.
Cody is not going down alone for this trivia game. The lone gunman got 20.
For a total of 60 altogether. They did worse, so shame on them.
Diabetes. They came back. They got 30 points that round.
I think they're cheating. They got 10 more than last time.
Okay. Team Painter / Wheeler, another person who's throwing somebody under the bus, 30 points.
All right, they're at 70.
And Big Richard Energy got 50-ish. Because they got the word island. Okay.
I think we are... Big Richard is at the top right now with 80-ish points. I think the next best is 70, like in math, and then 60, then 50, then 20.
Okay. All right. These are a little hard, which is why they're multiple choice questions. It depends on how big of a nerd you are, I guess. I honestly, some of these were contributed to me, so I do not know them. But sadly, I know half of them. All right, so without further ado, round 3.
There we go. In Community, what game does the study group gather to play to cheer up Fat Neil? A, Dungeons & Dragons Advanced. B, Monopoly. C, the Slee Stacks Attack. Or D, Diplomacy.
All right, and then next one, number 2.
Do you want to read one half? I'll read the other half?
Sure.
Okay. In Parks and Rec, what is the game that Ben Wyatt creates while he's in between jobs?
A, The Cones of Dunshire. B, Little Sebastian, Always in Our Hearts. C, Pawnee Pawns and Pundits. Or D, Nope-a-Dope. Did I do that like the opposite way of what you were thinking I was doing?
No, you did
okay.
fine.
Okay.
I think everybody's going to pick Nope-a-Dope now just because of the laugh in the crowd. So I hope that's the right answer, or you're trying to trick everybody.
Maybe. But this is classic if you know Parks and Rec.
I've never watched Parks and Rec.
Oh
I watched
my
all of The
God.
Office.
Oh, my goodness.
Not watched Parks
I
and
will
Rec.
say I did like The Office better. I watched The Office, and then I had to watch Parks and Rec later on to appreciate it. Okay.
In the short-lived game show Family Game Fight, the game Airheads is very similar to a popular 2-word name party game, minus the air. What is the name of the game?
This was the one with Kristen Bell and her husband Dax Shepard, and the families would all be in the platforms and they'd blow air in their faces if they caused an issue. So A, Jungle Speed. B, Catchphrase. C, Just One. Or D, Take 5. Okay. This was kind of a, I don't know, I don't want to say deep pull, but this was just like if you don't even know the show, it's going to be hard. All right.
In Bob's Burgers, Linda's younger sister creates a board game. What is it called?
A, Hannah and the Horrors of Hemorrhoids. B, Barb's Puns and Burger Buns. C, Gale Force Wins. Or D, Rita Spots a Cheetah.
I actually watched this episode maybe like a month ago. It was pretty decent. And if you remember the episode, you'll definitely get this right.
I actually didn't watch this. I just stole it off the internet.
It's a decent one. Bob's Burgers is funny overall, but
I haven't watched enough of it. I should. Bye. All right, and then
which game did Lily's dad not design in How I Met Your Mother?
A, Tijuana Slumlord. B, Car Battery. C, Stripper or Hipster. Or D, Dogfight Promoter.
Did not watch this show either. My mom didn't like the show. That's why I never watched it.
I did enjoy it. I was a big How I Met Your Mother fan. Yeah.
She's more of a Big Bang Theory kind of person.
And that would be the one played by Chris. Oh my goodness.
Isn't that's Modern Family, you mean?
You're thinking Monfort. I was gonna say.
Get out of here.
I was like, it was
You don't know what
Chris
you're talking about.
Elliott, but like, was there a second dad? Maybe a stepfather?
Wrong show.
Okay, it's the one with the Neil Patrick Harris and Allison Hannigan. That was the character.
What classic board game did not get a movie adaptation?
A. Battleship. B. Clue. C. Ouija. Or D. Sorry. Yes, Ouija was one of the Mario. It was the third brother. Yes. Okay.
In The Big Bang Theory, what game does Will Wheaton compete in against Sheldon?
A. Magic the Gathering. B. Soul Forge. C. Mystic Warlords of Ka'a. Or D. Elven Demigods of the Fifth Elephant Advanced.
I actually remember this episode. And I think Sheldon gets someone cheats, I think, or something. Sheldon's not happy.
I think there were accusations made. Yeah.
Oh, you're right.
Yep. No. There was Will Wheaton did manipulate Sheldon in this episode.
What is the card game that Finn and Jake play in Adventure Time? You got to get this one right.
I did not know this one.
Really?
I'm not.
Wow.
See,
they have a
not my
mobile
thing.
app. Don't look at the Google Play Store right now.
All right. So A. Pendleton Ward Ships. B. Card Wars. C. Side Quests. Or D. Awesome Sauce.
I actually think they took it off the App Store. I don't know why. I'm pretty sure you had to pay for it to get it too, and now it's just gone. See? She knows.
Yeah.
We've been cheated of our money. We need to start a riot.
Right, and let's see.
In The Witcher, what is the name of the card game that was created for and played in-game?
I played a lot of this game. A. Coin and card for your Witcher. B. Destiny's Spread. C. Gwent. Or D. Wyvern.
I see this come up on Steam all the time because I used to play Yu-Gi-Oh! on my computer a lot. Never touched it before. Is it good? Does anyone in the crowd, have they played this game? Have you played this game? You seem like you have.
Witcher? Yes, I have.
What
but
about
they
Gwent,
actually-
though? Oh, I told everybody.
Oh,
I'm so
whoa,
sorry.
whoa.
You didn't hear me.
Good. Yeah, it's good. They also made I think they made an actual card game of this too.
I've seen it.
Okay.
It's okay. You all get 10 bonus points.
There you go.
In the original Star Trek, what is the name of the game that Captain Kirk makes up in the episode A Piece of the Action?
A. Clax. B. Fizbin. C. LaRouche. Or D. Zenny.
I do not know this one, so I can't blurt it out on accident. I'm sorry.
All right. And now for the answers.
Are we ready for the answers? Looks like we are.
I did put them there just so everybody knew. That was in Community. It was Pierce, and he's like, I won Dungeons and Dragons Advanced. Yeah, it's okay. And then the Cones of Dunshire, Just One, Gale Force Wins. Stripper or Hipster was not one of Lily's dad's games. Sorry, Mystic Warlords of Ka'a, Card Wars, and as we all know, Gwent for 9, and then Fizbin for 10. All right. All right. This one is going to be nope, that one right there. This one is going to be only one team gets the money, or one team gets the points. Nope.
No.
Nope.
No.
All right, here is the big number, round 4, single question.
Does the next slide? Okay, thank you. Phew. All right, in 1984, Milton Bradley Company was purchased by Hasbro. How much money did Hasbro pay to acquire the company?
I will say it was more than $1,000. And it was less than 500 billion. No, in 1984, yeah. In 1984, how much money did Hasbro pay to acquire the company? Oh, absolutely. Oh, yeah, we didn't do the roundup.
You'll get a recap while you think. I'll do some math. Math was not my strongest subject, as you can tell by my
And the lone
speakingness.
gunman looks like he did really well there. I saw 70 points.
Team Painter / Wheeler got 30. They're somewhere. Here they are. They're very consistent. Cody and Stephanie, they're coming up in the world. They got 40. Maybe I'll give them an extra 10 points because I blurted out the only one they knew. Big Richard Energy got 60. They're definitely cheating, but that's okay. Diabetes got 40. That's very respectable. They're coming up. Each time they do 10 better. Lone Gunman got 70. And I think he's not cheating. It seems like he knows a lot of his stuff. But he also got Gwent right, so I don't know about that one. All right, so Cody and Stephanie are at 60.
Okay, and whenever you have your answers, just bring them up to the front, and we'll get you to the next round.
Diabetes is at 90. Big Richard Energy is at 140. Team Painter / Wheeler is at 100. And the Lone Gunman is at 130. And Cody and Stephanie will get an extra 10 points maybe. In spirit. I'm going
to just jump back. Did I put a point value in there? 50 points. So one of these teams is going to get... Okay, without going over. Okay, so... And good, because this will, we have Cody and Stephanie guessed $10,000. The Lone Gunman guessed is at $50,001, just in case. Okay. Team Pointer Wheeler guessed $250,000. Big Richard Energy guessed $74,420, $420,069, 744200069, and then Diabetes guessed million. Okay, $74,420,069.
That's a big number.
But not as big as Diabetes, who went with $2.6 billion. Million? There is a B.
It's not how that works.
All right. And the answer is
360 million. Woo! Who got it?
All right. That might have been Big Richard Energy without going over. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Yep.
Does anybody want to do the math and see if Diabetes is closer? I don't think so, though. I think they're way off.
Well, it has to be without going over.
Oh, yeah, you lost Diabetes.
This is Price is Right rules, or yeah.
Okay.
All right, so you want to throw 50?
I think we know who won the whole thing. With a total of 50, 110, 160, 190 points is Big Richard Energy. Woo!
not done yet. We're still going.
Oh, we're still going. You didn't win yet. Round 5. Pop quiz. Speed round. All about
Okay.
the con.
All right, and this is all. Yeah, this is all about Adirondacon. There are clues all over this place, if you know. Okay. So I just put all the questions together. So. All right. All right. So I don't. We'll just guesstimate how much time you have. Sure.
Number 1. What year was the first Adirondacon held? Number 2. Where was the first event held? Number 3. Ignoring the bad pun, what is the spring show called? Number 4. What company run by John Lemaire and Veronica Hamilton puts on Adirondacon? And 5. Where was the third Adirondacon held?
What animal was chosen for year 3? What was the first year at the Wood Theater? What animal was on the first die? What is the name of the local gaming group that helps organize the convention? Joseph, you better get this one. And what is this year's chosen charity?
I definitely read number 8 wrong. I thought the animal did the dying, not was on the die.
What year did the animal die?
It's still alive. He's out on one of those retirement farms. It's okay.
We just sent him to the farm. All right. I was gonna say nobody's wearing a light blue Adirondacon shirt, so the answer's not there. No, light blue. This is like sapphire blue, according to the company that sold the shirt. All right. And some of the bad puns were the spring roll, the fellowship of the spring. Spring is in the hair was the one that did not happen due to COVID. You know, we had a fun little like coil that the theater thought was, it was an x-ray and they thought it was a little too graphic. All right, so I don't see a lot of people writing, so I think the speed round, we're gonna go, okay.
Oh, we got some writing. Can we do a bonus question, number 11? It'll be what year was the Great Popcorn Fire?
Oh, wow, I don't know which year that was. And I want it to be clear there was not a fire. It was just I made the fire department come here because the smoke hit the steam from the popcorn machine.
You've learned, be careful what you tell a reporter,
Yes.
because it'll end up in the final report.
And that's why we don't have popcorn anymore. We're too paranoid. All right. I do want to say that fire was like 2 years ago, but I can't remember. Or I say fire. The steam incident was 2
The great
years ago.
steaming.
Yeah.
That's okay.
I didn't, yeah. I was trying not to make the popcorn spill, so I was holding the door closed, and don't do that with a popcorn machine.
When we first moved out, my boyfriend, he's usually the one who cooks, and he would always set off the smoke alarm. Great cook, but would always set off the smoke alarm. So I guess we'd have to screw it off the wall and press all the buttons on the smoke alarm trying to turn it off. I knew too many times how to do it.
All right. Are we ready for answers?
Ready or not, they're coming up.
All right.
All right, I'll do the first 5. Number 1 was 2017. Number 2 was Glens Falls Elk Lodge in Queensbury specifically. Number 3 is ADKE Tabletop Day. Number 4 is First Stall Production. Number
With
5
an S, apparently I'm part of the company and I can't even spell it right.
is it not First Star?
It's First Stall Productions with an S, and
Oh.
I forgot the S.
First Stall Productions.
LLC? No, I was kidding.
And number 5, Aviation Mall.
We called that one Ghetto Con. If you attended that one, the company that we rented the space from was supposed to clear the space, and we had deflated bouncy houses all over the perimeter of the room. It was kind of scary, but anyway. And so number 6 was the Fox, that was designed by Nicholas Barkley, who did a beautiful poster that year. It was one of our favorites. And then 7 was 2019, was our first year here. Number 8 was the bear that died.
A few months ago, that was big news, actually,
Yeah.
if you've seen that one.
Number 9 is Adirondack Tabletop Gamers and Game Developers. We meet every Wednesday, or once a month at Go Play on Wednesdays, and that's first of the month. And then every other Saturday at Domino's in Hudson Falls. And number 10, North Shore Animal League America Adirondack Region Cat Adoption Center. That's not the actual name, but it always changes whenever you look at it on the website. So we'll take anything close to North Shore.
We interviewed them earlier on the live stream, so if you watched the live stream, you would have known the answer to that one.
You didn't.
You should have known.
As long as you have like North Shore or Animal League or Adirondack Region.
But Lava Island did not count.
Yeah.
That was not accurate enough.
Feel free to put, if you got close to that, just put like ish.
We would have took
points.
Kitty Clinic for this one. I think that's fair. You can have that one.
Should we just say if they got cat, they get the points?
If you wrote cat on your paper, I think that's close enough.
Okay, we'll give it for cat. We won't give it for lava, but we'll give it for cats. We didn't say cat? Okay, yes. All right. So yep. Okay, we're almost there.
I believe I scored mine correctly. That is 20 billion.
20 billion for the lone gunman. Gotcha. All right. Do a quick recap. Okay. This just means everybody has to come to Adirondacon more.
All right, Team Painter is falling off. They got 10 points. Lone Gunman got 20 minus the billion. He's falling off too, so don't feel bad. Cody and Stephanie's, they're solid with the 30. They're staying on track. Diabetes got 10. They're falling off, but we'll let them be. Big Richard Energy's got 20. This was not a strong round. You're not
They're
true
new to the
Adirondacon fans.
They're new to the team. I'll give it to
We expect you to
understand.
come back again and again to make up for this.
Okay.
Hopefully, I'll be back next year. Is that all the papers?
I think so.
I think so. Okay.
All right. So this is a hard one. We're getting to the end, so they're hard. So I'm sorry. Here we go. I'm just gonna flash one on the screen and basically just tell me who designed that. Yeah, like a person. Exactly. This is the diabolical round. All right. Here you go.
Ticket to Ride. Another game in the library. So all you had to do is play the games at Adirondacon, and you would have got all the answers for these.
Yeah. Okay, so 1 is Ticket to Ride.
2 is Patchwork.
One of our volunteers and organizers and I always fight over how to pronounce this person's name. I know she's right, but I refuse to acknowledge it. It's just a weird name. Okay.
3 is Tiny Towns.
And we had the game designer here today. He ran Tiny Towns micro expansion, and he was on the board game design panel.
I don't think I interviewed him, so if you didn't see it on the live stream, from the live interviews, that's okay, I guess. I know. I failed my job as the MC/live interview reporter.
Okay.
Next one is Wingspan.
I will give you a hint. It was designed by a woman.
So if you put
right
her on the
before
paper,
the plane went down, yes, she
you'll get some
designed
points.
it. No. Yeah. Okay, we really do not know what happened to Amelia Earhart for certain, but I'm pretty sure the plane went down.
We're not here for fake news today,
Yeah.
okay?
Okay. Okay,
Next one is Suet, the card game.
which stands for the Society of Ultimate Evil and Terror.
Stephanie knows the answer to that one, I can tell.
I think Joseph might be the only one in the audience who knows this one. Or the lone gunman, I hope he knows the answer to this one.
We gave away his alias.
I will also take the, I will also take the company's name or somebody in the company.
We got the theme song coming up. Next one is the Castles of Burgundy. Fake news.
We did have a picture of this game earlier, but we did not say the game designer's name. All right.
The next one is Splendor.
This is one of my favorite games, but I will be honest, I had to look at the box to know the person's name. Okay.
Next one is Tapestry.
Another strange name. Okay.
Then Dominion is the next one.
Classic deck builder, the granddaddy of all deck builders.
We got Lost Cities.
I think I accidentally bought like 2 copies of this and have never played it.
That is fair. I have too many games in my apartment that have not been touched.
Right? All right.
He's working today. All right. Are we ready for our answers?
Yeah, this is gonna be. I spared you guys all the one by one. So,
All right. Let's see how many names we can mispronounce. I'll let you go first.
Oh, that's the easy one. Okay, good, because I want to see how you pronounce the second one. Alan R. Moon.
Number 2 is Uwe Rosenberg. Was I close?
I say Uwe Rosenberg, and our friend Wendy says Uwe.
Oh, but there's no V. What is an Uwe? I feel like that's something.
And number 3 is Peter McPherson, who, like I said, he was here earlier. We're very happy to have him here. Elizabeth Hargrave is Wingspan.
No.
I'm going to make you pronounce the next one.
Number 5 is John Lemaire.
You can say First All Productions, and I'll even take my name if you want. 6 is Stefan Feld.
7 is Mark Andre.
8 is Jamie Stegmeyer.
9 is Donald X. Vicarino.
And 10 is Rainier Knizia.
I'm sure you got them all right, right?
All right.
Yeah! Woo!
All right.
That's okay. It's the thought that counts. See, you got a smiley face as your score. Did the lone gunman drop out, or is this the last round?
We're almost there. No.
We got, he got one, he's the only one who maybe got points, and he left. Well, everybody got 0 points other than the lone gunman, but now he's gone, so we can't even congratulate him. That deserves a round of applause. Maybe we should give him one while he's gone. He can hear it from wherever he is. He got number 5.
That was kind of a trick question because our co-organizer John Lemaire of First All Productions is the designer of that game. I thought, Joseph's played it before, but he still didn't get First All, but that's okay. But he did get John, so that's good. All right, so the next one is 5 questions, but they're 2-part answers. So I'm calling it the hodgepodge of questions. And then there's just a final Jeopardy esque round after this, and here we go.
So sit in your seats and play along. You cannot leave.
Okay.
Who is credited with creating the Landlord's game? A bonus question, what is the game known as now? I want to say it's that very popular game that nobody likes, but I will not say it out loud. That's all I'll give. Because I could be wrong. I really don't know. But it's my educated guess.
Yeah, I had to crop the bottom so you can see your name. All right, and then the next one.
Who are the original co-creators of Dungeons and Dragons? Blank and blank. That is their names.
And just so for those of you who had your phones out, even if you zoom in, his name's not there, or their names are not there.
You don't know that. She could be misgendering the creators.
It was created in other than the last one we saw, how many women are, and she wasn't even credited with that game till long after. So, not to be sexist, but yeah, it's 2 men. All right. Okay.
Abraham Lincoln, growing his iconic beard, is somewhat responsible for this former lithograph maker starting a board game company. Bonus, what U.S. state did the company start in?
Yeah. You could get this by just guessing a random state. Think of the time frame and how many game designers there were. All right.
Stephanie knows this one. The term meeple is a combination of the words my and people. It was coined by American gamer Allison Hansel during a game of blank in 2000. Bonus, who holds the trademark for the word meeple in Germany, Europe, and the United Kingdom?
And it was many years afterwards that they actually went and got the trademark for it.
What country do the Spiel des Jahres take place in? I probably really mispronounced that, but we're going with it. And the bonus, what year was the first Spiel des Jahres awarded? This is your turn to embarrass me and tell me how it's really pronounced.
I say Spiel des Jahres.
Probably way more accurate than what I said. I've Americanized, butchered it.
Yeah,
real bad.
I could be 100% wrong, but it basically, I think, is basically board game awards in that country's language.
Spiel des Jahres. That makes more sense.
Okay.
In Lords of Waterdeep, the base game, where do you visit to play intrigue cards? Bonus, what faction is represented by the color green? I feel like we have this one. No, I say we. I feel like it's in the library when I put it up on the thing. It's an old dilapidated box.
Is that? Yep, that was
the
5.
answers.
Just confirm. Okay, so 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Did
So there's 6.
Wow, I screwed up. That was me. I'm the problem. It's me. Okay, so yes. You can.
Bonus questions.
Yes. Okay, who designed the game? No, just kidding. All right, so yes, apparently I can't count. I went to Argyle. I'm sorry. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Feel free to write that in. And there we go.
I'll let you kick off the answers.
So Elizabeth J. Maggie Phillips, and the Landlord's game was originally Monopoly, or is what Monopoly became.
Number 2 is Ernest Gary Gygax and Dave Arneson.
3 is Milton Bradley / Massachusetts.
Number 4 is Germany in 1979. Stephanie, did you get that one right? Is that the meeple one? You better have gotten it right. You were talking about it all during lunch.
Number 5 is Carcassonne. And just in case somebody was really, really knowledgeable about that, I put the name, but I was just really looking for Hans im Gluck, because I think it's Bernard Braunhofer. Yeah.
We're going to go with that.
Some German guy. And then 6 is Waterdeep Harbor, and the green faction are the Harpers. Well, let's find out. Oh, you know what? Yeah, so we'll say, should it 10 or 20? What do you think?
10 for the regular, 10 for the bonus?
Yeah. 20 points, yeah, 10.
I knew you had it in you. I knew you could do this. It's okay. Now you know that you have to come back to the next Adirondacon, because a lot of these questions were from all the games in the library. So you just got to come and play more games. That sounds like a fair realization. Let's see. Stephanie, you did not get the meeple question right. You were talking about it all during lunch. How did you not get it right? So why didn't you take over the paper? All right, let's see who did the best. It looks like Team Painter / Wheeler. Yes, it was. I'm very disappointed in Team Coding Stephanie. Should have got 30 points. Said they only got 10.
Okay, so this one.
Sure.
Yes, we definitely need to do a score recap before.
All right, so Team Cody and Stephanie, we got 10, 10, 40, 80, 90, 100. Team Diabetes is 10, 10, 20, 60, 90, 110. Team Big Richard Energy, who did not write that on their most recent paper. 20, 20, 40, 70, 120, 180, and then the bonus round, so 230.
Wow.
Lone Gunman, who has unfortunately left us for another world, got 10, 30, 100, 120, 160. We had to give the other players a chance to win, so he dropped out.
I just check my messages and make sure he's not still playing from home. No, I'm just kidding.
And the last one, Team Painter / Wheeler's at 30, 40, 70, 100, 140. So did we pay attention to who's in the lead? I think it's Big Richard Energy. I don't know who's next. But
So everybody clear on how many points they have, or do you... Okay. So basically, how many points do you want to risk? Do you want to just say, I'm good enough? All in? Okay. And I didn't even give a clue as to what it's about. I probably should have given a clue. No, it's just this is a final question. One question, one wager. And, okay, locking it in. Oh, wow, bold.
So does that mean that they get 0 points if they get it right?
No, that means they're locking. Well, we really shouldn't probably tell what they're wagering, but
Well, is there like a multiply? Like, is it like so? If they wager nothing, do they get anything if they win it, or if they get the question right? Okay.
all right.
We don't know who put in 0. It was my example.
All right. Okay.
Well, we're not very adventurous over here, other than diabetes, so I think it's okay. Okay.
All right.
In the base game of the Isle of Cats, what are the special cats called that can only be acquired with a card and must be assigned to a family?
Am I the only Isle of Cats lover in this room? Oh, here. Did you not get an answer? Okay.
You can have it back. I don't know where it is. Oh, it's right here. Okay, so we have her wager.
All right. Okay. I won't let this be read out loud.
I didn't hear the last half. What'd you say? Okay. You lost all your points for that one. We're gonna let Team Cody and Stephanie win after that shenanigan. That is the spirit. Fun. That's what Adirondacon is about. I hope, anyways.
I'm going to give you guys all a clue. It had the letter X in it. So, unfortunately, there were no right answers. So, diabetes answered kittens.
Diabetes lost 109 points for that one.
The team who will remain anonymous said pussycats. I guess they didn't wager anything, so they didn't lose anything. Cody and Stephanie had bingus. And Team Painter in Wheeler said bestest kitties. Aw, that's the bestest answer. But the real answer was Oshax or Oshax. Oh, shucks. So that was board game trivia. Let's see who our winner is.
I think we know who our winner is.
Yeah.
Do we want all the point totals? Shall we just do that for
Sure.
fun? Okay, so Cody and Stephanie didn't wager anything, so there's no 0 there. So 10, 20, 60, 90, 100. Diabetes, 20, 50, 90, 100. They have 1 point.
Yeah.
Because they gamble. Then we have Team Painter / Wheeler, who, okay, they just lost 1 point. That's okay. 40, 70, 100, 110, 140, 139 with the subtraction. Lone Gunman, who's I think doing a letter better than a lot of people, even though he's gone. 40, 60, 130, 150, 160. And last but not least, Big Richard Energy with no gamble. 50, 110, 160, 190, 210, 210, 230. Are they still in the lead?
think
they are.
Yep. They got it.
Big Richard Energy's the winner. Round of applause. Woo!
Okay, we have a $50 gift card from Board Game Geek, and anybody who participated can go steal a pint glass from the front register while supplies last. And if there's not pint glasses, feel free to take a T-shirt of these. Not this one, not this year's, but an old one. But thank you guys all for participating, and have a great day.
Stephanie has the right spirit for that. She deserves that pint glass.
I was wondering if I could get you like telepromptering. Just
If you're joining us from trivia, welcome back. We're back in one of the game rooms now, and we have the whole library of games here for anyone to play if you're here for Adirondacon. And one of the people behind it here is John. He's the co-founder of Adirondacon, and this is pretty much his collection. So tell me what it's like bringing all these games in.
Well, it's not easy on the back, that's for sure. I mean, it's kind of a joint. My sister, Veronica, the other person who kind of put this thing together. It's our collection together, but yeah, it's we got a ton of games. We got even more back in my garage, which is where I keep them. It just, yeah, for my back's sake, I only bring in some of them because, yeah, it's daunting. I mean, I wish all these games got played, which is part of the reason why we have Adirondacon and why we do what we do is, you know, you buy a game for $40, $50. You play it once or twice, and then it collects dust on the shelf. At least this is a way I can get like, hey, my money's worth for all these games we bought. It's just like by making them available for other people to play. So
now, here's a quick question for you. Just taking a game off the shelf. Have you ever played this game before?
I've never played it.
Okay, exactly. As people who play games, as game collectors, a lot of the time we buy these games. I know in my personal experience, I bought a Rick and Morty like deck building game.
Yeah.
It sits on my shelf. We've never touched it. And it's just kind of how it is. But as you said, with something like this, somebody does see this game and for some reason they want to pick it up. You have all these people coming through your door who have the opportunity. But I know when I was helping out yesterday, bring these games in and putting them on the shelf, trying to sort them is quite a hassle. We're trying to do alphabetical order here from A to Z, but you just got so many. It's hard to keep that consistency together.
Yeah.
Tell me about that.
Yeah, well, you do the best you can. Yeah, it's just, I mean, and it's not just that. It's also the different size boxes. I mean, in a perfect world, I'd have 42 shelves, and we could all put them nice, lined up like books on a shelf. But it all depends on the inserts of the boxes. Some will allow you to flip them on their side. Some of them won't. So, I mean, I wish there was a better way of storing them on shelves. But yeah, no, you just do the best you can because. Again, it's just there's so many, and when people start borrowing them, they're not gonna necessarily put them back in the right spot. But you just try to make it so the popular games are out front. People can see the titles, and hopefully they'll see something because it's hard. The artwork is so awesome on all these boxes that you don't know what you're getting into sometimes. But they all look awesome to me. I look at the things and I want to play like 20 of these games, and even though I own them, I haven't.
I mean, just looking, you see all the names right here, but just say for a box like this, you see the front, you see the title. Obviously, this is from the movie Goonies, but there's a lot more inviting when you do get to see the whole box and the art. Tell me about how it's like storing these and putting them away when you're done with the con. I know you have lots of bags.
Yeah.
Where do you put all these?
Well, unfortunately, like I said, I put them in bags. We kind of put them in as we take them off. There's no rhyme or reason. We discovered clear bags, which only like half of the bags we have are clear now, but at least those allow you to like see what's in the bag. But then when we get home tonight, I'll take probably 2 loads in my van to get them home. Then I'll put them back in my garage and just kind of stack them in there. And the games I actually might play, I usually try to keep somewhere near where I can grab them and bring them into my actual house and set them up on my shelf in there. So
now, taking a step back from this expansive collection, just tell me about what you've seen in the last 8 hours or so of people coming in. What's been your reaction to how the con has went so far?
So far, it's been a great day. I honestly try to run something every year, but I took part in the Call of Cthulhu live play, and I just like to go around and keep tabs on all the vendors and, kind of be there to see how they're doing. And I'm chatty, so, I get talking. But, seems like there was lots of people. Everyone seemed like I don't think I've ever run into somebody who said, man, this really sucked, or I had such a terrible time today. I'm never coming back. Everyone is always, thank you. This was so much fun. Thank you for putting this on. And that's why we do it. And it makes me feel good at the end of the day, even though my back is yelling at me like, why did you, do this to me again, but like I said, I do it because, everything I hear back from people who attend, they're all excited. They've all had fun. See kids. I've seen people grow up, like they were young and now they're starting to come on their own, it's just, like I said, it's an awesome feeling to see people having fun and enjoying our games and our love of games.
Now, when I was talking to Veronica earlier, she told me that numbers are definitely up compared to the last time we had the con. Can you maybe echo that and maybe how much more it's been up? Broad estimate, maybe?
I think we did, solid like 100 to 150, I would say. Like, that's people coming in. We don't include the vendors and exhibitors and stuff, but even though a lot of times they get to participate in some of the other stuff, and it's also the people running the games too. They get in for free, so they get a free badge, so they don't usually get called in. So yeah, I would definitely say we were 150 to almost 180 maybe. But again, don't quote me on that. I'm only speculating. Okay. I didn't see the numbers.
Yeah,
but,
you're busy running around all day. You can't keep track of all that kind of stuff.
It's because and the thing that doesn't get reflected in there is we've had a lot of live stuff today that was free. We also always invite people to come in because I want to keep my vendors happy. I want people to come in and just buy, because they got amazing stuff. We got amazing artists who are creating stuff, and I'm like, I want to see them today be worthwhile for them. And it seems like the ones I talked to seem like they had a pretty good day. So that's awesome. I was excited. I thought today went really, really well.
You and I both know that Good Cop, Bad Cop has not gotten played by you or me. Is there any, I know you've been running around too, but has there been a game that you did play today or pick up that you haven't seen before, or a game that really stood out to you that you saw other people play that you want to tell me about?
I think the only thing I really had time to do was I did talk to some of the indie designers. We had Get Gnomed. I was looking at that. That looked like a lot of fun. The Cookie Foo, I got a little demo from that. I mean, that presentation is amazing.
Did you eat a fortune cookie?
I did not eat a
I ate a fortune cookie. It fell on the floor, a little bit of the crumbs, but it was good. It was good.
Blue Kabuto Games, great guy, great product. I'm like, Enclave, I talked to, he has a table-less role-playing game. I was talking to him. And just, with those just some of the awesome games I got to see that I'm like, oh man, so many things. It's hard to keep them all straight.
Well, this has been a great con so far, John. So thank you for having us all and inviting me out to this. Later on, we're going to be doing a couple more interviews with some of the attendees here about the games they've been playing and how that's been going for them. So stay with us. We'll have our next interview coming up pretty soon. Welcome back. A big part of tabletop gaming is also miniatures. If you've seen earlier, I was playing a game called Monster Hunter, which is based on a video game that has miniatures moving around the board. And a game that's well known for miniatures is Warhammer. I'm here with Nate and his friends who've been playing the game so far, and they just got in for Adirondacon later in the night tonight. So tell me, what brought you out here today?
So I started a little while back playing tabletop games like this, Warhammer, at my local store, Adirondacon Games, and I was hooked. It was fantastic, and so I got the opportunity to play a couple games and just continue to delve into that passion.
For the people who don't play Warhammer, explain that to me a little bit.
Yeah, so Warhammer's this wargaming like tabletop game. You collect miniatures for whatever army you want to play, build them up, paint them up, and then you fight your opponents, you complete missions. There's a lot of strategy and tactics and a lot of thinking, a lot of dice rolling, but ultimately just a lot of fun getting to smash these big armies together.
Yeah, and I saw there was the three of you around the table. Is this the kind of game where multiple armies can clash it out and you're able to work together or against each other? So you got a lot of different miniatures on the board. Tell me about that.
Absolutely, yeah. So normally it's just 1v1. There's specific instances where maybe you can play against friends, but normally it's just a 1v1 player basis. The miniatures on the board here, we're playing Blood Bowl, and it's a team sport. You got your team of guys, and you try to play to their strengths, play to your opponent's weakness, and try to break through them and score touchdowns.
I won't touch the miniatures on the board because I know I interrupted a game to do this interview with you, but these guys got little footballs on them. So what's the difference between regular Warhammer and Blood Bowl? Is this more of just taking a sport and changing it up? You're not really killing your opponent. You're more... So Warhammer, be it Age of Sigmar, 40K, no, just death on untold scale. It's war. Okay.
Blood Bowl, being Warhammer adjacent, they've got footballs, but you're absolutely trying to kill your opponents and you're not just taking their players off the field. If you can take them out permanently, you do it. It's very Warhammer-esque to do that.
If Travis Kelce was in Blood Bowl instead of regular football, Taylor Swift's songs might be totally different than what they are today.
Probably a lot more heavy metal-esque. Yeah, absolutely. So,
what makes you keep coming back to this game? I've known from going to card stores, there's multiple miniatures that you also have to paint yourself for the most part. What makes you keep coming back and investing into a game like this?
I think for me, I enjoy building the miniatures. It's probably my favorite part overall outside of playing. But because there's so many different factions, and each faction has so many units, and you can customize them in so many ways, every game is unique and different. And so you get like this new fun experience, rolling the die. I love the random rolling of dice where something happens that it shouldn't because it was a dice game. And just laughing with people. And then, especially once you've got them built and painted and you just put them on the table, that sense of pride, like, this is my army. And we're going to go either kick some butt or have fun trying.
Now, if someone were to get into this game like myself with no knowledge on Warhammer other than cute, fancy little miniatures that cost lots of money, how would you recommend I get into something like this?
I think depends on which game you play, but like Combat Patrol, we actually brought them here tonight. Age of Sigmar, for example, has a game mode called Spearhead, where you buy the box. It comes with all the models and rules you need to play that smaller version of the whole game. And that's a great starting point, because the great part about those kits, both in 40K and Age of Sigmar, is you can build off of those models into the big game. You don't need to start with a fresh line. You can just jump straight from there, see what you like, and then build up to a bigger army.
Thank you so much, Nate, for explaining this game to me.
Absolutely,
Maybe
Anthony.
if I have more money to waste, I will spend out a Warhammer, but I don't know about that, but I'd love to. Stay with us. We're going to go to our next interview spot in a little bit and have some more reaction from fans coming out to the big day. We're back on the main stage. As you saw not too long ago, we did trivia, and I'm here with Stephanie. Her team didn't win. Actually, the winners of trivia are behind the camera right now. So shout out to Richard and his team over at Agora Media. So Stephanie, tell me what you thought of trivia. I know it's kind of a last minute thing. We dragged you up here, but how'd it go for you?
I'm still bad at names.
That was, I would say, not a lot of people did know who designed a lot of these board games. I know as somebody who used to go to card shops a lot when I was younger, just like with credits, we don't really look at the credits, right? But what would you say was maybe some of the things that you were able to answer and had a good time with?
Some of the things I was able to answer were like based on like a Monopoly, like it originally being like a different title and how the title has changed and just simple stuff like that, like just the old stuff, I guess you could say. Not really the modern, like abstract or more popular games, because a couple of them I never even heard of, and I've been playing board games since I was 11.
And just for participating, you did get a participation trophy per se. What did you pick out?
I picked out a pint glass. I don't have it on my poster at this moment, but I got one of the pint glasses for the 2017.
Do you think they'll give me a pint glass for emceeing? Do you think I'm worth it?
Let's see.
Let's see. Stephanie says, let's see. She's not giving me a pint glass just yet. So you told me earlier this is your first time coming out to Adirondacon. What was just some of your impressions?
Well, I first heard about Adirondacon through another card shop me and my buddy go to called Flights, since our local one closed. We thought of this as an opportunity to play with other board gamers, because usually when we play board games, we sadly end up by ourselves because our local shop closed. So we usually go to other shops not knowing anyone there playing our board games by ourselves. So it's quite refreshing meeting new faces who also enjoy the art of board games.
Yeah. What were some of the board games you did play today? Maybe you haven't played before.
There was this one prototype called Tower of, I forget the name of it. It's like Tower something. It was very much so in prototype, where the whole premise is you're a adventurer going up this tower. There's attack and defend cards. As you go up the tower, you get like artifacts and stuff like that. You still clearly tell it's a prototype, but it's quite a unique experience to play these prototypes. And then when eventually it does come out, you can go like, oh, so this is what they changed. Oh, this is what's new. Oh, this is an improvement. Oh, I kind of miss this.
Yeah. What else did you pick up today or got for free that really stuck out to you and you really were happy to go home with?
Well, one of which is I enjoy playing a card game, so I also demoed it. I got some White Swords packs right here in my pocket. I got the like there was this card game. I pulled out my purse. That's like this based on Chinese food cookies.
I interviewed the person who made the game earlier today, but
Yeah.
I also am kind of blanking on the name. Cookie Foo? I think
Yeah.
it's Cookie Foo.
Yeah, I got one of the little star decks here. I bought it because I found it interesting. It reminded me of old cartoons like Jackie Chan's Adventure and stuff like that, like those adventure action ones, Shaolin Showdown. It reminded me of that, so I picked it up today.
Yeah. So the event's almost over. 10 o'clock is the cutoff. I know we're kind of packing up right now. Going home for the night or getting one last game in?
I think I might end up getting one last game in with friends before we leave.
All right, perfect. And before we leave tonight, we're going to do a little closing up for Veronica and John, the founders of Adirondacon. So stay with us just for a little bit, and we'll have that last live hit for you. Adirondacon is not over yet, but this is going to be our last live stream for the night. So thanks for joining us so far. We're going to take it over to John and Veronica, who have been behind this event, along with multiple volunteers. Tell me, how has it gone this whole night? What did you think of it?
I think it was a great show. We had our numbers were up a little bit. I think there were a lot of great games. We had an amazing Call of Cthulhu live event. This is our first year streaming, so I think everything went great.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I can't add much more to it than that because we had a lot of people, a lot of happy people, and we had a lot of walk-ins. We had some new events. The streaming thing was amazing.
Yes. Yep.
So we never even imagined we could do this, and we did, and we're incredibly grateful that you guys everyone was able to put this thing together and bring Adirondacon to more people.
Now, I know that this con isn't even over yet. We're still playing some games, but looking into next year, do we know a rough ballpark when we might be back at the Charles R. Wood Theater at all?
We're still talking that over and everything, but we do like to have a spring event. We may do 2 days in the future, possibly, but it's one of those things we're gonna look at how we, look at everything and talk to the committee and go from there.
Yeah, crunch some numbers and see where we're at and see where we want to be and when we want to do it. So we're definitely going to be back in the spring. So
And we don't have final numbers yet. I gotta crunch them, but we raised almost another $500 for North Shore Animal League. So we might try to, or I might try to organize one little extra thing to get us to our $1,000 goal. I think we're, like I said, I gotta look at last year's numbers, but I think we've raised a lot of money for the shelter, and hopefully we can hit our goal this year.
It was very fun being here. I would love to come back next year if you'll have me. So
it's great having you.
Thank you.
I think we're so grateful for everyone who came to the con, everyone who helped out, like all our tech people were amazing, our volunteers, and especially everybody who just came out and played some games with us. And even if you just came to the show or watched the stream, we appreciate it.
Yep, absolutely, 100%. It's all gratitude from this side of the microphone.
Well, Veronica does have to get back from watching over one last game here, and the production crew has to back everything up so they can get on the road at a reasonable hour. This is going on pretty late, till 10 o'clock. It's not over yet. So thanks for being with us. I'm News 10 ABC's Anthony Krolikowski, and this is the end of our live stream tonight.